In the depths of a forest, a young man named Ian Purkis stood amidst the blood remains of a wolf pack. The ground was stained red, and the fierce flames that had ravaged the area made it look no different from a land of death. With a swift, decisive motion, Ian yanked his sword from the body of a fallen wolf. Around him, streams of crimson energy pulsed, radiating an aura of deadly power. The battle between Ian Purkis and the wolves was far from over. Standing before him now were two massive wolves, their bodies wrapped in a menacing, violent energy. They bared their fangs at him, snarling, ready to pounce. But Ian showed no fear. His eyes burned with courage and unwavering resolve. He raised his sword toward them, taunting, "Come on, is that all you've got?" In an instant the two wolves lunged forward like lightning. Their rapid movements created flashes of light that made it nearly impossible to track their forms. Within mere seconds, both wolves were already above Ian's head, fangs bared, eyes filled with the hunger to tear him apart. Yet Ian stood his ground, calm and unshaken, ready to face them head-on. The two wolves roared fiercely in unison, but Ian didn't leave them waiting. With one clean, powerful strike, his sword sliced upward. The blade pierced through the head of one wolf, forcing its jaws open in agony. Without missing a beat, Ian drove his sword in again, this time leaving the beast completely immobilized. Then, twisting his body mid-air, he swiftly brought down the second wolf as well. Suddenly, a ferocious growl echoed through the air. The remaining wolf had its jaws wide open, razor-sharp teeth glinting as it lunged at Ian. Fortunately, his reflexes kicked in just in time. He swung his sword horizontally, blocking the beast's gaping maw. But as the strike landed, something clicked in Ian's mind. His eyes widened, and he shouted, "You!" The powerful wolf clenched down on Ian's sword, and flung him backward with brute strength. Ian's sharp golden eyes darted behind him, his face darkening with worry as he caught sight of something. As he was forced back, yet another wolf suddenly emerged from the shadows, cutting off his escape and leaving him trapped in a deadly pincer. But Ian wasn't finished yet. With fierce determination he summoned a battle axe into his hand, gripping it tightly. Without hesitation, he swung it at the ambushing wolf, striking it down with brutal force. Yet even after taking down that one, Ian was still being pushed back by the other. That wolf, cunning and ruthless, slammed Ian hard against the trunk of a massive tree. Pain shot through him, but Ian seized the moment. The wolf had loosened its grip, causing his sword to fall free. With a burst of strength, Ian grabbed the blade, raised it high, and slashed at the beast. He aimed straight for its eye. With every relentless swing of his axe, blood splattered everywhere, the wolf's body trembling under the onslaught. After a moment, silence fell over the forest. Ian staggered forward, leaving the mangled bodies behind him, and muttered one last word to them, "Thanks." But it wasn't over yet. A low, threatening growl filled the air. Another wolf stepped forward, this one cloaked in an eerie purple glow. Bloodied cloth hung from its mouth, and its eyes glinted with pure malice. This wolf was massive, its size alone eclipsed all the others combined. It barred Ian's path, razor-sharp fangs bared and ready to strike. Ian looked at the beast, and a single phrase slipped from his lips, "You son of a bitch." His gaze remained steady, fearless as he stared down the monstrous wolf. "Thanks to you," he said coldly, "I finally know that letter was real. Which means, you don't need to be alive anymore." The scene shifted to the academy. Ian Purkis was now a student of the 53rd Swordsmanship class. Slightly drunk and riding a wave of excitement, he raised his voice and shouted, "Hell yeah! Forget the worries, midterms are finally over. I've survived this damn academy one more time." Standing beside him was Celine Haster from the 52nd Night class. With her arms crossed and an unimpressed look, she quickly shattered Ian's moment of triumph. "It's only midterms," she pointed out flatly. "You acting like this already? You know if you flunk just a few more, you're getting kicked out, right?" But before Ian could retort, Leto Ainstern, also from the 53rd Swordsmanship class, chimed in, holding a bottle of liquor, grinning ear to ear. "Hey, just let him enjoy the moment." The guy worked his ass off. His best friend's words couldn't have been more perfect. Ian slapped his thigh in agreement, laughing. "Exactly. I may suck at swordsmanship, but I passed all the movement and horseback riding exams. With the confidence only alcohol can bring," Leto added. "Even if you managed that, you're still destined to end up as a city guard in some mid-tier town after graduation." Celine watched the two of them with pure exasperation. Must be nice, living so carefree, she muttered. Meanwhile, after every exam, I feel like my life expectancy drops by a year. The two drunk idiots clinked their bottles of fermented barley, throwing their arms around each other's shoulders as they declared in unison, "We're at the Empire's best academy, of course it's not gonna be easy." Celine rolled her eyes and shouted at them in frustration, "You think that even needs to be said?" Ian immediately snapped back, "Who started this conversation, huh?" Leto could only watch their childish argument unfold, too tired to waste any more breath, and simply chuckled to himself. Turning to leave, Celine gave them one last reminder. "By the way, don't forget first period tomorrow is practical swordsmanship. Show up late, and they'll dock your points. So go home and sleep." With that, Ian finally turned toward his dorm room, still grumbling under his breath. Why do they schedule practical classes right after exams? The moon hung high overhead, as the three of them wrapped up their pointless chatter. Sensing Ian's lack of enthusiasm, Celine waved him off. "It's not that big a deal. I'm heading back too. See you both tomorrow." Drunk and carefree, Ian yelled after her, "Yeah, see ya tomorrow." Unlike the other two, Leto was already yawning as he mumbled, "Heading back already." Eventually, Ian made it back to his room, pushing the door open, completely drained. He groaned, "I'm never signing up for morning classes again." He flopped onto his bed, warm blankets and soft mattress welcoming him, but he still couldn't help muttering under his breath, "Never again." Exhausted from the day, Ian drifted into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the darkness, calling out faintly, "Delphiram." A tragic, death-filled scene unfolded. Corpses littered the ground as far as the eye could see. Amidst the sea of lifeless bodies sat a lone figure in the corner. As the figure slowly turned, it was Ian Purkis himself. His eyes fixed on a crow perched on one of the corpses. Then, the eerie voice returned, louder this time. "Delphiram is coming." Ian's expression changed. His eyes suddenly lit up, glowing unnaturally bright, but oddly unfocused. His vacant gaze drifted toward the distance as the urgent voice called again, "You have to stop him." Ian found himself standing in the middle of a blazing inferno. Meteorites rained down from the sky, smashing into the earth around him. With a sudden jolt, Ian shot upright, breaking free from the nightmare. His face was drenched in sweat, his expression filled with fear and confusion. He sat frozen on his bed, trying to make sense of what just happened. What the hell was that dream? Delphiram, isn't that just a character from Legends? Rubbing the back of his neck, a sharp pain reminded him of how much he'd been drinking earlier. Probably just the booze messing with my head. Just then, a stack of unfamiliar letters on his desk caught his eye. Curious, he glanced at them, then at the calendar. His brow furrowed in confusion. What's up with the date? Isn't today supposed to be? And these letters, what the hell? Ian walked over to the desk, picked up one of the letters, turning it over in his hands. Inspecting it, he muttered, "Whoever left this, even flipped my calendar? Judging by the handwriting, it's probably a girl." Instead of reading it, Ian couldn't resist letting his imagination run wild. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way, he pictured a secret admirer among the academy's female students and couldn't help but grin. Someone's got a crush on me in this place. Giddy with the thought, Ian twirled the letter between his fingers. I'm definitely gonna be late for class, but hey, it's only polite to at least read the letter, right? Finally, Ian unfolded the letter and began reading. Seriously, I always thought it was just some fairy tale I heard as a child. Sometimes I still tell myself it's only a dream, that our names, carved into those old pages, weren't real. But tonight, I'll dream of you again. From Sia, year 571 of the Imperial Calendar. Reading the elegant handwriting, Ian couldn't help but admire it under his breath. Damn, that's some beautiful penmanship. Ian sat down at his desk, resting his chin in his hand, mumbling to himself, fiancé, conquest, joining the monster hunting guild, practical class. The excitement he had felt earlier completely faded as he finished reading the letter. His expression darkened. I've been duped, he muttered to himself. Cross-checking the letter with the calendar on his desk, Ian sighed in disappointment. The date doesn't even match. They didn't bother putting any real effort into this. You've got to try harder than that, whoever you are. One line from the letter caught his eye, if we don't protect the future, the world will fall. That only made Ian trust the letter even less. And the part about dreaming at the end? Completely ridiculous. Convinced it was nothing but a prank, Ian angrily crumpled the letter in his hand. Unbelievable, what a nightmare. I better get to class. With that, he tossed the letter straight into the trash. As if anyone would send me a love letter anyway. The scene cut to the bustling academy. But the moment Ian set foot on campus, something felt off. Everyone around him kept their distance, whispering quietly to each other. Careful, if you make eye contact, he'll start talking to you. That lunatic? Isn't he the guy from the rumors? They say he beat them. Ian furrowed his brow, feeling the strange tension in the air. He instinctively patted his waist. Why is everyone staring? Do I have something on me? Confused and irritated, he muttered under his breath, what the hell is going on here? Finally, salvation arrived. Ian spotted his two friends standing nearby and called out to them, Leto. Celine. But their reaction wasn't what he expected. Both immediately looked away, turning their backs to him, pretending to admire the sky. Beautiful day, huh? Yeah, real beautiful, Leto said, clearly forcing it. Leaning closer to Celine, he whispered, just ignore him. Act like we don't know him. Celine, without hesitation, agreed, obviously. I am not getting dragged into another one of his weird situations. Watching the two of them sneak glances and avoid him, Ian called out louder, hey. Are you deaf or just ignoring me? Leto hesitated, finally turning to face him. His eyes narrowed as if noticing something odd. Huh. Hold on a second. He rushed over to Ian, scanning him from head to toe like a detective. You look different. Your eyes, they look clearer. Ian, still overwhelmed by the weird looks and rumors, scowled. Okay, I'm not in the mood for jokes right now. But before he could say anything else, Leto practically burst into tears, throwing his arms around Ian. Ian, the evil spirit possessing you, it's finally gone. Ian shoved him away, utterly confused. Evil spirit? What the hell are you talking about? Back off, man. Celine finally spoke up, her voice calm but serious. Something strange has been controlling you for the past week. Ian froze, trying to process it. A whole week? But, I literally said goodbye to you guys last night. Celine's expression darkened with frustration. You don't remember a thing. Leto, equally annoyed, added, you've been treating us like servants for days. Thanks to you, our reputations are ruined. Asshole, Leto muttered under his breath. If you hadn't threatened us with that axe of yours, we would have dragged you to an exorcist days ago. Hearing that, Ian glanced down at the axe in his hand, puzzled. Axe? You mean this thing? The moment Leto and Celine spotted the weapon, their faces twisted with dread. Keep that damn thing away from us. Celine snapped. The traumatic memories are already flooding back. Everything was happening so fast, Ian barely had time to process it all. Possessed by an evil spirit. Is that even possible? I don't remember being near anything dangerous, or touching anything cursed. Could it have something to do with that nightmare? His friends' voices snapped him back to reality. Thank God it's finally gone, Leto sighed in relief. Yeah, we're lucky it disappeared before anything worse happened, Celine agreed. But Ian's gut twisted with anxiety. Worse? What do you mean worse? What the hell did I do? Then came the bombshell. Oh, nothing much, Celine said casually. You just beat the top student of the second year. Ian's mind scrambled to piece together the information. The top student, second year, they're talking about. The youngest Aura Master, the so-called monster swordswoman of the second-year students, Surya Iodina. Ian shouted, horrified. Celine nodded, completely unbothered. Yeah, you wrecked her. She's been in the infirmary all week. Ian's jaw dropped in disbelief. No freaking way. What kind of evil spirit possessed me to pull that off? Celine, running out of patience, crossed her arms. Who knows? But Ian, what's your plan now? Ian blinked, completely overwhelmed. Plan? What plan? Celine gave him a look like he was the dumbest person alive. I mean the swordsmanship class today. You'll be seeing her again, remember? Ian stood frozen, reality hitting him like a freight train. Me. To my dearest Ian Purkis, I often wonder, is there anyone out there who doesn't like spring? I heard this saying back in the capital, Arrakis. You're such a refined gentleman, always dressed in that elegant attire. Your grace and calm demeanor left quite an impression on me. Looking back now, I can't help but guess, you must once worked for a noble household, didn't you? You told me that last winter, you wandered aimlessly without a place to call home, and yet, your smile was as warm as the spring sun. Of course, it makes sense winter has passed. A flash of memory returned. Surya Iodina lay on the ground, her expression frozen in disbelief. Her sword had already slipped from her hand. Struggling to push herself up, she used her sword for support, her body trembling as she stood. Her voice wavered with shock as she muttered, "Unbelievable. You couldn't even last 10 seconds against me before. And now?" But Ian stared her down coldly, his voice void of emotion. "The only thing unbelievable here is how mediocre your swordsmanship really is." With that, he struck her across the face with brutal force, sending her flying backward. Syria Yurdina crashed hard against the wall behind the training grounds. But Ian wasn't done. Without hesitation, he slashed down with his sword, striking her back with devastating force. The spectators were frozen, unable to believe what they were seeing. Wasn't Syria undefeated, even against the elite students from Class 54? How the hell did Ian beat her? In the memory, Ian approached Syria's fallen body, his eyes empty, soulless. He raised his sword again, speaking coldly, "Hey, look at me. Doesn't any of this seem suspicious to you?" He lifted the blade high, ready to deliver the final blow, yet still found the time to mock her. "Rushing in the moment you see an opening. You didn't even realize it was a trap." The flashback ended. Back in the present, Ian still couldn't wrap his head around it. Why the hell did I have to fight one of my own classmates? His gaze drifted to Syria Yurdina, who was clearly determined to settle the score. Ian sighed in frustration. "It'd be one thing if I had to fight someone I could actually handle, but no. It has to be the undefeated monster of the academy." Syria Yurdina raised her sword, sliding into her battle stance, ready to strike again. From the sidelines, Celine's voice rang out in panic, "Ian, quit while you still can. Just forfeit." The crowd of students around them started whispering, clearly enjoying the drama. "Man, Syria's really stubborn, huh? Even after that humiliating loss, she just won't let it go. She probably can't accept it," someone else snickered. "The professors always cover for her cause, she's strong. Must've crushed her pride this time. Honestly, even I'd be embarrassed." Inside the arena, Ian and Syria stood face to face, ready for round 2. The professor finally raised his voice. "Enough chatter. Begin." The students quieted down as the professor added, "And remember, this duel replaces your regular class, so yeah, your grades depend on this." Ian clenched his jaw, frustration simmering beneath the surface. "Damn it, that stupid evil spirit. You couldn't have stuck around long enough to finish this mess before disappearing. You leave me in the middle of this crap, and now what?" His eyes darted to Syria, as he quickly assessed the situation. She's a top student. Losing a few points doesn't mean anything to her. But if I flunk this, I'm done for. No job, no future, living off my parents forever. The professor's voice echoed in his head. "Just hold out until she's satisfied. 10 minutes, I can survive 10 minutes. Taking a deep breath, Ian steeled himself for the fight. Or so he thought. Before he could even react, Syria Yurdina was suddenly right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Ian was launched backward, flying through the air like a ragdoll. He hit the ground face first perfectly. Lying there in the dirt, reality set in. His mind screamed in pure despair. "There's no way in hell I'm lasting 10 minutes. I'll be lucky to survive one before I'm hospitalized. She's not gonna let me off easy. Get up, Ian. Get your damn body moving." With a deep breath and a flicker of determination, Ian pushed himself off the ground. His body still ached, but his pride hurt even more. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb, forcing a grin. "All right, guess it's my turn now, huh?" Across from him, Syria Yurdina narrowed her eyes, her voice as cold as ever. "Do whatever you want." Without wasting another second, Ian dashed toward her, launching himself into the air. He spun mid-flight, bringing his sword down with surprising precision. But mid-attack, a strange thought slipped into his mind. What the? Why does my body feel so light? His movements were sharper, faster, more controlled, like he wasn't even himself. What the hell happened to me while I can't remember a thing? My body's moving exactly how I want it to. Meanwhile, Syria Yurdina's expression lit up with satisfaction. This was the moment she'd been waiting for. The chance to take her revenge. Her smile widened with confidence as her eyes sharpened like blades. In an instant, an invisible pressure filled the air around her. Effortlessly, she deflected Ian's strike, causing his sword to fly out of his hands. Pain shot through his body as he crashed to the ground again. I thought maybe I could work my way out of this, but nope. Hopeless. Ian lay there, his face full of frustration, Syria approached, her expression unreadable. So, that opening wasn't intentional. She tilted her head, confused. The way you're fighting now, it doesn't make sense. Last week, you swatted me aside like I was a joke. That was it. Ian had reached his breaking point. His voice exploded with pent-up frustration. Enough with the last week crap. One more word about last week and I swear I'll lose my mind. But his outburst only fueled Syria's anger. Her eyes burned with rage as she shouted. And whose fault is it that I became the Academy's laughingstock? With that, she leapt high into the air, channeling every ounce of strength into her next strike. Ian barely had time to raise his sword to block the ferocious attack. But as their blades clashed, something clicked in his mind. No doubt about it, my reflexes, my awareness, they're all sharper than before. I can actually keep up with her now. The exchange continued, fierce and relentless. Ian was knocked back again, his body hitting the ground with a painful thud. But this time it wasn't just random flailing. He was reading her moves, sensing her rhythm. When Syria lunged again, Ian's instinct screamed, low attack. She swung her blade, and Ian adjusted instantly. Next one's a direct strike. Her patterns started to unfold before him like a puzzle. Or at least, that's what it looks like. Her attacks chained together seamlessly, keeping Ian on edge. The fight dragged on, an exhausting, chaotic blur of metal and footwork. But despite the odds, Ian realized something. It's a damn mess, but somehow I'm keeping up. Knocked to the floor once more, Ian braced himself on his sword and caught his breath. His eyes narrowed as he studied Syria's form. What the hell's with all those unnecessary movements? Before he could finish that thought, Syria's voice cut through the arena. Don't just rush in because you see an opening. Consider the possibility it's a trap. Wasn't that what you told me last week? That's why I demanded this rematch. But this time Syria's eyes scanned Ian from head to toe with pure disgust. But you're pathetic. Her voice cracked with frustration as she roared. Is this finally when you start taking this seriously? Fueled by her words, Ian's mind finally clicked. I get it now, my strength really has improved. But one thing's for sure, Syria Yardina isn't the same as last time either. With no time left to think, the two of them lunged at each other again, blades flashing, fists flying, locked in a chaotic, all-out brawl. By now, Ian had figured it out. The unnecessary movements in Syria Yardina's swordplay, they weren't accidents. They were habits, ones she developed because of what he had said last week. The two clashed across the arena, their blades colliding over and over in a relentless exchange. But even with his improved reflexes, Ian was still on the losing end. Syria's strikes carried too much weight, too much skill. Syria, burning with determination, pressed forward with everything she had. Meanwhile, Ian's mind raced. Okay, I've kept up with her long enough. If I surrender now, maybe, just maybe, this whole stupid grudge of hers will finally die down. Across from him, Syria raised her sword with absolute confidence, declaring loudly, good. Now that you're finally serious, let me show you what I'm really capable of. She charged. And at that moment Ian saw it, the perfect opportunity. He planted his feet, unmoving, deciding to take the hit head on. If getting his ass kicked ended this ridiculous vendetta, so be it. Syria's strike landed clean. Ian crashed to the floor, his body throbbing with pain. His vision blurred. The professor's voice rang out from the sidelines. If Ian can't stand within 5 seconds, Syria wins. Half-conscious, Ian's mind drifted. Possessed, fighting the top student. Easily the most unbelievable crap I've ever been through. 1. The professor called. Ian's thoughts darkened. Still, I did what I could to make up for it. Guess it's back to being a regular nobody. As the professor reached 2, Syria's voice snapped through the haze. You took that hit on purpose, didn't you? Don't think this ends here. If you walk away like this, I'll challenge you again, and again, and again until you've suffered the same humiliation I did. The words punched through Ian's fog like ice water. At 3, his body jolted as his eyes shot open. Syria wasn't finished. Her voice sharpened, bitter and unrelenting. I don't care if you refuse, skip class, hide under your bed. I'll hunt you down every time until you understand exactly what I went through. Ian's face twisted with frustration. You seriously hate me this much? Just because I toyed with you for one damn week I don't even remember. The professor, sensing Ian's rising anger, called out calmly, Ian, if you want to withdraw, now's the time. Do you want to stop? Ian clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. His eyes burned with defiance. No. I'm still good to go. The professor nodded. All right then. The match continues. Both of you, get ready. They faced each other again in the center of the arena. Saria's grip on her sword tightened, satisfaction glinting in her eyes. Good. No way I'm letting this end like that. Backed into a corner, Ian's frustration boiled over. If there's no running from this, then screw it. I'll rip that ridiculous pride of hers to shreds. But as Ian steeled himself, Saria was already on the move, rushing at him with deadly speed. But to everyone's shock, Ian didn't dodge. He stood firm, eyes locked onto Saria Yardina as she charged at him with full force. And then effortlessly, with just one hand, he caught her sword mid-strike. Saria froze. Her expression twisted in disbelief, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. No way, she muttered. Almost instinctively. Ian's face remained unreadable, cold and composed as he gripped her wrist tightly, refusing to let go. The growing anxiety on Saria's face didn't faze him one bit. Instead, he leaned in close, his voice low, sharp and cutting straight through the tension between them. Got you. Saria's widened, unable to mask the mixture of frustration and uncertainty building inside her. The second love letter read, every time we do this, every time we fight, I think about what we've achieved, how we've protected this world, how we've become heroes. I used to believe that was nothing more than some silly fairy tale from the storybooks we read as kids. And honestly, sometimes it still feels like a dream, that our names were written into those pages. All of it, it's thanks to you. No, maybe not just you. Maybe, thanks to all of us. Ian was breathing heavily, forcing himself to stay calm. There's no running away from this, he reminded himself. His eyes locked onto Saria Yardina, who stood before him, brow furrowed, sword at the ready. Today I'll tear apart that ridiculous pride of yours all over again. Ian lowered his stance slightly, quietly observing. After their last clash, he had realized something crucial. I can see it now. The way she moves with her sword. Across from him, Saria's sharp eyes stayed focused, studying him in return. Ian's thoughts raced. I can dodge this, it's fine, just stay focused. Sweat ran down his forehead as he tilted his head up slightly, bracing himself. Come on, bring it. And the moment those words formed in his mind, Saria shot forward at full speed. Her voice echoed with determination. I'll crush your pride completely this time. Saria lunged, her sword cutting a sharp line through the air. Ian's eyes widened. I can see her blade, crystal clear. Saria twisted her body mid-air, her frame tense, bringing her sword overhead. With a fierce scowl, she brought it down hard, aiming to slice straight from Ian's shoulder downward. But Ian's eyes gleamed. This is at the moment she swings. His legs tensed, springing him upwards in a perfect dodge. Time seemed to slow. Ian, firmly rooted, looked up, waiting for the exact moment. Saria's hands gripped her wooden sword tightly, as she slammed it downward with everything she had. A sharp crack echoed across the arena. Saria froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Her blade had been completely blocked. Ian's fierce gaze met hers as he growled, Got you. With a smooth pivot, he tossed her backward, leaving her stunned. And in that single moment, Ian raised his sword high and shouted, It's over. Saria's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Her body trembled as she clutched her head, shaken, overwhelmed by fear and disbelief. Ian paused, realizing something wasn't right. His expression darkened in quiet reflection. Wait, is this really okay? His gaze drifted downward, mind racing. Why am I the one cleaning up this mess from the past? Nothing's getting resolved. This whole situation will just repeat itself. Extending his hand toward Saria, Ian spoke not with malice, but with quiet resolve. This isn't about winning or losing. It's about facing what's right in front of us. Saria flinched as Ian reached out, only to flick her forehead, hard. The entire crowd gasped in surprise, whispers spreading like wildfire. Saria winced, dropping to one knee, glaring up at Ian with frustration as he tried to ease the situation. What the hell was that? Are you mocking me because you won? Why do you care so much about beating me? Saria fell silent for a moment, as if the question struck a chord. But soon enough her frustration burst out as she shouted, Because winning is everything. Ian smiled softly, as if he couldn't quite understand her logic. Is what other people think really that important to you? A memory of Syria endlessly practicing her swordsmanship surfaced in Ian's mind. He spoke gently. Losing one match won't change how people see you. And even if they talk, all the effort you've poured into your swordsmanship doesn't just disappear overnight. Syria's expression softened, her eyes cast downward as she sank to the ground, defeated and quiet. Yeah, I know. But it still stings when you're made a joke of. Ian chuckled under his breath, gently teasing, but isn't it unfair, if all that hard work you've done suddenly feels meaningless just because of that? Syria's cheeks flushed pink as her eyes lifted in quiet realization. Ian, now completely at ease, pointed out, I've been losing non-stop since I stepped foot in this academy. Trust me on this, when the sun hits the top of the tallest tower, nothing anyone says down here really matters. Syria's eyes glimmered with understanding as a small smile crept across her lips. She closed her eyes briefly, acknowledging the truth in his words. He's right, I've been convincing myself that my swordsmanship was useless, even though that's the very swordsmanship I've poured my belief and effort into. Her voice softened. I've learned a lot today. With that, Syria gave a small bow of gratitude. Thank you. Up in the stands, Celine's jaw dropped. Wait, does that mean Ian won? The crowd around them buzzed with excitement, some laughing, others wide-eyed with shock. That guy, he just beat the top second-year student twice. Who the hell even is he? On the other side, Professor Derek shouted with excitement. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. The winner of this match is Ian. Ian walked away with a calm, determined expression, ignoring the curious stares from those around him. His mind was focused. From now on, I'll walk my own path, no matter what others say. His eyes burned with resolve, carrying a spark of hope just like his mentor had taught him. But of course, rumors have no sense of timing. Things never go exactly the way you want them to. Hey, look over there. It's Ian Purkis, the guy from all those rumors. The people behind him whispered excitedly. Isn't he the one who almost killed her the first time? And then forced her to admit defeat again just now? Oh man, stay away from that guy. Ian stayed silent, lost in thought. The only reason I won is because she wasn't fighting at her full strength yet. It wasn't because I'm stronger. Despite his doubts, Ian couldn't deny one thing. Still, I've improved a lot. My ability to sense aura and mana has gotten way better compared to before. Even with all those unnecessary movements of hers, if my skills were worse, there's no way I could have won to begin with. His thoughts drifted to the strange incidents from the week he couldn't remember. Before he could dwell on it, a pair of hands clapped him on the back from behind. What the hell happened to you during that week you don't remember, huh? Ian turned to see Leto Ainstern catching up to him, with Celine Hastur right beside him. Leto greeted cheerfully, hey, you're not gonna pretend I don't exist too, are you? Celine looked at Ian with a pout, rubbing her head in frustration. I still can't wrap my head around why you got possessed in the first place. The conversation quickly drifted back to familiar, comfortable banter. Leto added, the saintess at the church said you're fine now, so I figured you'd be alright. Ian shrugged, fine, huh? Then why are there weird rumors about me floating around everywhere? Celine brushed it off with a carefree grin. Who cares about dumb rumors? Honestly, it's not so bad. You used to be treated like some bottom-rung noble nobody, but that's not the case anymore, right? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke, before quickly shifting to a teasing, annoyed tone. Ian just laughed and replied. Every time I heard someone say he's got a nice face, but he's just some countryside noble, so not that attractive, I'd get so pissed. But hey, that still means they're into me, right? Before he could finish his sentence, Celine stomped hard on his foot. All right, that's enough out of you. Celine huffed, completely ignoring Ian's pained expression, and turned her back on him. Thanks to you, even the high-ranking nobles have stopped messing with us. They're all scared you'll crush them next. Celine turned, curiosity written all over her face. Ian clutched his leg in pain and grumbled, which rumor? You're gonna have to be more specific. There've been so many about me lately, I can't even keep track. Leto walked up, smirking as he reminded him, while Celine gasped in shock behind him. They say Syria's been following you around ever since that day. Is that true? Look over there but don't make it obvious. The three of them quickly turned their heads. Not far away, a familiar white-haired figure peeked out from behind a corner, awkwardly spying on them. Syria's face flushed red beneath the small black mask she was wearing. Leto couldn't help but tease as he and Ian shielded Celine, who was yelling in embarrassment behind them. She really thinks that matching disguise is fooling anyone. And why is she following you around? Did she already forget you almost beat her to death? Leto gave Ian a sympathetic glance. Ian groaned, clearly fed up. Since when did she start tailing me? This is driving me crazy. Leto offered a simple solution. Then go talk to her before she goes completely nuts. Ian sighed, exhausted. Fine. Meanwhile, Syria, still hiding behind her little mask, fidgeted nervously, muttering to herself, I need to ask him before it's too late. Ian walked over, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Syria, I've noticed you've been following me around a lot lately. Is there something you wanted to say? Syria jumped in shock, scrambling for words. Senior, you saw through my disguise. Ian thought to himself, she really thought that disguise would work. Blushing furiously, Syria wrung her hands and blurted out, I want you to teach me. Ian raised an eyebrow, looking down at her thoughtfully. Because you want to get stronger. He couldn't help but notice. She's way more polite than before. Ian opened his mouth slowly, about to explain. What could I possibly teach her? If it's about morals, that's one thing. But I've got nothing to teach someone who's already stronger than me. Syria tilted her head slightly, waiting for his answer with innocent eyes. But deep down, Ian thought, more importantly, I finally get to live a normal life again. I don't want to get tangled up with her anymore. Without hesitation, Ian declined, sorry, I'm gonna have to say no. Syria panicked, scrambling for a reason. But you beat me twice. Ian replied flatly, that wasn't because of my skills or anything. You just let your guard down. He turned to leave, eager to escape the situation. Syria quickly followed after him, protesting, to be honest, the only reason I won was because of pure luck. Ian shot back, luck's a skill too, you know. But then Syria's next suggestion caught him completely off guard. If you can't train me for long, at least help me until the hunting festival. Please. The hunting festival. A memory from the letter resurfaced in Ian's mind. That ridiculous, ominous letter had mentioned the hunting festival too. His expression darkened as he recalled the details. There were a lot of accidents at that year's festival. Emma from the alchemy department went out to gather herbs, and ended up getting attacked by some kind of unknown beast. They found her stomach ripped open. Ian froze, the memory chilling him to the core. Syria, still blushing, poured her heart out. I know there's no real reason for you to help me. But thanks to you, I remembered what I still need to do. Ian kept walking, brushing her off. If you really want to get stronger, go ask Professor Dirk, not me. Behind them, Leto and Celine watched the scene unfold with curiosity. Celine called out, Hey! Where are you running off to all of a sudden? Did you even sort things out with Syria yet? Ian replied quickly, Not yet, but I just remembered there's something more important I need to do. See ya. The image of the letter flashed through Ian's mind. His expression turned serious as he thought to himself, honestly, I don't believe a single thing written in that letter, but seeing my friend's name in there, that's enough to bother me. I have to check if she's safe. But could that really have been a letter from the future? The soft golden sunlight reflected off porcelain bottles as Emma quietly prepared her potions. She worked silently, focused on her craft, unaware of Ian approaching. Ian frowned slightly, convinced, she definitely knows something. The first letter echoed clearly in his memory. I've gotten used to life here in Arancourt. I was so worried about what would happen when I crossed the desert, a place where all you see is endless sand. But in the end, even that place is still home to people. The sun feels warm. The sea sparkles under the golden sunlight. Have you ever heard the saying, if you look through a fairy's eyes, you'll see hidden treasures? That's exactly how it feels. Writing you this letter has somehow become one of the most important parts of my day. The sunlight stretched across the school grounds, pouring down like golden honey overflowing from a jar. Syria Yerdina took a deep breath, then swung her sword forward with fierce determination. Her eyes burned with absolute resolve. Standing nearby, Professor Derek exclaimed with approval, Good. That's it. Derek's tone turned firm as he continued, You're almost there. Keep pushing yourself, and you'll be able to manifest a full aura before the hunting festival begins. Syria politely replied, Thank you, Professor. Derek chuckled with amusement, Honestly, I never thought you'd come to me for training. Syria smiled enthusiastically, Senior Ian suggested I should ask you. Derek froze for a second, sweat breaking out on his forehead. What? He muttered, clearly thrown off. Suria's expression tensed up as if she realized something troubling. She lightly tapped her chin in thought, then quickly bowed. In that case, I'll excuse myself. Looks like there's nothing left you can teach me. Derek sighed inwardly. She still lacks basic social skills, as always. Syria waved cheerfully as she turned to leave. See you in class, Professor. Just as she walked off, Derek called out after her, catching up as he reassured her, no need to rush. That kid only placed second in the hunting competition during his second year, you know? Syria's face showed clear concern, prompting Derek to explain further. I know it's weird for your professor to tell you not to rush when you're so eager to improve your ranking, but let me give you a tip since this will be your first hunting festival. Derek leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as he warned, familiarize yourself with the terrain and the monsters in the southern forest. That's where the hunting festival will take place. I'm sure your seniors already started training. Syria's eyes widened with surprise. The southern forest? Are there strong monsters there? Derek answered calmly, near the edge of the forest. Not really. But once you venture deeper, you'll run into plenty of dangerous creatures. Syria nodded politely, understood. Next time I'll go further in. Derek's tone grew more serious. Just don't go alone, alright? He added cautiously. Even though most of the students can handle the typical monsters, the really nasty ones start showing up more often as the festival approaches. With a thoughtful expression, Derek began explaining. In the age of creation, the benevolent god Ars was born from the light, while the dark god Omels was born from the shadows. It was Ars, over time, who shaped the universe. That's why time flows from the past to the future. But if that order is disrupted, the world falls into chaos. To prevent that, Ars sealed time itself with powerful forbidden magic. Any being that can go against that natural order is considered an enemy of Ars, one of the most powerful beings in existence. Like Delphum. Meanwhile, in another corner of the academy, Emma stared at Ian with an unimpressed look on her face. Did that finally sink in for you? Ian waved a hand dismissively. Not really. Emma groaned in frustration, letting out a tired yawn. You woke me up after I spent all night working, just to have me explain this to you. She jabbed him on the forehead twice hard enough to hurt as she continued scolding. And after disappearing for a whole month, you show up at my door, say something ridiculous like I'm just glad you're okay, and expect me to be fine with it. With a playful yet exasperated smile, she added, you seriously need to learn how to enjoy life. Every time you get focused on something, it's like your brain floats off into the clouds. But I'll let it slide, since we're friends, right? Emma let out a long sigh. Friends, huh? Even though you only show up when you need something. Ian clasped his hands together, eyes filled with guilt as he pleaded, I know I woke you up, but come on, you always scold me anyway. He continued sincerely, I'm really sorry, but could you maybe explain it a little simpler this time? Emma shot him a playful wink. Well, at least you know you messed up. She smiled and raised a finger toward him, teasing, alright, I'll explain it one more time. But let me ask you this. If you wanted to defy time itself, you'd need some insane amount of power, right? Ian hesitated. I guess so. Emma leaned in slightly, revealing. And there's only one being in this world with that kind of power. Delphum, the servant of the dark god. Ian's eyes lit up as if a realization hit him. Wait, are you saying that letter I got was from Delphum? Emma rolled her eyes. You seriously need to work on your common sense. Ian snapped back defensively. Hey. That's exactly what you're implying, isn't it? Emma shrugged. Look, if I had to name someone, yeah, it'd be Delphum. But how would a god, assuming they even exist, pull that off? Ian stammered. Well, what if it's the dark god doing it? Emma flinched slightly at that thought. We don't even know if the dark god is real. Ian scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a laugh. Right, fair point. Without another word, Emma pulled out 2 vials, one filled with glowing green liquid, the other pitch black. She handed them to him, adding with a warning tone, either way, you're not getting letters from the future. So maybe go back to your dorm and keep that nonsense locked up. Ian frowned to himself, thinking, just because I said something crazy, does she really have to treat me like an idiot? Though, maybe I really am an idiot for even believing I got a letter from the future. As if remembering something, Emma quickly added. Oh, right, wait a sec. There's something I wanted to give you. Ian tilted his head, curious, what is it? Emma explained, it's a new item, stealth potion. But want to see if it works. Ian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If I drink this, I go invisible. Emma lowered her gaze, correcting him, not invisible, stealth. Big difference. Without overthinking, Ian popped open the vial and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Emma's eyes widened in horror. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Ian's face twisted as he gagged, sticking out his tongue. That tastes disgusting. Emma, clearly fuming, scolded him. Why'd you chug the whole thing? That stuff's insanely rare, you know. Despite getting smacked across the face hard enough to almost lose his identity, Ian remained cheerful, replying, I just wanted to see if it worked, that's all. Now, close your eyes for a sec, I'll go hide. Emma reluctantly shut her eyes, curiosity piqued. Fine. The clearer the results, the better. She explained, I'll close my eyes and try to sense your presence. On Ian's side, something changed. The air around his body shimmered faintly with a bluish glow. Startled, Ian looked at his palm and thought, it's weird, but I can't even sense myself anymore. It's like I turned into a ghost. A wide grin spread across his face as another thought struck him. If I can stay quiet while hiding, this'll give me a huge advantage at the hunting festival. Before Ian could even finish his thoughts, Emma had already grabbed the front of his shirt. She coldly pinched hard, making Ian yelp in pain. Tilting his head back, Ian cried out, how did you find me? Emma, completely unimpressed, sighed. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Honestly, I didn't think it would. Ian blinked in confusion. Wait, what do you mean it won't work? Why not? Emma explained, because of your body's scent. She raised her voice. You might be invisible, but your smell's still there. Ian froze, eyes wide. My smell. Emma nodded with a matter-of-fact expression. Everyone has their own unique scent. You just can't smell your own. I didn't notice when I tested it on myself, but yeah, we've got a new problem to fix. Ian walked toward the door, calling back, good luck with that. Why am I even worried about you? You're way stronger than me anyway. Emma tilted her head, curious, you leaving? Ian replied casually, now that I know you're fine, I'll head into the woods, drink the other potion there, and let you know how it goes. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back. Oh right, don't go into the forest alone until the hunting festival, got it? If you absolutely have to, call me. Ian added, you've heard the rumors, right? The monsters there have been acting strange lately. Emma smiled brightly, really? Well, I'll keep that in mind. Seems like this is your chance to actually be useful for once. Ian smirked, pleased, yeah, just stay sharp, alright? As the sun dipped behind the mountains, the sky burned orange like molten honey spilling across the clouds. Ian sat on his bed, holding that strange letter in his hand, staring at it intensely. His frustration boiled over as he crumpled it and threw it into the trash. Damn it, who the hell sent me this thing? Ian flopped onto his bed, lost in thought. Anyway, I warned her not to go alone. She should be fine. Just then, Leto Ainstern barged into the room, shouting, where've you been? Before Leto could finish, Ian interrupted sharply, grabbing him by the collar. It was you, wasn't it? Ian glared. You know how much crap Emma gave me because of those stupid letters you sent. Leto froze, confused. What letters? Wait, you went to see Emma? How is she? Ian sighed, letting go. I'll let it slide this time. But next time, stop telling me people are gonna die. I've had enough of that nonsense. Leto scowled, his voice low and tense. I asked you how Emma's doing. What the hell are you babbling about? He pressed again, is Emma alright or not? Ian answered confidently, of course she's fine. What neither of them realized was that, at that exact moment, Emma was standing at death's door. Her body was bloodied and bruised, deep gashes all over, lying helplessly within the line of sight of a vicious, snarling wolf. Meanwhile, Ian, blissfully unaware, reassured Leto, how could she not be fine? The letter, the first one, honestly, I was a little suspicious when you told me I had to send you a letter every month. You, of all people, Ian, right? But I guess part of me felt a little flutter, thinking of you smiling at me without saying anything. Missing the person who loved me as you watched me leave. Though, as always, it seems like I'm the only one who feels that way. I send a letter every 2 days, yet you only reply once a week. At that moment, inside a lavish estate, Emma lay neatly on the bed, her body covered in scratches. A hand hovered gently over her abdomen, casting a healing spell. It was Emmanuel the Saintess. She quietly whispered, "May the Lord be with you." The customary greeting from the holy nation. Ian clasped his hands together in prayer, calling out softly, "Emmanuel, A voice reported from nearby, "We found her at the entrance to the forest." According to scouts, it was likely the work of a monster. The saintess, a sorrowful look on her face, added, "That area rarely sees monster activity. She must have let her guard down. Still, drinking that potion that made her appear dead after being attacked, it probably saved her life." Ian's voice shook with frustration. "Saintess, if your divine power," the saintess cut him off gently but firmly. "My divine power isn't that almighty." Her tone turned hesitant as she explained, "If you can offer something of significant value as a sacrifice, we might be able to perform a miracle." Ian's anger erupted. "You know full well she's the daughter of an herb gatherer. What kind of valuable offering do you expect her to have?" The saintess calmly clarified, "It's not about money or wealth. It's something rare, something hard to acquire." Her expression turned serious. "I'm sorry, but you need to prepare for the worst." She warned him gently, "Emma's father will arrive soon." Explaining all this to him, "It won't be easy. If you wish to hand responsibility over to us, you can leave now." But Ian shook his head firmly. "No, I'll stay. I was the last person to see Emma." His fists clenched at his sides. "I have to face him, it might be the last time I see her too." The saintess placed a comforting hand on her chest, whispering a blessing. "May your heart find peace." A radiant golden light shimmered from her body, filling the room with warmth. Across the room, Leto Einstern slammed his fist into the wall, his voice trembling with rage. "Damn it all." Leto's voice cracked with frustration. Why the hell were there monsters near the forest entrance? If not for that, she could have escaped. Ian called out, trying to steady him. "Leto." Before either could speak further, a blood-curdling cry echoed the mansion. "My daughter." Emma's father collapsed to the floor, his tears falling like rain. His voice was hoarse with grief. "Why?" Ian stepped forward gently. "You're Emma's father?" The man's red, swollen eyes lifted to meet Ian's, filled with desperation. You know my daughter?" Falling to his knees, he pleaded, "Please, sir. I beg you, at least, let me see her, just once." But due to the risk of infection, they wouldn't even allow Emma's father to approach her bedside. Ian and Leto could only stand by, powerless. "If only we had influence, if only we had the wealth to offer, maybe we could do something." Ian's heart ached with bitter realization. "But all we are low-ranking countryside nobles. All we can do is tell him. The priests are doing everything they can to save her." From his pocket, Ian retrieved a small blue vial. His voice softened. "Sir, Emma gave me this." He held out the vial carefully. "It's a new potion she crafted herself. She was proud of it. I believe you should be the one to hold on to her achievement." Emma's father shook his head, his voice cracking with emotion. "No, please, you use it, sir." He grasped Ian's shoulders tightly, his eyes pleading. "In return, please, never forget Emma. Please, I beg you, don't forget my daughter." Ian's eyes filled with tears as he watched the broken man before him. His heart twisted with regret. Is there really nothing I can do? His gaze fell upon Emma's frail, unconscious form. A wave of guilt washed over him. "I could have prevented this. If only I'd taken that letter seriously, if only my warning hadn't been so half-hearted." Before leaving, Ian thought to himself, "I don't know if this letter really came from the future. I don't even know if what's written in it is true or not. But I can't just completely ignore its contents either." His gaze hardened with determination. "If that's the case, I need to find Shia, the person who wrote this letter." Ian carefully tucked the letter back into his pocket, determined to make sure that the events described in it never came to pass. Suddenly, Leto's shocked voice cut through his thoughts. "Sapia? Wait, are you telling me you finally got a girlfriend? You're not being scammed, right? You're messing with me, aren't you? I can't believe it, someone like you actually interested in women." Before Leto could continue rambling, Ian clamped a hand over his mouth, his expression deadpan. "What the hell are you talking about? I told you I'm trying to find the person who wrote that letter." Leto, wide-eyed, asked, "Did you check the student registry yet?" Ian nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, but there was nothing. No record at all." Leto's cheeks flushed red like ripe tomatoes as he exclaimed, "Then, maybe it's a fake name. What kind of woman gets you all worked up like this? Huh, must be some real femme fatale." Ian groaned, his frustration showing. "For the last time, it's not like that. And why the hell would I be nervous?" He emphasized, I just have some questions I need answered. Leto grinned mischievously. Aha, and do your questions involve her agreeing to be your girlfriend? That was the final straw. After Ian thoroughly educated Leto with a quick scolding, Leto finally surrendered, waving a metaphorical white flag. Okay, I'll stop. Still, Leto tilted his head, pondering aloud. But isn't sepia the name of a flower? Ian nodded. Yeah, that's why I'm not sure if it's a real name, or just some sort of alias. I heard it's a common flower up north, so maybe she's from there. His thoughts drifted for a moment. The north? Isn't that the territory of House Yardina? Leto crossed his arms, continuing, well, I'll ask around. But if we're talking about someone from the north, only one person comes to mind. He chuckled, turning to his left. Your little stalker over there, the crazy fan of yours. The one and only Syria Yardina. Hiding behind a massive tree trunk, Syria blushed fiercely as she peeked at the two of them. Ian sighed in exasperation. Honestly, I thought it might have been her too. Leto added. The only noble family I know from the snowy north is House Yardina. But why would she write you a love letter under a fake name instead of just saying it to your face? Ian groaned, snapping, shut up. At that moment Syria, face still flushed with embarrassment, stepped out from behind the tree. She nervously held up a pouch full of gold, her voice trembling. This is to repay you for teaching me, Ian panicked, waving his hands. Hold on, repay me for what? And that's way too much gold. There's gotta be over 200 in there. Syria's eyes sparkled with sincerity as she explained, last time, when I asked you for guidance, I realized it was rude of me not to offer anything in return. Ian quickly shook his head. It wasn't rude at all. And there's no way I can accept that much gold. A giant question mark practically hovered over Ian's head as he thought to himself, but, why does she seem so desperate for my guidance? Syria's voice broke through his thoughts. Because I couldn't think of anyone else I could learn from. Ian sighed internally. I thought she'd gotten a little better, but I guess that only applies when she's in front of me. Syria added earnestly. There are always things you can learn from someone you've never been able to defeat. Ian hesitated, visibly flustered. But Syria, I already told you. I'm really not qualified to teach someone like you. Ian gave a sheepish, awkward smile, rubbing the back of his neck. Besides, you're already pretty skilled. Even without my help, I'm sure you'll reach a higher level someday. Before he could finish, Syria suddenly cut him off, blurting, the hunting festival. Her expression turned serious as she explained, if I miss this year's hunting festival, I'll lose my only chance. Ian raised an eyebrow, surprised. Hold on, the hunting festival. His expression darkened as a thought struck him. The letter mentioned that Sepia would be at this year's hunting festival too, didn't it? Placing a hand firmly on Syria's shoulder, Ian encouraged her. If you're not strong enough, his eyes grew more resolute. Syria, let's train together. He thought to himself, I need to find out, is Syria actually Sepia? And so, Ian began training alongside Syria for several days. While he hadn't yet figured out whether she was Sepia or not, he had learned a few things. First, Syria trained insanely hard. She lacked basic communication skills, and had even earned the nickname Rude Yardina. But it wasn't because she was intentionally mean, it was simply because she was terrible at socializing. Second, Ian nearly jumped out of his skin one afternoon, yelling, Syria doesn't understand the concept of rest. He'd heard that high-ranking nobles often pushed themselves to the limit during training, relying on recovery potions to stay on their feet. Syria was no exception. Crouching beside her, Ian asked with genuine concern, Are you okay? Syria simply replied, I'm fine. A potion will heal me right up. Ian gently pressed a bruised spot on her leg, frowning. You do realize potions don't cure everything, right? He explained patiently. They don't relieve muscle strain or joint fatigue. That's why pacing yourself during training is just as important. After a pause, he added, The other day, you said this year's your last chance. What exactly did you mean by that? What's got you so worried? Syria lowered her gaze, voice soft. There's someone, a fourth-year student I want to defeat. But just because they're about to graduate doesn't mean it'll all be over. As Ian carefully wrapped her injury, he offered gently, If it's that important to you, you could always challenge them to a duel directly. But Syria shook her head firmly. No. The longer I wait, the fewer chances I'll have to fight them. Ian's curiosity piqued. Huh? What do you mean by that? Syria took a deep breath, her expression hardening. If I challenge the head of the family, I'll be expelled immediately. Ian froze. Wait, head of the family? You mean? Saria nodded. That's right, she continued. The top student in the fourth-year swordsmanship department, Delphum Yerdina. My half-sister, and the next head of House Yerdina once she graduates. A shadow of frustration crossed Saria's face as she looked at Ian. Earlier, you said I still have opportunities even after she graduates, right? Her eyes narrowed, her voice low but intense. No. Those chances aren't mine to have. Her eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant blue aura, a unique energy only seen within the academy walls. First letter, of course, I know working in the imperial capital isn't easy. I'm not so heartless that I can't understand the burden you carry because I've been right by your side, watching you. I've seen the sorrow, the pain, and everything you've endured. As your fiancé, not being able to ease your hardships is my greatest failing. And I've been reflecting on that deeply, ever since. Saria Yerdina lay on the ground, her expression filled with frustration and helplessness. Her mind bitterly recalled someone's words. Changing the rules for a one-on-one match? How unfair. Still, credit where it's due, you fought me without a single ally by your side. But remember, gathering and commanding people is a skill too. Gritting her teeth, her eyes glimmered with quiet sorrow. Everyone in House Yerdina sides with her. I never had a chance to have allies in that family. If only I had someone on my side. Her face darkened with frustration, lips parting slightly as if she wanted to say something but the words refused to come out. Just then Ian knelt down beside her, his calm, gentle presence like a spring breeze washing over her. There, you should be able to move now. His voice was light, relaxed. Saria looked down at him, the boy kneeling on one knee beneath her with the shy, flustered gaze of a young girl. If this guy were my ally, maybe I should ask him to be. The hunting festival, one of the Academy's grandest events, was beloved by King Dalu himself. The competition determined who could hunt the most powerful magical beast. The beasts of the southern forest where the festival took place were left untouched year-round to prepare for this event. Serious thoughts spiraled. I have to enter the hunting festival. And Sepia, you'll supposedly grow close to me during the festival. I don't know what that's all about, but it's been stuck in my head. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Ian. Let's go together. Celine ran up, panting slightly. Ian tilted his head in confusion. Celine. Why are you in such a rush? Celine shot him a glare, poking him in the chest. Are you dense or what? Why'd you even say that? The two of them walked side by side, chatting casually. Celine continued normally. No one wants to train with the person who just lost a fight. Ian shrugged. It's just one match. Besides, I made up for it afterwards. Celine raised an eyebrow. Made up for it? Didn't she follow you around after that? Ian explained. She just wanted to ask me a few things. And besides, she's not following me anymore. Hearing that, Celine's expression instantly soured as she snapped. Why are you defending her so much? Before she could say more, Ian suddenly pinched her cheeks, squeezing her face. Celine froze, startled and confused, while Ian remained completely expressionless, calm as ever. What are you doing? She stammered, flustered. Ian leaned in slightly, sniffing the air. Did you change your perfume? Celine's face instantly turned bright red as a tomato. It's not perfume. Her blush deepened as she shyly avoided his eyes, fidgeting, her fingers nervously twisting together. Seeing her reaction, Ian turned away with a smug little smirk. Must be a new face wash or something. Successfully dodging the awkward moment, they returned to chatting normally. Celine asked, Hey, do you know what we're practicing today? It's my first time, so I guess it's exploring the forest or learning about the terrain, something like that. At those words, Ian's eyes sharpened, his expression growing distant and unreadable. Hopefully we don't run into any magical beasts. Normally that area's safe. But inside his thoughts were heavy. The letter said there'll be an attack by magical beasts. If I prepare properly, maybe I can prevent casualties. His eyes darkened, resolve hardening. It also means a lot of people could die. No matter what, I have to stop that from happening. I'm the only one who knows what the letter warned about. Professor Derek stood before the students, hands on his hips, his expression deadly serious. Listen up, everyone. There are a few important things I need to go over before we begin. While Professor Derek spoke, Ian wasn't paying attention at all. His gaze drifted off to the side. I'm sure you've all heard by now a student was attacked by a magical beast near the forest's edge. Ian's eyes, wandering absent-mindedly, happened to meet Sirius for a brief moment. Professor Derek continued. The fact that magical beasts are approaching the forest's outskirts, when they normally wouldn't, means it's possible you'll run into them too. So stay alert. As he spoke, the professor drew his sword. Ian tilted his head in mild confusion, while Saria bashfully lowered her gaze even further. This forest is dense with trees, Derek explained as he swung his sword. A sharp gust of wind tore through the clearing, accompanied by a deep, resonant hum. Using swords here is tricky. You'll need to stay aware of your surroundings when moving or attacking. Ian stared at the professor's sword, which gleamed with a faint crimson light, his expression thoughtful. The magical beasts here know the terrain like the back of their claws. Fighting them in this forest gives them a huge advantage. Just then, the professor swung his sword forward with sharp precision, his face cold as ice. But if you're a swordsman who can wield aura, that's another story. In one fluid motion, Derek sliced his sword across his own body, shouting, even if your blade gets caught, as long as you keep swinging, anything in your path will be cut down. The surrounding trees were cleanly felled, crashing to the ground one after another. But Derek wasn't done. No matter how skilled you are, you can't ignore your environment. He gestured toward the trees. Situations like this, they can decide the outcome of a fight. Maintaining distance is crucial. That's why today's training will be done in the forest itself. He swept his gaze across the students. Pair up. You're free to move and train as you wish. But because of the recent incident, do not approach the forest's center. If you're in danger, retreat immediately and report it. Ian folded his arms, lost in thought. If a group of magical beasts really does show up, just like the letter warned, sticking together will let us pool our strength. We'd stand a better chance. But unease crept into his expression, a bead of sweat slowly trickling down his cheek. But gathering everyone could cause chaos too, his mind raced. All I can really do is report the beasts to the professor as soon as they appear. We might have to fight before then during the investigation. Resolving himself, Ian thought, which means of course I'll team up with. Before he could finish the thought, Celine appeared behind him, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ian, you're teaming up with me, right? But to her shock, Ian's hand landed firmly on Suria's shoulder. The girl stiffened in surprise at his sudden words. Let's team up. Celine froze completely like a statue. Soon after, Ian and Saria walked side by side, heading into the forest together. Ian spoke up. We're still within the area the professor mentioned, but so far, no sign of magical beasts. Walking beside him, Ian turned to Saria with a puzzled look. Weird, isn't it, Saria? Saria replied softly. Yeah, I haven't sensed any magical beasts around. Ian turned his head, glancing at her with suspicion. There's no way someone as sharp at detecting magical beasts as you wouldn't notice them. Saria lifted her head to meet his gaze. Then, should we take a break? But don't let your guard down, okay? Of course, no problem, Saria assured him. As dusk settled over the forest, Ian leaned against an ancient tree, resting for a moment. Saria stood in front of him, her face flushed, shyly lowering her gaze. She fidgeted awkwardly before finally asking, can I ask why you chose to team up with me? Ian shot her a sideways glance, unsure how to answer. Well, because we're friends. He crossed his arms, leaning casually against the tree, his face unreadable. Don't tell me I'm the only one who thinks we're friends. Saria quickly responded, Oh, I know. She nervously clasped her hands together, unable to look him in the eye. Since you've decided to be friends with me, Senior Ian, maybe I should give you something. Ian wiped the sweat from his brow, clearly exasperated by her way of thinking. Huh? When we get back to the dorms, you can give it to me, sure, but that's not friendship, that's bartering. He scratched his head awkwardly, glancing away, unsure what to say. Friends talk to each other, go for walks, tell each other things they can't say to anyone else. Just spending time together is enough. Saria tilted her head, a little confused. Since we're friends now, can I ask you something kind of rude? Go ahead, Ian replied casually. Saria took a deep breath, her eyes suddenly serious, completely different from the bashful girl from earlier. Is that why you're out here? Because of your friend? Ian's eyes widened, his whole body tensing as she continued. You brought us deeper into the forest, to hunt magical beasts? Because your friend was attacked here. Is this revenge? Ian clenched his fists, veins bulging under the skin, his expression dark and frightening. A memory of someone flashed through his mind, and he lowered his head, shouting in frustration, "I told you, I don't know." His body trembled. Syria flinched, startled by his sudden outburst. "It's not about revenge. I came all the way here to hunt magical beasts." Her voice cracked, disbelief written all over her face. "Is that really what friends do for each other?" "I don't know, isn't that normal? If you were me, what would you do if I got attacked by a magical beast?" The determination in Syria's eyes burned bright as she declared, "Of course I'd hunt it down." Ian nodded firmly. "Exactly. That's how I feel too, because she's my friend." Syria lowered her gaze, quietly absorbing his words. "So, that's what friendship means." Ian looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with a quiet, simmering resolve. "But I'm not an idiot. I'm not about to recklessly throw myself at those beasts. I'll make sure we stay safe." Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the trees. Ian tensed, his senses sharpening. "Syria, can you feel that?" Syria blinked, confused. "Huh, what?" "Focus, Syria." She looked around nervously, cold sweat forming on her brow. I don't sense anything." But then her eyes went wide as realization dawned on her. Wait. From the depths of the dark forest, dozens of glowing eyes began to appear, one after another. Syria's heart pounded in her chest. This many the other students, they're in danger. First letter excerpt 6. But defending Arancourt, one of the kingdom's 3 major seaports, and a crucial strategic point for protecting the western coast of the continent, is also one of the duties expected of nobles within the empire. Ian, you should know, the consequences of the last war are far from over. Still, the reason I keep writing these letters is because I want you to see it the smallest piece of my feelings, for you. Ian and Syria Yerdina stood frozen, listening closely to the sound echoing through the forest. Syria's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword, her stance tense and ready for battle. "Should we attack them?" she asked, her voice low but steady. Ian calmly shook his head. "No, we run. There's no need to engage them." He glanced at her. "Are you ready?" Syria gave a small, determined nod. "Yeah." Without wasting another second, Ian barked the order, "Run." "Got it," she shot back, and the two took off through the dark woods. After a while, Ian's breath grew heavy, his legs burning with exhaustion. Behind them, the beast gave relentless chase, its body exuding a terrifying bloodlust that sent chills down his spine. "It's after us, but at this distance we can outrun it," Ian thought, forcing himself to keep moving. "As long as we maintain the gap and contact the professor." Suddenly, a sharp cry of pain rang out. "Ah!" Ian's eyes widened as he turned toward Syria, who was grimacing, clutching her leg. "Syria, are you all right?" Her voice shook. I think I twisted my ankle. Old injury from training. I just need something to brace it." She bit her lip, her eyes filled with guilt as she looked up at him. "This is my fault, just leave me behind. If you stay they'll catch you too." Ian gritted his teeth, glancing over his shoulder. "Damn it. I didn't expect this." Through the shadows, the glowing eyes of the beast closed in fast. "They're closing the distance way too quickly. If this keeps up," his face hardened with resolve. "Syria, keep moving." She looked at him in disbelief. "What? Are you saying this is my fault?" Ian positioned himself between her and the oncoming threat, his voice unwavering. "Don't ever say that to a friend." With that, he sprinted ahead without hesitation. "Senior." Syria's panicked voice rang out behind him. Ian ignored it, focusing entirely on his surroundings. The whole forest, it's gone quiet. Quickly, he pieced together a plan. Animals rely on their instincts. When a predator approaches, they run and hide. That's my window. He stopped by a small pool of water, pulling a vial from his belt. Time to use Emma's potion. Without hesitation, he downed its contents, tossing the empty vial to the ground. The foul taste made him wince. As disgusting as ever. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of power coursing through him. "But with this, I can take them down before they even know I'm here." Moving quickly, Ian covered his scent with mud and leaves, positioning his sword in the trunk of a tree for quick access. "If I hide in a good enough spot," with a leap, he perched himself securely on a thick branch, completely still, his sharp eye scanning the area below. "Come on, show yourselves, monsters." A faint breeze rustled the leaves. Then, a single heavy paw stepped into view. Ian's gaze sharpened. It's here. The creature crept into sight, a massive beast with gray fur, black eyes and jagged fangs. Its hulking body radiated raw, sinister mana. No doubt about it, Ian muttered under his breath. That's definitely a magic beast. Ian watched as the beast sniffed around the base of the tree, its movements cautious. Looks like it's confused. The scent it was tracking vanished right here, he guessed. Without hesitation, Ian kicked off the branch, launching himself high into the air, sword poised for the kill. The beast immediately sensed the danger, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Ian was right in front of it, his blade aimed straight for its neck. But the sword stopped short, blocked by the beast's thick hide. My aura isn't dense enough to pierce through. Ian gritted his teeth. But if I put the full force of my body's gravity into the strike. Die, he roared, channeling every ounce of strength downward. With a sickening crunch, the blade finally drove through the beast's skull. The monster howled in agony before collapsing in a pool of its own blood. Ian exhaled sharply, his body tense. Taking down one of these things is already this tough, how am I supposed to fight off more? But he shoved the despair aside, determination flaring in his eyes. No, this isn't the time for doubt. If even one of them slips past me, Surya's life is at risk. Ian crouched low, hiding in the brush as he scanned the dark woods. I have to hold the line here. I'll take them down, every last one. In the distance, another figure emerged from the shadows. Here comes the next one. Ian narrowed his eyes. They're like wolves, pack hunters. Even if I only see one, there are definitely more circling around. The hair on the back of his neck bristled. They've split up to search for me. At least 5, maybe more. Spotting a lone beast distracted, Ian struck. He darted from cover and slashed at its neck. I have to finish it before it howls for backup. Pouring his strength into the strike, Ian shoved the blade down. The beast flailed, but he yanked his sword free, sending it tumbling across the ground. But not before its jaws clamped down on his arm. Blood sprayed as Ian grimaced, biting back a cry. I can't make a sound. If they hear me, I'm surrounded. Ignoring the pain, Ian charged again, slicing clean through with brutal precision. The beast slumped lifelessly to the ground, crimson pooling beneath it. Breathing heavily, Ian eyed the bloodied axe in his hand. This thing's more useful than I thought, he muttered. His eyes gleamed with sharp focus. Ever since that malevolent spirit possessed me, my senses have been sharper, my reflexes faster. Just like when I fought Surya. Gripping the axe tighter, he smirked. Whatever the reason, the spirit did me a favor. Looking up at the fading sunlight, filtering through the trees, Ian's confidence surged. At this rate, I can keep cutting them down as long as I have to. Meanwhile, back with the others, Celine, frustrated beyond belief, stomped the ground, tossing her sword down. This is so unfair, she shouted, grinding her heel into the blade. How dare he team up with some other girl instead of me? It's driving me insane. Professor Derek looked over, confused. What's with her? Emma shrugged helplessly. Beats me. Celine's eyes blazed with jealousy. I bet those two are off on some forest date or something. Just then, Syria appeared, rushing toward them. Professor Derek, she called out, her face pale with exhaustion. Derek immediately hurried to her side. What's wrong? Syria lowered her head, her voice strained. The magic beasts? There's a lot of them. Senior Ian, he stayed behind to protect me when I got injured. Derek froze, his expression unreadable. Then, placing a firm hand on her shoulder, he spoke with quiet resolve. I understand. Stay here. Without waiting for a reply, he bolted toward the forest. I'll bring Ian back. I promise. The others snapped to attention. Wait, magic beasts, what happened? We should grab our weapons. Syria stumbled, her legs giving out beneath her. She collapsed to the ground, her face ashen, drained of strength. Her voice barely a whisper. Senior Ian, please be safe. The battle was over. Two of the beasts lay motionless on the ground. Their bodies sprawled out in a bloody heap. But Ian wasn't about to let his guard down. One more was creeping toward them, its heavy paws treading cautiously across the dirt. The creature lowered its snout, sniffing around the fallen bodies, checking for signs of life. Hidden beneath one of the corpses, Ian sensed the movement immediately. But before the beast could react, Ian lunged out from under the carcass like a predator lying in wait. With a grunt of effort, he tossed his axe aside and drove his sword deep into the creature's throat. Blood gushed from the wound as the beast thrashed violently, but Ian pinned it down, pressing the blade tighter. A sharp, pained howl tore through the forest. Ian, breath ragged and body drenched in sweat, cursed under his breath. Bastard, but there was no time to rest. The ground quivered beneath him. More footsteps. 2 more beasts emerged from the shadows, snarling, their eyes locked onto him with murderous intent. Their furious howls echoed as they prepared to rip him apart. Ian forced his aching body to stand, gripping the axe once more, its blade gleaming under the faint moonlight. His eyes blazed with defiance. "Come on then, you mangy bastards. Let's see what you've got." In a flash the beasts leapt, darting around him with inhuman speed. Ian tracked them carefully, calculating every step. These things, they're not just oversized wolves. They're monsters, faster, more agile, unpredictable. But Ian's gaze sharpened. Still, once night starts to fade, they lose most of their tricks. Their movements become sloppy, easier to read. It's not the speed that's the problem, it's the numbers. A savage grin tugged at the corner of his lips. But if that's all they've got, I can handle this. The moment the beasts closed in, Ian struck. He twisted his body, axe in hand, and launched himself upward. With a clean, practiced slash, he carved an X through the air, the blade slicing clean through both monsters mid-leap. They hit the ground in a heap, blood staining the forest floor. The space around them erupted with crimson streaks, the light from his strike lingering like a phantom glow. Ian landed firmly, his breath shallow but steady. The forest fell silent once again. But Ian didn't lower his weapon. Instead he turned toward the trees, glaring into the darkness. "Come on, how many more of you are there? Get out here. I'll take you all down." For a moment, only the soft rustle of wind answered him. The woods were eerily still. Ian tightened his grip on the axe, senses sharp. "No, it's not over. I can feel it. There's one more." His gaze locked forward, heart pounding as the figure slowly emerged. A massive silhouette, its presence undeniable, loomed just beyond the tree line. It didn't approach, it only watched, one glowing violet eye piercing through the gloom. Ian's stomach twisted in unease. What's it doing? Why isn't it attacking? It's waiting, laying a trap. Memories of the ground trembling as the beast circled him flashed through his mind. Ian pressed himself against a nearby tree, breathing hard. Too clever for a dumb beast built like a brick wall. There's no reason to stay and fight this one. But then, a strange scent drifted through the air. Ian's eyes narrowed. That smell, a flash of realization struck him. His heart sank. It can't be. A chill ran down his spine as he recognized it, a bitter, artificial stench he would never forget. The same acrid odor that clung to the alchemy labs, that clung to her. Step by step Ian moved forward, his expression darkening. His boots crunched over the bodies of the fallen beasts as the scent grew stronger. It's identical, the same smell from Emma's laboratory. His hands trembled. His sword nearly slipped from his grasp as fury and dread twisted together in his chest. His eyes blazed with hatred as he lifted his gaze toward the towering figure before him. His voice cracked with barely restrained rage. It was you attacked Emma." The massive beast glared at Ian, growling low as raw power pulsed off its body in waves. Between its jagged teeth, it still clenched a tattered strip of red cloth. Lifting its head high, the monster let out a deafening roar, the bloody scrap fluttering like a trophy. Ian's eyes widened, a surge of fury boiling in his chest. There's no mistaking it, that fabric, it's from Emma's cloak. The realization ignited every ounce of rage inside him. His grip tightened around his sword as he raised it high, pointing the blade straight at his enemy. His voice rang out, sharp and full of venom. "Right here, right now, this is where you die." Almost mockingly, the beast spat out the blood-stained cloth. It floated through the air, landing squarely across Ian's sword, smearing crimson along the gleaming steel. Ian's blood boiled hotter. He brought the sword closer, his eyes burning with hatred. "You bastard," like any other monster, it didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, it circled him, herding him step by step into a corner. The pressure rolling off the creature was suffocating, an invisible weight that clamped around Ian's chest. The corners of the beast's mouth curled upward in something that resembled a sick, knowing grin. It was as if the creature knew it had the upper hand. Its wild eyes gleamed with savage anticipation, like it couldn't wait to tear Ian limb from limb, just like Ian had done to its fallen packmates now littering the ground behind him. Ian's gaze briefly flicked to the bodies of the other beasts. His grip on the sword tightened. No, I'm not dying here. I'll never let this thing get what it wants. But this monster wasn't like the others. It didn't charge in blindly. It stood still, waiting, calculating. A seasoned predator, Ian realized. A high-ranking beast, experienced and dangerous. Ian steadied his breathing, his muscles coiled like springs, waiting for the perfect opening. One wrong move and I'm dead. I need to test its limits first. The monster seized the moment. It pounced without warning, its massive body hurtling through the air. Its jaws opened wide, rows of sharp teeth glinting under the faint moonlight, as it roared toward Ian. Instinctively, Ian raised his sword to block, but before the blade could reach its mark, the beast's body vanished in a blur of superhuman speed. It's fast, way too fast. A brutal impact slammed into Ian's side, sending him flying backward. He crashed hard into the dirt, blood splattering from his mouth as pain exploded through his ribs. Gritting his teeth, Ian forced himself to his feet. I saw it coming, but I still couldn't react in time. There was no break. The beast came at him again, fangs bared, its claws gleaming like blades. But this time, Ian was ready. Ha! With a sharp yell, he hurled his sword through the air. The weapon spun rapidly, whistling as it sliced toward the charging monster. The beast growled in annoyance, snapping its jaws wide to catch the spinning blade. The moment its teeth clamped down, Ian lunged. He grabbed the creature by the head, hoisted himself upward, and raised his axe high. And now with every ounce of strength, Ian brought the axe down, slamming it straight into the monster's skull. But the satisfying crunch he expected never came. Instead, the axe lodged itself in the thick bone, refusing to budge. Ian cursed under his breath. You've got to be kidding me. The monster's body tensed. Without missing a beat, it raised a massive paw, its claws glinting with lethal intent, and slashed at Ian with terrifying force. The air itself seemed to tear as the strike came down. Ian barely managed to wedge the axe in place, using it to shield himself from the blow. Sparks flew as claw met steel. Before Ian could recover, the beast kicked off the ground with impossible grace, twisting in midair, flipping 2-3 times, before landing softly on its feet. Ian narrowed his eyes, unimpressed. What is this? The damn thing thinks it's in a circus? The two combatants squared off, both back in a defensive stance, eyes locked. Ian readjusted his grip on his axe and retrieved his sword. A mocking grin curled across his lips. All right, once I beat you within an inch of your life, I'll sell your oversized hide to a damn circus. Maybe make a quick buck off your acrobatics. The monster let out a deep growl, its muscles coiling once again. Ian's eyes narrowed. Let's see you dance now, freak. The beast bared its teeth once more, and Ian immediately noticed several jagged, broken edges along its fangs. His eyes narrowed with realization. It must have cracked some of its teeth when it tried to bite through my sword earlier, meaning, there's a good chance it can't sink its teeth into me properly now. But his relief was short-lived. Ian's expression hardened as another thought crept in. But that doesn't mean I'm safe. There's still plenty of other ways it can tear me apart. And after that first hit, I'm barely holding it together as it is. Cornered, Ian clenched his jaw and leveled his sword at the beast, his stance wavering slightly but his determination unwavering. If it uses that brutal, lightning-fast charge from earlier again, I won't be able to dodge in time. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the beast lunged, its claws slashing through the air with blinding speed. Instinct screamed through Ian's body. He sidestepped at the last second, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. But the creature didn't slow. It veered off to the side, jaws wide open, snapping toward him with brutal precision. Ian's heart skipped a beat in panic. There was no pause. The beast's claws came down again, a deceptively simple, direct attack, but the sheer force behind it was relentless. Ian ducked low, barely evading the strike, his limbs trembling. It's draining me, forcing me to burn through every ounce of strength and speed I have left. Ian gritted his teeth, raising his sword to parry the next blow. But with each clash, his movements grew sluggish, his muscles screaming in protest. His thoughts raced. If this keeps dragging on, I'm done for. Suddenly, the beast recoiled, stepping back, stretching its body with an almost casual air. Ian's brow furrowed in confusion. What the hell, what's it doing? But he spotted the opening immediately. His instincts flared. It's toying with me, it still thinks this is a game. Ian's eyes sharpened. That's my chance. If I want to survive, I need to finish this now. Just as he was about to strike, the beast lunged again, snarling furiously. You think that'll work? It's useless. Its voice rumbled low, filled with disdain. I never wanted to drag this fight out, it's too dangerous. A guttural roar erupted from its throat as it unleashed a terrifying surge of power. A violent wave of energy crashed toward Ian like a storm, far faster than he could react. His eyes widened in shock. Shit. The blast hit him squarely, hurling his body like a ragdoll. He slammed into the trunk of a tree with bone-cracking force. The breath knocked clean from his lungs. His sword clattered to the ground beside him. Ian's body slumped, too battered to stand, his vision swimming in and out of focus. Every muscle screamed in agony. His battered frame refused to move. The beast approached, slow and deliberate, towering over Ian's fallen form. Its razor-sharp claw hovered over Ian's chest, pressing down ever so slightly, the tip aligned perfectly with his heart. A crimson glow lit up the space between them, flickering like firelight. Blood splattered across the grass beneath them. Ian's mind drifted as familiar memories crept in, twisted with dread. This feels exactly like back then. That damn field exercise when those monsters attacked during night classification training. His jaw clenched. If we hadn't reacted fast enough that day, we'd all be dead. And no one would given a damn. Back to that moment when Ian was struck by the monster's blast of energy, his body was flung violently through the air, crashing against the base of a tree. His battered frame slid down the trunk, finally collapsing onto the ground, motionless. The towering beast stalked forward, its heavy footsteps echoing as it approached, cautiously closing the distance between them. Ian remained still, his eyes narrowing, watching its every move with seething hatred. The creature loomed closer, its shadow falling over him. But something wasn't right. Ian's sharp gaze caught the hesitation. The beast wasn't attacking. Not yet. Why isn't it finishing me off? It didn't hesitate with Emma. The realization burned in his chest. His hand inched back, fingers curling around the axe lying behind him. His heart pounded with fury as the gruesome image of Emma's brutal death flashed in his mind. It ripped her apart, like some sick, twisted game. The beast's claws glinted under the blood-red light, poised to strike him down just as it had done before. But Ian was ready. With every ounce of strength, he gripped his sword and rammed it straight into the creature's neck, hatred and rage flooding his veins. The blade drove deep into its flesh, the monster's roar of agony ripping through the night. I knew it, if I played weak, it would lower its guard, expose its stomach, just like I hoped. Ian's eyes blazed with savage satisfaction as he pushed the blade in deeper, twisting it mercilessly. The monster thrashed wildly, unable to break free. Blood poured down onto the earth, staining the ground beneath them. You came all this way, ready to carve me open, didn't you? Ian sneered, his voice a low, venomous growl. Thought you'd rip me apart like you did her. Guess you didn't realize. With a furious shout, he yanked the blade free, blood spraying across the ground. In one smooth, brutal motion, he swung his sword upward with all his might, the strike crashing into the beast's chest, sending it sprawling onto its back. Its jaws hung open in shock, its monstrous eyes wide with disbelief. The sun dipped lower on the horizon, casting the forest in deep crimson light as the creature lay defeated, its body convulsing one last time before falling still. Ian stood over it, chest heaving, the blood-soaked sword still clutched tightly in his hand. You should have killed me the second you had the chance, he spat coldly. His eyes narrowed, voice dripping with scorn. But instead, you played with your food, just like you did with Emma. Raising his axe high, his grip tightening with every ounce of wrath in his body, Ian's voice cracked with rage. And never forget, the one who killed you was Emma. With one final merciless blow, he brought the axe down, the impact severing the beast's head clean from its body. Blood splattered across the forest floor. Ian's eyes burned as he looked down at the lifeless corpse. You don't get to forget. Meanwhile, far across the forest, a sudden gust of wind swept through the trees. Professor Derek stumbled forward, his legs weak from exhaustion, but his face was etched with grim determination. Ian, please, God, stay alive. His heart raced, panic threatening to overtake him. But then a powerful shockwave rippled through the air, rattling the ground beneath him. Derek froze. His eyes widened. That strike, That had to be Ian. The landscape ahead was littered with the mangled remains of slain beasts, their bodies strewn across the earth like broken dolls. The professor's eyes narrowed as he focused, his instincts confirming what his heart already suspected. I can feel it, two presences, one's the monster, the other. His eyes lit up with hope. It has to be Ian. From behind, the frantic sound of footsteps approached. Celine burst onto the scene, panic written all over her face. Professor. Where's Ian? Derek turned toward her, his expression grave. He's not here. Shock rippled through the group as Celine's voice cracked in terror. What? Then where is he? Professor Derek squinted toward the horizon, his sharp eyes locking onto the lingering traces of mana in the air. After a moment he spoke with quiet certainty. If we keep going, we'll find him. They hadn't made it far when a panicked scream suddenly echoed through the forest. Celine froze, her heart tightening, eyes darting around frantically. And then she saw him. Ian sat slumped within the remains of the monstrous beast, battered and barely upright, but alive. Without hesitation, Celine broke into a sprint, her voice trembling. Ian. Ian looked up at them, his breath ragged, a weak grin tugging at his lips. Looks like you guys showed up a little late. The group stood frozen, overwhelmed by disbelief at the sight of him. Celine's tears spilled freely down her cheeks. Ian tilted his head back, eyes fluttering shut as he looked up toward the sky, then collapsed. When Ian finally came to, he found himself lying inside the temple. Soft sunlight poured down through the high windows, warming his face. The saintess sat nearby, her expression gentle as she spoke. Professor Derek carried you back after you collapsed, after defeating the beast. Ian winced slightly as he lifted his injured arm to check the damage. It's gonna take a while before I can walk out of here again. But honestly, I got off easy. Slowly sitting up, Ian glanced around, flexing his fingers, testing his body. A small, satisfied smirk appeared on his face. In the end, that gamble paid off. I got my revenge for Emma, even if it doesn't wake her from that nightmare. His voice grew steadier, almost annoyingly composed for someone who'd just been half dead. According to the professor, that monster, it was still young, considering its size. If it had been fully grown, it wouldn't have played with its prey like that, right? Leto Einstern, leaning casually nearby, raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Wow. That's one hell of a dramatic monologue for a guy fresh out of the grave. Leto's expression darkened with irritation. His brow twitched, clearly holding back his temper. Ian threw his hands up lazily. Hey, I'm the patient here, remember? If you're gonna come over here looking for a fight, take it somewhere else. Leto jabbed a finger at his own temple, eyes narrowing. Yeah, you're a patient, all right, a patient with brain damage. Who the hell almost gets themselves killed just to show off for a girl? Ian puffed up indignantly, scowling. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Leto didn't back down. Emma gave you that potion, didn't she? Ian's gaze dropped to the floor, guilt flickering across his face. Yeah, without it I wouldn't have been able to kill that thing. Leto folded his arms. Dead serious now. Then why didn't you give it to Surya instead? You could have hidden her somewhere safe and gone for help. But no, you had to play the hero, nearly get yourself killed. Idiot. A long, awkward silence hung in the air before Ian's eyes widened in realization. He lightly smacked his own temple. Damn, you've actually got a point. Leto stared at him in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. Unbelievable, you're hopeless. From now on, you'd better run your bright ideas past me first. Regaining his composure, Leto tilted his head thoughtfully. But seriously, gotta admit, that rough around the edges Yordina girl. She's head over heels for you now. Ian's eyes narrowed in confusion. What, you mean Surya? She didn't even come inside like a normal person. Leto shrugged. She's been pacing circles around this temple, at least a dozen times a day. Ian scratched his head, puzzled. Probably just guilt. Before he could finish the thought, the door burst open. Ian. Celine practically threw herself onto him, her tear-streaked face lighting up with joy as she wrapped him in a tight hug. Thank God you're okay. Ian lost his balance, flopping backward under the weight of her embrace. Celine. I can't breathe. Meanwhile, Leto stood off to the side like a forgotten background character, completely ignored, his face blank as stone. His internal monologue practically screamed in defeat. Yeah, she doesn't even know I exist, does she? Seeing Ian finally looking better, Celine's relief quickly turned to frustration. Hey, what were you two even talking about earlier? She demanded, before suddenly chomping down on his hand. Ian yelped in pain, his voice cracking. Oh hey. Don't bite me, that hurts. Leto casually chimed in, trying to smooth things over. Ian promised to treat me with the reward money for slaying that monster. Celine immediately let go of Ian's hand, blinking. Reward money. Leto shrugged like it was no big deal. I heard the bounty was 70 gold. Still nursing his poor, bitten hand, Ian's face twisted with pain and frustration as he yelled, no one told me about any bounty. Grinning smugly, Leto slipped away. Anyway, I'm off to the bathroom. You two figure out what you're eating while I'm gone. As soon as Leto was out of sight, Celine grabbed Ian's hand again, this time squeezing it tightly, her eyes sparkling. So Ian. Ian winced as her grip tightened, his face contorting. Hey, how can you not break my hand? Celine beamed excitedly, completely ignoring his protests. Where should we go? Wanna get some monster meat? Ian practically cried out, yanking his hand away. You realize I'm still injured, right? That's what you suggest to someone recovering from near death. Pouting a little, Celine crossed her arms. Fine, how about that restaurant in the city that specializes in magical creatures? I heard they serve the best drake steak. Ian groaned, still rubbing his hand, exasperated. How is that any better? But his scolding only made her flinch for a second before her expression softened into something much more sincere. Suddenly, without warning, she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a tight, trembling hug. Her voice cracked with emotion. I was really scared, you know. Ian froze, wide-eyed at the sudden embrace. Celine's words came out in shaky bursts between quiet sobs. I thought you were, actually gone this time. Hearing that broke through the last of Ian's defenses. The exhaustion weighing him down seemed to lift as he awkwardly raised a hand and gently patted her head. His voice was soft, teasing, but carried real warmth. Come on, you really think I'd die that easily? But even as he tried to play it cool, a different thought popped into his head entirely. Man, she smells really good. Still sniffling, Celine pulled back just enough to glare at him, her frustration flaring up again. Why are you always throwing yourself into danger? Ian scratched his cheek sheepishly, trying to come up with a reasonable excuse. I couldn't exactly abandon someone I know when they're in trouble, could I? But that only made her angrier. That doesn't matter. With surprising strength, she shoved Ian down onto the bed, pinning him in place. Ian's eyes widened in shock. Hooah, hey. Celine's expression shifted, her usual fiery energy replaced by something more raw, more serious. Her voice dropped, steady and certain. You're the most important person in the world to me, Ian. Nothing else matters. It's been that way since we were kids. Ian's breath caught in his throat. Wait, where's this coming from all of a sudden? Of course it made sense, childhood friends, near-death experiences, but still, the intensity in her eyes was something new. Before he could retreat or deflect, Celine leaned in closer, her grip on his hands tightening as she pressed him gently but firmly down onto the bed. And that's exactly why, she continued, her gaze locked onto his, unwavering. I want you to take care of yourself. Her eyes shimmered with determination, leaving Ian stunned, his heart pounding in his chest. That really shook her up, didn't it? But before he could say a word, Celine's grip tightened again, holding him there, her expression unyielding. Huh? Was all Ian managed to get out, completely caught off guard. Celine's arm slowly slid around Ian's neck, pulling him closer as his face flushed with confusion. The air between them suddenly shifted, charged, electric. She leaned in, tightening her grip around his neck with a determined look. Stay still, she whispered. But before anything else could happen, slam, the door creaked open. Leto stood there, frozen mid-step, his face a picture of awkward confusion. What? Celine's eyes widened in pure panic. In her flustered state, she accidentally shoved Ian wounded and all right off the bed, earning him yet another painful bump. Trying to defuse the moment, Leto rubbed the back of his neck, sighing dramatically. Yeah, I feel pretty bad crashing this little, heart-to-heart between my junior and my honorary little sister here. He waved vaguely at both of them. But I figured I should probably let you two know I'm still in the room. Lying on the floor, Ian could only groan in regret, shaking his head as the realization hit him. What the hell was I just about to do, with someone I basically treat like a little sister? Celine, still blushing furiously from embarrassment, snapped, forget it ever happened. She practically yanked the curtains shut with a loud swish, cutting herself off from the two guys. Leto, undeterred, pointed a finger dramatically at Ian. You. Ian jumped, startled. Hey he. Leto's tone softened slightly, though the warning in his voice remained clear. If you're planning to get close to Saria, you better keep an eye on Celine too. Trust me, the world of women is way more complicated than you think. Ian's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head awkwardly. Looking back, I should have taken Leto's advice seriously. But I didn't, and because of me, the relationship between those two only got messier from there. People whispered along the corridor, casting glances her way. Hey look, isn't that Saria Yardina? Behind her, a few students snickered under their breath. I heard she ran away from those monsters, and here I thought she was to be the top second-year student in the swordsmanship department. Their words cut deep, like tiny blades digging into her pride. Her partner's the real deal, she's just got the looks, nothing else. Saria kept walking, her face calm, never bothering to defend herself. But inside the words stung. They're not wrong, she thought bitterly. I did run away. And it was Ian, he's the one who defeated those monsters, not me. Shame gnawed at her louder than the gossip. He didn't have to fight. It should have been me. It was my responsibility. The memory replayed in her mind the moment Ian stood between her and danger. His words still echoed, clear as day. Don't say that to your friends. He had risked his life for her. Nearly died because of her. She could still hear the frantic voices from that day emergency. Prep the sanctuary for surgery now. Ian, he had almost died. And all she could do back then was stand frozen, helplessly watching. Why? She wondered. Why would he risk his life for me? It was a question she didn't have an answer for, at least, not back then. But now, maybe, just maybe, she was starting to understand. She recalled those small moments, the way she acted when Ian was nearby. Maybe I should go out. Distract myself or something, she had told herself. Back when his presence made her oddly comfortable. A feeling so strange yet oddly warm, that it made her cheeks flush. Sure, sometimes she snapped at him, sometimes she complained. But even in those moments, Ian never pushed back. He just stayed. Like he was saying, you don't need to do anything special. Just be you. The purity of that feeling, it scared her at first. But now she could imagine losing him. That's why, she realized, I think I finally understand just a little the feeling Ian had when he faced those monsters. It wasn't pride. It wasn't recklessness. It was something else, something simple, yet terrifying. I don't want to lose him. The memory of his back standing between her and death burned into her heart. And maybe he didn't want to lose me either. Because that's what friends do, they protect each other, no matter what. Her footsteps carried her all the way to the hospital wing. She paused outside his room, steadying her breath. Yeah, she thought. Gripping the gift bag tighter in her hands. She stepped inside, her voice wavering ever so slightly. Senior Ian. Ian turned, his eyes warm and gentle, the same eyes that never once judged her. The first real friend I've ever had, she reminded herself. Face flushed, Saria shyly asked, How are you feeling? Ian answered naturally, his smile relaxed. Almost good as new. Barely hurts anymore. Relief washed over Saria, her shoulders easing. I'm glad, Ian beamed at her, laughing softly. Glad you came by. My head's been spinning from that stupid textbook Leto dumped on me for exams. Saria rolled her eyes, the corner of her lips curling. You really haven't changed at all, have you? Her gaze dropped to the floor. A faint nervousness creeping in. She fumbled with the gift bag in her hands, her voice hesitant. You're not angry, right? Ian looked at her, a soft, understanding smile on his face. She's still worrying about that day, he thought. The affection in his eyes undeniable. Why would I be angry? There's nothing to be angry about. Saria lit up, practically bouncing in place. Really? Ian couldn't help but smirk, folding his arms across his chest. Her emotions are all over the place, he shrugged casually. No need to be so formal about it. Friends help each other out, it's nothing special. Saria bit her lip, hesitating. Friends, huh? Ian's gaze drifted to the item she was holding. Is that a reward? He wondered. Saria hurried to clarify, flustered. It's not from me. It's a reward Professor Derek asked me to deliver. She handed over a small gift bag. It's for defeating the monster. He told me to give it to you as soon as possible. There's quite a bit of gold inside. Ian raised an eyebrow, surprised. Isn't that a bit much? He playfully tested her reaction. You didn't add a little extra yourself, did you? Without missing a beat, Ian handed the bag right back to her. His voice was firm, sincere. Don't say it's some kind of life-saving reward. Keep the extra. Life's not something you can put a price tag on. But then, they both froze for a second. Their hands had accidentally intertwined. Ian glanced down, realizing his hand was gently holding hers. Before either could process the moment, an all too familiar voice cut in. Good morning. Celine cheerfully barged in. The three of them locked eyes. Silence. 5 long seconds of awkwardness. Celine's eyes narrowed the moment she spotted Syria. Her smile turned sharp as she casually shoved Syria aside. Ahem, thanks for stopping by. So, Ian, how are you feeling? Ian, completely thrown off, stammered. Celine, why are you, Syria, still holding in her frustration, forced a smile and stepped back. Hugging her arms, she muttered, I should probably get going. I still haven't finished my morning training. Celine's expression darkened, muttering bitterly under her breath, brazen little brat. It's her fault you're even stuck in this place to begin with. Ian's patience snapped. Hey, why are you? But Celine cut him off, plastering on a sweet, innocent grin. Come on now, forget about her. Silly me, you know what really matters. Thinking about what we're going to eat when you're discharged. Ian sighed, recalling something Leto had once told him. The world of women, way more complicated than you think. So this is what he meant, Ian thought. Bewildered. Outside the room, Syria could still hear bits of their conversation, though the words barely registered in her mind. She clenched her fists, muttering to herself. Yeah, soon as you're out, I'll be gone. Her heart heavy, Syria sat quietly by herself, lost in thought. A pair of male students passed by, sneering as they spotted her. Ugh, she's even more annoying to look at than before. She ran off and left her friend to face those monsters. And she calls herself a noble. What a disgrace. Their low voices were filled with disdain. You know what we should do? Completely crush her. I can't stand how the professors coddle her just because she's top of her class. It's disgusting. One of them whispered, his eyes narrowing with intent. Think she's got any weaknesses? We should exploit them. What do you think, Tane? The blonde-haired young man leaned back in his seat, legs crossed, looking utterly bored. You lot know better than to mess with the Yardina family, right? His tone was cool, but there was a hint of warning beneath it. Even the slightest misstep, they'll retaliate. Don't get reckless. As they schemed, someone had been quietly eavesdropping nearby. My. What an entertaining little conversation. A figure stepped out of the shadows with a sly smile. I happen to know a few things about Syria Yardina, one of the boys scowled. Who the hell are you? Stay out of this. But before he could finish, Tane calmly raised a hand to stop him. Hold up, Luffin. A sly, knowing smile curled on Tane's lips. Oh, and what exactly are you suggesting? Let's hear it. The girl stepped forward, her expression confident, sharp. It was none other than Celine. You don't need to worry about the Yardina family retaliating, she declared coolly. I can guarantee that. Scene shifts inside the hospital. Ian stood quietly beside a hospital bed, his eyes filled with regret, as he looked at the unconscious red-haired girl lying there. Emma, he whispered, his fists clenched at his sides, frustration boiling beneath the surface. If I had believed that letter from the start, this wouldn't have happened. The crumpled letter was still in his pocket. Ian pulled it out again, reading over the words that had already become grim reality. Emma being attacked, monsters appearing in the forest. His eyes darkened, tension building. If that part came true, chances are, the next part will too. Monsters will show up at the hunting festival, and this time, they called it a creature, meaning it'll be even stronger than before. Ian gritted his teeth. There's no way I can handle that on my own. I'll need Professor Derek's help. Suddenly, a voice called out behind him. Ian. It was the Saintess. She approached him gently, her tone light. I thought you were discharged already, did you come to visit? Ian nodded. Yeah, just stopping by. His eyes shifted back to Emma as he asked, how is she? The Saintess exhaled softly. We've managed to stabilize her. But that doesn't mean she'll recover. She placed her hand just above Emma's body, a faint glow appearing as she checked her condition. Ian's gaze hardened. She mentioned, If we offered a powerful relic, she might be cured. The saintess nodded. That's correct. A relic infused with strong holy or magical power. She hesitated, then added, usually something like a remnant from a high-ranking monster. But even her father would struggle to acquire something like that. Ian clenched his fist tighter. His mind raced to an idea: a high-grade monster. Would that be enough? He'd heard such creatures could be worth 20 gold. The saintess shook her head gently, reading his thoughts. Unfortunately, that wouldn't suffice. But then she offered him a small hope. However, something from a creature considered a step beyond a high-ranking monster. That might just do it. Ian nodded firmly. I see. Without wasting more time, Ian bowed slightly. Thank you for explaining everything. I'll be off now. The saintess gave him a reassuring smile. I believe a miracle will come for Emma. Let's both believe in that. As Ian walked down the corridor, his mind churned with thoughts. Could that creature mentioned in the letter be strong enough to serve as the offering? But the more he thought about it, the more he realized he wasn't confident in taking it down alone. There's no way I'm handling this solo. I have to talk to Professor Derek, and fast. I need to talk to Professor Derek, and fast. Ian's steps quickened. He pushed open the office door, face tense and determined. Sorry to barge in, Professor. Professor Derek, sitting at his desk, looked up calmly, unfazed. Seems like you're feeling much better now. What's the matter? Ian wasted no time. Professor, if a monster stronger than that wolf shows up, could you take it down? Derek remained composed, arms crossed. That's a tough question, because no such monster is going to show up. Ian froze, confused. But last time the monster showed up out of nowhere, didn't it? So, isn't it possible an even stronger one could appear? Derek shook his head. The odds of that happening in the southern forest are extremely low. Images of snarling, vicious wolves flashed through Ian's mind. Derek explained further, his tone calm but firm. Monsters can appear anywhere when raw mana accumulates. That's why the Empire strictly manages the areas around populated zones, keeping their numbers in check, and preventing them from breeding. Ian pressed on. But those wolves left the southern forest on their own. Do you know why? Was it because of the hunting festival? Derek nodded. Exactly. During the hunting festival, skilled swordsmen hunt monsters, keeping their population controlled and preventing any particularly dangerous ones from emerging. Still unconvinced, Ian insisted, but what if some of the strong ones survive, Professor? Derek shook his head, a faint smile on his face. Those creatures thrive on fighting, and have an overwhelming sense of presence. It's impossible for them to survive unnoticed. The professor added calmly, if a monster does manage to survive unnoticed, then it must possess some kind of special ability. Ian clenched his fists, frustration boiling inside. That's not the answer I wanted to hear. He cursed silently. Damn it, the reason I'm even worried is because a powerful monster already showed up. But the professor wasn't done yet. Besides, he continued, the hunting festival is a competition to see who can hunt the strongest monster. So, if a powerful creature appears, so what? Ian's eyes darkened. His voice was low, tinged with disappointment. Are you saying, you don't care if your students get injured? Or even killed? The professor looked momentarily surprised but shook his head. That's not what I meant. The purpose of this event is to push the students beyond their limits. That means we can't intervene. His eyes were steady, unwavering as he explained. Overcoming crisis, that's part of the lesson. Ian's shoulders slumped slightly, defeated. I understand, but inside, a bitter sense of hopelessness gnawed at him. So, he won't lift a finger until disaster actually strikes. In the end, it looks like I have no choice but to handle this myself. Scene change inside the academy dining hall. A purple-haired girl carrying a tray walked past Tane and his group of bullies. Look who it is, one of them sneered. The rude little princess herself. Syria ignored them, continuing down the hall. Her expression remained cold, but her thoughts betrayed her frustration. I was hoping they'd shut up for a while. Guess that was too much to ask. Tane sneered, his eyes narrowing in mockery. That's right, didn't they say you're the one your adoptive mother never wanted? The moment those words hit, Syria froze. Her knuckles whitened as she clutched the tray tighter. She turned, locking eyes with them. Tane leaned in, his tone dripping with malice. What? Got something to say to me? Syria inhaled slowly, forcing herself to turn away again. Ignore it. Doesn't matter where they heard it from. Wasting energy on this trash isn't worth it. Tane chuckled darkly. Yeah, that's right, just keep ignoring me like you always do. Without warning, he casually bumped into her as he passed by, deliberately knocking the tray of beef from her hands. It clattered to the ground, shattering. Oops. My bad, clever little Yerdina. Laughter erupted from the group behind him, their amusement at her expense clear as day. Syria stood there, teeth clenched, fists trembling in frustration but unable to do anything. Scene shift outside the academy. Ian strolled through the streets, a light bounce in his step. It's been so long since I've eaten anything besides hospital food. As he passed by, he overheard snippets of conversation from nearby students. Did you see that earlier? One girl whispered angrily, visibly shaking as she stepped out of the cafeteria. Her friend hesitated. Should we really just ignore it? I mean, she's from the Yerdina family. Hearing that, Ian slowed his pace. His expression stiffened as he listened. A cocky male voice chimed in, so what? Everyone knows she's a disgrace to her house. Her mom came from the lower classes. Rumor has it the Yerdinas treat her like a stain on their name. If they ever retaliate over this, it'll just make the scandal spread across the whole empire. The boy scoffed, still relishing the drama. And honestly, the only one dumb enough to defend her would be that upperclassman. What was his name again? A new voice cut through their chatter, answering coolly, Ian Purkis. That's who. The guy immediately turned around, replying, yeah, that's the guy. But then his eyes widened in shock. The person standing right in front of him was the very one he had just mentioned. Ian narrowed his eyes, his voice low and threatening. What exactly were you saying just now? The student stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Nothing really. He averted his eyes, desperately changing the subject. Nice weather today? Huh? Don't you all think so? But when he glanced to the side, all his friends had already bolted. His face twisted in panic. Hey, you traitors. He turned to run too, but Ian's hand clamped down hard on his shoulder. Mind if we have a little chat? Ian's voice was calm, but the anger bubbling underneath was undeniable. There's quite a few things I'd like to ask you. Scene shifts to another day inside the academy. Ian opened the door, face scrunched up in frustration. Why do swordsmen have to study geometry? Circles, lines. All this stuff makes me sick. Leto shoved a piece of paper at him. Here, check this out. Ian glanced at the paper casually, but as he read it, his eyes widened in shock. He snatched it away in disbelief. What? What the hell is this article? The headline read third-year student Ian Purkis, 23, becomes the talk of the academy after single-handedly defeating numerous monsters in the southern forest. Among them, a high-grade monster was also taken down, marking a major achievement. Such a feat could even solidify claims that Ian belongs among the aristocratic elite. In contrast, Syria Yerdina, 22, a second-year student from the prestigious swordsmanship division, who had shown remarkable potential at the academy, fled the battlefield in fear, abandoning her companion and leaving him in danger. Ian ran his hand through his hair, overwhelmed. Syria fled and left me in danger? But she only went to get the professors. And why the hell are they praising me like this? Leto casually crossed his arms, a mischievous smirk on his face. Well, that's how they sell papers. He spun an exaggerated scenario. The arrogant Yerdina runs away, while a low-ranking noble slays a high-grade monster. Can you imagine a juicier story than that? Ian's fists clenched in frustration. He wanted nothing more than to deck his friend right then and there. Do you even know who wrote this garbage? Leto shrugged, unfazed. Forget it. Seriously. You really think the queen of the ballroom is gonna care about your side of the story? Ian's jaw dropped. You mean, that editor who couldn't care less about commoners? Realizing there was no winning this fight, Ian sighed in defeat. In that case, there's nothing I can do, is there? Leto added playfully, you should just enjoy the fame while it lasts. Why are you so worked up? Just treat it like a dumb joke. But Ian shook his head, his expression darkening. It's not funny for Syria. Lately the rumors about her have gotten worse. Scene shift, the two of them sitting outside on a bench near the academy. Ian explained, basically, Tane's been trash-talking Syria, and now everyone else is picking up the same story. Leto crossed his arms, sighing. Himph, I already gave those little punks a piece of my mind. They won't dare say it out loud again, at least not for now. Leto raised an eyebrow. What year are those kids from? Ian thought for a moment. I think they're second years. Their cloaks were brown. Leto closed his eyes, mulling it over. Tane's group is third year, and now second years are suddenly getting involved. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Ian tilted his head. What do you mean? Leto explained. With all the chaos going around lately, it wouldn't surprise me if someone's pulling the strings behind the scenes. Think about it, who could spread rumors publicly and quietly manipulate those punks into harassing Syria? Tane, of course. Those thugs came from some northern kingdom. They've never exactly been fond of Syria. Ian frowned. Do you really think some borderland noble has that much influence? Leto's expression grew serious. If there's someone backing him, it makes a lot more sense. Someone with access to information networks, someone who knows Syria's background inside and out. Ian tightened his grip on the newspaper, his eyes narrowing with determination. So the real question is, who's pulling the strings? He stood up abruptly, resolve clear in his voice. First things first, we deal with Tane and his lackeys. No doubt they know something. Ian's footsteps quickened as he spotted Syria walking ahead. Relief swept over him. Finally found her. He smiled warmly, raising a hand in greeting. Syria, are you all right? Seems like a lot of bad stuff's been happening lately. But the moment he got closer, Ian's eyes widened in shock. He grabbed her wrist instinctively. Hey, what happened to your head? Syria's face was flushed with frustration, her hair and clothes drenched in alcohol. Her expression brimmed with humiliation. Just earlier that day, in the academy courtyard, two bored noble students lounged around, whispering to each other. Looks like she finally got the guts to show her face in the cafeteria again. Huh? The moment Syria walked past, they didn't even bother lowering their voices. If I were her, I'd be too ashamed to ever show up here again. One of them chuckled cruelly. Ah, come on, even if your mom's from the gutter, you still gotta eat, right? The insult hit like a slap in the face. Syria's hands clenched at her sides, her eyes burning with fury. How the hell do they know about my mother? But the boys didn't stop there. Think she's got another daddy somewhere. The other one snickered, watching her reaction. Wouldn't be surprised if they picked her up off the street. Syria bit her lip, trembling with rage. I let this slide last time, but not today. She turned on her heels and marched straight toward them. The two nobles sneered as they saw the fire in her eyes. Ooh, look at that scary face. The black-haired one leaned in, smirking with malicious intent. We were just chatting about some lowborn girl, but looks like we struck a nerve. Syria's fury boiled over. Unforgivable. She lunged at them only to feel something clamp around her ankle. A shock rippled through her body. A trap. Panicking, Syria tried to shift her weight to her other leg only for another hidden snare to spring. Again, she tumbled to the ground, unable to keep her balance. The two nobles burst into laughter. Wow. Thanks for the entertainment, sweetheart. They uncorked a bottle of liquor, dousing it over her head as she lay there. Oops. My bad. Guess my hand slipped. The smug bastard hovered over her, voice dripping with mockery. This place can be real dangerous, why no? You gotta watch your steps, Syria. Didn't anyone tell you that? Soaked, humiliated, Syria knelt there, trembling with frustration. Normally, without the proper incantation, I wouldn't be able to cast magic. But these bastards, they set this up from the moment I left the cafeteria. The fury in her chest twisted into bitter helplessness. She understood the whole scheme, but there was nothing she could do now. All she could do was watch them walk away, laughing. Back in the present, Syria summarized everything calmly to Ian. I walked right into their trap, so I debated whether I should fight back. But I held myself together. Picking a fight over this would only cause more trouble for my family, especially considering how invisible my mother already is to the Yardina house. Ian's eyes burned with anger as he snapped back. Unfair? You had every right, didn't you? They humiliated you. Syria lowered her head, voice calm but filled with bitterness. That guy pretended to apologize. It's just a so-called accident. And as for the rumors, they never actually said my name. Tears welled up in Syria's eyes, spilling over her trembling hand. So they'll get away with it, easily. Her voice cracked as she sobbed. But I'll be the one in trouble with the family. Watching her cry so miserably, Ian fell silent, his expression dark. He seemed to be calculating something. Once she'd cried herself out, Saria wiped her tears with the back of her hand and forced a small smile. I feel better now. Thanks for listening. But Ian wasn't having it. You're not fine at all. Saria blinked, confused, watching his back as he turned away. I am though, because you're here, Ian. He paused. Maybe you're fine, his shoulders tensed. But I'm not. He clenched his teeth, voice low and cold. I'm not okay with this. Later, at the sparring grounds, a group of students surrounded Teen Itri, bragging proudly about their harassment of Saria. That girl couldn't even dodge a basic magic trap. Totally pathetic. Teen Itri smirked. You poured the juice on her, right? The lackey chuckled. Of course. Gave her a luxury bath she'll never be able to afford. But Itri's attention shifted as Ian approached. His face was unreadable, but the murderous glint in his eyes was impossible to miss. Itri raised a brow. Ian Purkis? What do you want from us? Ian's voice cut through the air like steel. Where'd you get that gossip about Saria? The group exchanged mocking looks, shrugging. What's it to you? That your girlfriend or something? Why the hell would we tell you where we get our sources? Before the words even left their mouths, Ian's fist smashed into the speaker's face. Blood splattered as the boy crumpled to the ground, clutching his nose in shock. You psycho, you lowborn mutt. You trying to get your whole family wiped out? Another sharp strike from Ian's sword sent the boy flying, crashing into a pile of training equipment. Another lackey lunged from behind, fist raised. You bastard! Ian anticipated the ambush, spinning around. His blade arced cleanly through the air, sending the attacker sprawling. Calmly sheathing his sword, Ian towered over them, voice ice cold. I don't expect you to spill everything right away. His eyes glinted with quiet menace. That's why I'll beat the truth out of every last one of you. He tightened his grip on his sword as he assessed the group. The way they hold their blades. That magic trap earlier must been that punk I just dealt with. Which leaves Teen Itri the only one worth my attention. Itri's face remained eerily calm, unnerving in its indifference. Ian stayed alert. Top of the third-year swordsman class, fighting him won't be easy. But Ian's gaze hardened with determination. Doesn't matter. Things have gone too far to back down now. I'll deal with these guys first, then him. Several students charged him at once, shouting, Get him. He's alone. Ian smirked. 3 of them. My swordsmanship's improved lately, but I'd better take this seriously. With explosive speed, Ian lunged at one of them. Their swords clashed, but Ian's strength easily overpowered him, sending him crashing to the ground. 1 down. 2 to go. But a sudden sneak attack from behind caught him off guard. The remaining 2 leaped at him together, swords raised, yelling, Die. But Ian didn't falter. Alone, he stood his ground, blocking both strikes at once, his eyes cold and focused. Ian braced himself, muscles taut as he overwhelmed the remaining 2. With a forceful shove, he sent them flying backwards. Without wasting a second, Ian swung his sword with brutal precision, slamming it down onto one of their heads. The thug barely had time to react before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Seizing the momentum, Ian lunged toward the last one still standing, who was desperately trying to ready his stance. From beneath his cloak, Ian pulled out a small battle axe, gripping it tightly with both hands. With all his strength, he brought the weapon crashing down onto the student's side, knocking him to the ground with a heavy, bone-rattling thud. The attackers lay sprawled across the training grounds, groaning in pain or completely unconscious. Ian stood over them, chest heaving, regaining his breath after the scuffle. His gaze shifted toward Teen Itri, who had been calmly observing the entire fight from the sidelines. Ian's eyes narrowed, his voice low and sharp as a blade. Now, it's just you. Hoi ChatGPT. Hearing Ian's words, Teen Itri simply frowned slightly, curiosity flashing across his face. How did your skills improve so quickly? He asked with mild interest. Don't tell me you've been drinking some secret elixir from your Dina during your little training sessions together? Ian's eyes widened in anger as he realized how much the man knew. You sly bastard. Ian snapped. How the hell do you know we've been training together? Have you been following us? Teen Itri shrugged. Utterly unbothered by Ian's accusations. Let's just say you've caught my attention lately, he replied indifferently. After all, you've managed to win not once, but twice now. The tension in the air thickened as the duel resumed. Ian gritted his teeth, struggling to fend off Teen Itri's relentless attacks. The man's overwhelming strength forced Ian backward, his footing faltering. Meanwhile, Teen Eitri remained calm and composed, as if defeating Ian was nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Raising his massive sword with ease, Teen Eitri swung it with terrifying force, sending Ian flying. Gripping his sword with one hand, Teen Eitri sneered, "Seems like I won't be the one losing today. Your swordsmanship has improved, sure, but your magic, still pathetic." Ian clenched his jaw, mind racing. "He's right," Ian admitted to himself. "I can read his moves, react to them, but unless I find a way to deal with that cursed magic sword, I'm finished." Despite a slight boost in his magical power, Ian knew a head-on clash would still end in disaster. As if to prove that point, Teen Eitri unleashed a devastating spell. The condensed magical energy warped the space around them, crackling with violent lightning that rained down like judgment from the heavens, threatening to tear Ian apart. Ian braced himself, gritting his teeth, barely managing to block the onslaught. But the relentless strikes drained his strength with every second, and soon his knees buckled. Teen Eitri chuckled softly, his voice dripping with mockery. "You're surprisingly stubborn, but don't think you can win by simply dodging around like that." But this time, Ian's expression shifted. Amid the chaos, had finally spotted an opening. His eyes gleamed with determination as he shot back. "Just wait, you bastard. I'll shut that arrogant mouth of yours soon enough." Teen Eitri let out an amused snort, unfazed. "I'd love to see that," he replied, his lips curling into a taunting smile. "If you can manage it, I'll gladly accept defeat like a man. After all, the men of the Northern Kingdom aren't afraid to face the outcome of a fair fight." Ian gritted his teeth at those words, cursing inwardly. "Fair fight. My ass. You bullied Saria just because you couldn't beat her, and now you want to lecture me about fairness." But before Ian could catch his breath, Teen Eitri charged again, launching a barrage of ruthless attacks. Ian narrowed his eyes, focusing intently. Finally, he identified a weakness in opening above Teen Eitri's defenses, but before he could act on it, an overwhelming wave of energy burst forth from the giant's sword, slicing through the air. The sheer force left Ian momentarily paralyzed, eyes wide in shock. Teen Eitri's assault grew fiercer by the second. Ian struggled, but the gap in power was undeniable. His body slammed into the ground, breath knocked from his lungs. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Ian forced himself up, planting his sword firmly into the dirt for support. His mind raced. What the hell is that speed? Up ahead, Teen Eitri casually rested the massive sword on his shoulder, strolling toward Ian like a predator toying with its prey. Suddenly, the man spoke again, his voice laced with curiosity. "You know, I've been wondering about something. During your first match with that girl, I saw you dodge a strike no one should been able to dodge. It was like you bent the attack itself." Teen Eitri tilted his head, eyes narrowing. "How did you pull that off?" Teen Eitri's question immediately raised Ian's suspicion. Is he talking about that time, when I was possessed by the dark spirit? Only masters can pull off something like spatial footwork. That thought triggered something in Ian's mind. Wait, footwork? Glancing down, Ian's eyes widened slightly in realization. The ground beneath their feet was unusually soft. The faint outlines of deep footprints littered the battlefield remnants from their earlier clash. Ian's eyes gleamed with understanding. "This is it, the only way I can win." Meanwhile, Teen Eitri's calm, taunting voice echoed across the clearing. "I must say, I'm rather curious about that little trick of yours." Without waiting, he swung his massive sword, strike after strike slicing through the air toward Ian, confident. "You'll dodge it again, won't you?" Just like before. Ian slowly rose to his feet, facing the enemy who clearly outmatched him. He forced his breathing to steady. "Just a little more," Teen Eitri chuckled, amused. "What's the matter?" Seeing Ian remain still, he added mockingly. "Already given up, have you?" But little did he know, he was walking straight into Ian's trap. Ian's mind was razor-focused. "All right, I just need him to charge in." Sure enough, Teen Eitri advanced, each heavy footstep sinking slightly into the soft ground, oblivious to the danger. The moment his sword sliced downward, Ian twisted his body, narrowly evading the strike. Teen Eitri's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. But before he could react, Ian struck back, faster than the eye could follow. Teen Eitri stumbled, forced to retreat under Ian's relentless assault. His expression darkened as bruises quickly blossomed across his body. "He can take a hit, freakish bastard," Ian thought. "Fine. I just won't give him a chance to breathe." Ian surged forward like a violent storm, his speed utterly overwhelming. Teen Eitri barely had time to register what happened before Ian's attack sent him flying. The ground shook as he crashed down hard. But worse than the impact was the cold, merciless grip tightening around his throat. Teen Eitri thrashed in panic, voice rasping. What are you doing? Let me go." Ian didn't answer. His expression was cold as death itself. Raising the axe high, his voice was low and dangerous. "Shut your mouth." His face twisted with fury. Ian's grip tightened around Teen Eitri's neck. "Shut the hell up," he repeated with a snarl. Teen Eitri's eyes bulged as he struggled to speak, but it was too late. The blade came down with brutal finality. His body convulsed violently as dark energy burst from his face like a balloon leaking air, the life draining from him. But Ian wasn't done. His rage hadn't cooled. "You filthy coward, how dare you stab others in the back like that?" Without hesitation, Ian raised the axe once more. "Bastards like you deserve to be ground into pieces." Finally, the battle ended. Silence returned, heavy but peaceful. Ian exhaled slowly, his fury settling. But the quiet didn't last. A shrill, entitled voice suddenly cut through the calm. "You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me?" A young man stormed in, eyes wide with arrogance. "I am Lupin, third son of Count Rainala." He pointed a finger at Ian, seething. "If you know what's good for you, get on your knees." Before Lupin could even finish his sentence, Ian's axe came flying toward him. The fool stood frozen, staring at the weapon as it whistled past him, completely oblivious to the danger creeping closer. Ian's voice was calm, almost bored, but carried a dangerous edge. "Sounds to me like you want to get chopped into pieces too." His gaze darkened. "Since you're suddenly wide awake, why don't you tell me, where exactly did you get your information about Syria?" Lupin flinched, stumbling over his words. That panic quickly set in. His bravado shattered as he blurted everything he knew. "I don't know anything. I swear. There was this girl. A girl with green hair. She's the one who told us. That's all I know. I don't even know who she really is." Ian's eyes narrowed, his expression turning ice cold as he caught the most important detail. "Green hair." Lupin nodded frantically, trembling all over. "She told us things about Syria's mother, that's it. I swear that's all I know." Ian slowly stepped closer, his shadow looming over the terrified noble. Lupin lowered his head, practically curling into himself as he waited for his fate to be decided. Ian's voice was low, chilling, and unmistakably threatening. "Useless. I should have known there wouldn't be much to squeeze out of cowards like you." He paused, then leaned in slightly, his words cutting like a blade. "Listen carefully, there won't be a next time." With that, Ian spared Lupin's pathetic life, turning away. Deep down he exhaled, his fury simmering beneath the surface. At least for now, Syria shouldn't face any more trouble. If those bastards dare try anything dirty behind my back again, they all know perfectly well what happens when a lunatic like me comes knocking. But as Ian's eyes drifted to Lupin, who now stood frozen, staring blankly at Teen Eitri's crumpled body, the fury within him boiled once more. His fist clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. The bitter thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. Those bastards dared to spread rumors about Syria's past. Ian's eyes glinted with cold resolve, his jaw tightening. "I swear, I'll hunt them down, and crush them all." Syria glanced around but saw no familiar figure in sight. "He's not here. Did something happen to Senior Ian? No way did he go pick a fight for me." Even if he was angry, suddenly, mocking voices rang out behind her. "Hey look! It's the little orphan girl." Syria turned around and immediately recognized the group of bullies. One of the girls sneered at her. "What are you staring at? You can't exactly go crying to your mommy now, can you?" Syria's hands holding her sword trembled with anger. "These damn bastards," she clenched her fists tightly, forcing herself to stay calm. "Keep it together. They're trying to provoke me. I can't afford to react." But seeing Syria stay quiet, another girl smirked and kept pushing. "Ah, look at her. She's pissed off now, isn't she? Guess it's what happens when no one raises you properly. Maybe it's because you're only half a person, huh?" At that moment, a cold, sharp voice cut through the air. "That's enough." The girls turned and saw Teen Eitri approaching, his expression dark and menacing. "Who the hell are you?" one of them asked. His gaze remained flat, but there was a dangerous edge to his tone. "I'm telling you, walk away." Unless you want to end up like me. Confused, they tried to laugh it off. Hua, calm down. We're just having a little chat with someone we know. But their nervous chuckles faltered as they finally noticed the bruises, cuts, and swollen face on Teen Itri. He spoke with quiet venom. No need for excuses. That crazy bastard Ian didn't even give us a chance to explain before he beat the hell out of us. This is all thanks to him. Realizing they were in way over their heads, the girls paled. Wait. This isn't the arena. You can't just. But Teen Itri ignored them, focusing back on Surya. Surya Yardina. He and his group all bowed their heads, their voices sincere. I apologize. From now on, we won't bother you again. Surya remained unfazed, her tone indifferent. This is unnecessary. You could have picked a better time to humiliate yourselves. But Teen Itri leaned in, his voice low and threatening by her ear. There's a reason I'm making a scene like this. If vague rumors start spreading, people will mock us. So we're making it clear the lunatic Ian wrecked us. That's the story. His expression darkened. I still don't like you. You're rude, and it pisses me off that you're stronger than me, and that you've got solid backing. But even so, building allies is a skill too. Make sure to tell Ian what happened here today. As he walked away, Surya watched him, mildly surprised. He's smarter than I thought. But before she could process that, she froze in disbelief. The two girls who had mocked her earlier were bowing deeply, voices trembling with regret. We're sorry, we won't ever mess with you again. Surya stood there, unsure how to even react. If it were just me, I probably would have just endured it, and believed I couldn't change anything. But I can't keep relying on his help forever. Next time I'll handle it myself. Meanwhile, in a lavish room elsewhere, a frustrated voice called out. Ian. The saintess scowled as she looked him over, her irritation clear. Do you enjoy getting yourself hurt or something? More importantly, did you really fight 8 people at once? Letting out an exhausted sigh, she continued. I'm only patching you up because you had a valid reason, but if it weren't for that, Rinellis would have made a huge scene. Ian's eyes widened slightly at the name. Rinellis? The saintess nodded grimly. Yes. The Count is furious. He may have kept his promise, but there's no way he's letting go of his grudge. What should I do? What if they start putting pressure on my family? While Ian was still deep in thought, the saintess continued, her tone casual but steady. Of course I've explained everything properly. When you told me what happened, naturally I had to take your side. After all, the Church of Heaven always protects justice, and besides, I still owe you a favor from last time. Ian blinked in surprise. A favor? Seeing his confused expression, she smirked knowingly. Oh, I guess you don't remember. Well, it's nothing major. You don't need to worry about it, Emolin. Ian's forced smile twitched at her words. Emolin? But inside he was cursing up a storm. Damn you, accursed spirit. What the hell did you do during that week? The saintess wasn't someone an ordinary student like him should be casually speaking to. There was no way her favor was just a simple thank you. Just what the hell did he, or more accurately that thing, do to make her owe him a favor like this? While his mind spiraled in frustration, a familiar voice called from outside the room. Ian. Celine rushed in, throwing her arms around him. You really beat up Teen and his gang. Are you hurt? Are you okay? Seeing her so fired up, Ian sighed in exasperation. Why do you always pounce on me every time we meet? Pouting, Celine huffed. But seriously, why do you care so much about that girl? Every time you throw yourself in harm's way for her. Ian shook his head. That's not true. If it were you, I'd do the same thing. Didn't I promise I'd protect you? The soft, golden light in the room seemed to blur as Celine froze for a moment, clearly touched by his words. So you still remember? Ian smiled faintly. How could I forget? His expression grew more serious. High-ranking nobles have set their eyes on the mines in your family's territory. They've even plotted to take down your uncle. When I saw you crying in the garden that day, my mind was made up. I'd protect you, no matter what. Celine's eyes widened, emotions overwhelming her. She threw her arms around him again, holding him tight. Ian gently reassured her, don't worry. If anything happens, I'll be there. You're like my little sister. Of course, I can't just stand by and do nothing. But at the word little sister, Celine's entire body tensed up. Little sister. The emotional atmosphere snapped like a brittle string. With a dangerous glint in her eye, she stomped hard on Ian's foot. Seriously. We were having such a touching moment. How could you ruin it like that? Ian hopped on one foot, holding the injured one, completely lost. What did I do wrong? His clueless response only fueled her frustration. Forget it. There's no use explaining to an idiot like you. Celine took a deep breath, forcibly calming herself down. Let's just deal with the Surya Yardina situation as fast as possible. Once that's over, your obsession with her will cool off naturally. Her expression turned serious. It's not new for people to talk behind her back, but now it's changed. They're doing it openly, right to her face. And these aren't just random students. They're mostly high-ranking nobles with ties all over this academy. Ian frowned. Leto mentioned the same thing. He looked at Celine. Do you have any idea who's behind this? She crossed her arms, thinking aloud. Well, it's definitely not second years. This isn't just a few bullies. It's organized. So odds are, someone from Teen's third-year group is involved. First years and fourth years. I doubt it. First years don't even have any connection to the Yardina family. Ian considered it. So third years are the most likely. Celine offered. Leto said he'd be late today. You want me to ask him to dig around? But Ian shook his head. I'll handle it. He's got enough connections as it is. Inside, Ian's mind raced. Third years. High-ranking nobles. Green hair, just like Lupin mentioned. That narrowed things down considerably. All that's left is to find out who the mastermind really is. Inside the quiet room, Ian wandered aimlessly, muttering to himself, I never thought leaving this place alone would feel this empty. As he walked, he ran into someone, Emma's father. The man immediately noticed him and bowed politely. It's been a while, young master. Ian quickly raised his hand to stop him. You don't have to be so formal, sir. Hesitating for a moment, Ian asked quietly, How is she doing? Emma's father's hands trembled slightly, his face filled with sorrow. They say she's still fighting for her life. I'm such a useless father. I don't even know what I can do anymore. Seeing the guilt weighing down the man's expression, Ian offered a gentle reassurance. Please, don't blame yourself like that. I believe a miracle will happen. Emma's father looked at Ian with gratitude burning in his eyes. I heard you killed the beast that attacked my daughter. I don't know how to ever repay you. Gripping Ian's hand tightly, he poured out his heartfelt thanks, leaving Ian feeling awkward. The man's grip tightened even more, as if he couldn't contain his emotions. Ian quickly responded, It only attacked me, so I fought back. What I did, it's not something that deserves your gratitude. As he gently pulled his hand away, the man seemed flustered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ian shook his head with a faint smile. It's fine. The man quickly bowed again. It's just, I couldn't help wanting to express my thanks. Well then, I'll be on my way. With that, their conversation ended, and they went their separate ways. As Ian walked off, he silently vowed to himself, I'll do whatever it takes to save Emma. In front of the towering structure, Ian stood lost in thought. Leto's connections really are impressive. Recalling Leto's cheerful, confident face as he declared, All right, leave it to me. But what are you paying me for this? Ian could only sigh in exasperation. Even if I just sit and wait, I know he'll find the culprit eventually. As he mulled it over, he found himself approaching Syria's usual training spot. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. Knew you'd be here before me. Standing at a distance, Ian watched Syria practice. Something about the atmosphere around her had shifted. She was immersed in her sword practice, completely unaware of his presence. Her precise, fluid movements made Ian wonder to himself, how did I even manage to beat her back then? When she finally finished her training, Ian walked over and called out, You holding up okay? Syria, wiping the sweat from her forehead, turned toward him. Her cheeks flushed pink as she bowed slightly. No, not at all. If you weren't by my side, Senior Ian, I wouldn't be okay. Ian blinked, momentarily confused by her words, then realized how loud his own thoughts had been, making him awkwardly avert his eyes. Syria asked softly, And how about you? Ian answered with a tense smile, same as always. By the way, what were you practicing just now? Syria explained, It's a secret technique from my family. The Golden Lion Sword Style. It's a technique that creates multiple consecutive sword slashes, making it hard for the opponent to tell which ones are real. She paused for a moment before adding, "I'm still inexperienced, so I can only create 3 slashes at once. But true masters can make up to 10 in a single breath." Hearing that it was a secret family technique, Ian hesitated and asked, "Is it really okay for me to see it?" Surya nodded, her tone playful yet sincere. "It's fine. Besides, with your skills you wouldn't be able to copy it anyway." Realizing how rude that sounded, she immediately panicked, waving her hands. "Wait. That's not what I meant. I just meant, you're already strong enough as it is." Ian chuckled softly, though there was a twinge of bitterness in his heart. "No, you were right." Seeing his reaction, Surya lowered her gaze apologetically. "I'm really sorry, truly," but Ian smiled again, brushing it off. "It's fine. Don't worry about it." Ian sighed inwardly. Seems like she's finally starting to understand other people's feelings. She even feels bad about what she said. The two continued chatting casually. Surya smiled and said, "I've heard about what you did." She bowed her head slightly, sincerely thanking him. "Thank you for helping me." Ian gently took both her hands, smiling brightly. "Don't worry about it. We help each other when we need to." His smile was so dazzling, so warm, that Surya was momentarily stunned. She didn't even hear the rest of what he said. "Don't overthink it so much." Her face flushed bright red. Flustered, she quickly lowered her gaze to the ground, avoiding his eyes. Her mind scrambled for some sense of composure. Maybe my situation isn't as hopeless as I thought. Pulling her hands back, she hesitated for a moment, then said something that completely confused Ian. She looked up at him, smiling faintly. "I'll deal with my own problems myself." Her determined tone caught Ian off guard. Since when did she sound so reliable? Still a little flustered, he scratched the back of his head. "All right. But if anything happens, come find me, okay?" Surya's expression stiffened as if she'd said something wrong. Did I say something weird just now?" Ian quickly waved his hands in denial. No. Let's just get to training." Without another word, Surya threw herself into practice with surprising focus, completely ignoring Ian. Watching her, Ian quietly observed, her aura is way more stable than before. But as he kept watching, his eyes narrowed in curiosity. He eventually walked over and asked, "Hey, did your aura color change?" Surya nodded calmly. "It did." Ian's eyes widened in shock. Wait, that's not a small thing, you know." He clearly remembered her previous aura color. The change wasn't drastic, but it was unmistakable. The soft green hue had deepened considerably. A person's aura reflected their state of mind, their very spirit. A change in color meant something inside her had changed. Yet, Surya tilted her head and said, "I don't feel any different though." Weird, right? Her words only deepened Ian's suspicion. Suddenly, a thought hit him. Could this have anything to do with those rumors about her mother getting out? At the mention of her mother, Surya flinched, visibly uncomfortable. But her voice remained firm. It hurt, hearing everyone talk about it like that. "But no. I don't think my aura has anything to do with that." She looked away, her voice quiet. "Besides, that happened a long time ago." Ian frowned slightly. "A long time ago." Surya fell silent for a moment, then began recounting the memory. "When I was 6, my mother was exiled from the Yardina family." Her eyes clouded with sorrow. She begged not to be taken away from me." The scene played vividly in her mind. Her mother, kneeling before her father, pleading desperately to stay. But her father's voice rang cold and cruel. "Get this filthy woman out of here. Now." Within moments, knights appeared and forcibly dragged her mother away. Surya had stood frozen, unable to move or speak, as her mother's outstretched hand reached for her until the very last moment. That haunting image was forever burned into her memory. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued, "I was afraid I'd be thrown out too. So I pretended I didn't see anything." Her face showed little emotion, but her eyes betrayed the pain she carried. She finished, her tone cold but resolute. "After that, my sister told me, if you don't prove yourself useful, you'll end up just like her." Surya slid her sword back into its sheath. "So from that day on I poured everything into swordsmanship. To prove I wasn't useless." Ian listened silently, a heavy sadness settling over him. At just 6 years old, she had to endure something like that. Ian asked, "So that's why you want to defeat your sister? To prove you're strong enough to surpass the heir of your family?" Syria hesitated for a moment, then lifted her chin with quiet determination. That's what I thought at first. She met his eyes, her voice steady but softer now. But now, I just want to prove to myself that I'm not weak. Seeing Ian's worried expression, Syria offered him a reassuring smile. But it's fine now, she added, almost shyly but with complete sincerity, because I have you, Senior Ian. Those words tightened something in Ian's chest. There's no way I can leave her on her own anymore. Not after hearing all that. With resolve, Ian said, all right then. In that case, all you need to do is win the hunting festival. Syria let out a startled, almost comical gasp. What? Defeating Delphine, the strongest student in the academy, in a one-on-one duel? That was nearly impossible. But the hunting festival was a team competition. Ian smiled faintly, his confidence unwavering. Somehow we'll pull it off. Meanwhile, somewhere else within the academy, a girl whispered a report to Delphine Yerdina. There's a rumor going around that your little sister's joining the hunting festival. Delphine crossed her legs casually, lounging in her chair, exuding overwhelming presence. Her aura simmered faintly around her, making the room feel heavier with power. With a cold, dismissive tone, she replied, let her. A wicked glint appeared in her eyes as she added, spreading those rumors about her mother. That was just the appetizer to welcome her back. She leaned forward slightly, her voice sharp and cruel. Seems like it's time I crush her completely. Ian's voice rang out, good job, Syria. Syria smiled softly, replying, you too, Senior Ian. Ian covered his face with his hand, glancing up at the sky, silently thinking, guess it's finally time I take another look at that letter. I've been so caught up with Syria's situation, I completely forgot about it. Ian straightened up, saying, all right then, I've got some things to take care of. So before he could finish, Syria hesitated, tugging lightly at his sleeve. Her cheeks flushed pink as she stammered, Senor, do you want to have breakfast together? Seeing her flustered expression, Ian couldn't help but let out a small laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, fine. But after breakfast I'm off, got it? But suddenly a sharp voice cut in. Oh, you mean that terrible senior, right? It was Celine, waving energetically as she walked over. Done with training already? Ian frowned. Who are you calling terrible? Celine shot a disdainful glance at the person standing beside Ian. Syria mumbled awkwardly, hello Celine. Celine sneered at her, turning back to Ian with a teasing grin. Heading to breakfast, aren't you? Without waiting for a reply, she slipped her arm around Ian's and pressed herself close. Then let's go together, just the two of us like always. Ian looked completely lost. Like always? Since when do we have breakfast together? Not wanting to lose out, Syria furrowed her brows and tugged at Ian's sleeve again. Wait a second. Whispers erupted from the nearby students. Hey, what's happening? Drama alert. Celine clung tighter to Ian's arm, deliberately pressing herself closer, her gaze sharp as she provoked. Is there some reason you need him, Syria Yerdina? Celine chuckled inwardly. What's gotten into this girl? Did she swallow a stick of dynamite or something? Syria held her ground, her voice firm. Let go of him. Celine raised an eyebrow, amused. And who exactly do you think you are telling me that? We always go together. Syria's eyes darkened. So that's how it is. You're one of those people, the ones who talk behind my back. You just want to paint me as the villain, right? Celine's expression twisted slightly, but Syria took a bold step closer, her voice steady. Tell me, am I wrong? Every time I see that insecure, ugly side of you, I realize those rumors might suit you perfectly. Leaning in near Celine's ear, Syria whispered coldly. If Ian only notices me because I seem pitiful, then I'll stay pitiful, as long as it means we'll always be together. Celine couldn't take it anymore. Her hand went for her sword, fury flashing in her eyes. Don't block my way. But Syria didn't flinch, her presence radiating quiet authority. Draw your sword then. Because honestly, I can't hold back much longer either. The tension between them reached a boiling point. But before either could act, a low, firm voice rang out. Enough. Ian stepped between them, his face serious. Both of you, just leave me alone for a bit. Celine froze in surprise, unconsciously muttering his name, Ian, Surya's head dropped, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Celine clenched her fists and closed her eyes, swallowing her frustration. Later at the dining hall, Ian sat at the table, dark circles visible under his eyes, absent-mindedly staring at the sky. Leto, seated across from him, raised his glass, grinning. "So, that's why you left the two of them behind." Ian sighed. Surya was getting angry, and Celine kept saying weird stuff. "I couldn't take it anymore." Leto let out a hearty laugh, sipping his drink. "Man, I'd be jealous if I were you. Two gorgeous girls fighting over you doesn't get much better than that." Ian scowled. "You keep talking like that, and my fist is going straight into your face." Leto smirked, unfazed. "Relax, I'm just saying Celine's probably got a lot on her mind too. After all, a new love rival just popped up out of nowhere." Ian blinked in confusion. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Leto set his glass down with a sigh. "You really are dense, you know that?" Ian grumbled. "You brought this up in the first place, forget it." "What about the investigation I asked you to handle?" Leto shrugged casually. "Why so impatient?" "I told you, give me about a week. I've already got all my exes, current girlfriends, and basically everyone else I know looking for a girl with green hair. Just be patient." Ian frowned, judging bluntly. "You player, I didn't think it'd take this long." Leto, still excited, took a sip of water. "Well, if we found her right away, it wouldn't be called investigating, would it?" Out of nowhere Ian spoke up, mumbling under his breath. "By the way, I've got a question. Do you think a letter could come from the future?" Leto crossed his arms, confused. "What's with you today? You've been saying all kinds of weird stuff." Ian quickly shoved his hand into his pocket. "Forget it. It's probably better if I just show you." "Look." Leto's green eyes widened. "Look at what?" Ian urged him. "Come on, I'm telling you to look at this letter, from the future." Leto snorted, teasing. "What, did you eat something expired or what?" He casually reached through the space in front of Ian, his hand passing right through the letter. "There's nothing in your hand, genius." Ian's heart sank, anxiety flooding his chest. "What?" His hand just went through it. Leto leaned in, concern creeping into his voice. "Don't tell me you're cursed or losing your mind." Ian shot to his feet, protesting. "No. That's how I knew about Emma's accident and the monster attack. The reason I avoided danger. It was all written in this letter. And there's more. It says a terrifying monster will show up at the hunting festival." Leto stayed calm, tapping his chin as he replied. "The hunting festival. Isn't that kind of expected? Strong opponents always show up. The senior students will be back for it, after all." Ian struggled to explain, his words stumbling over each other. "No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying a monster so powerful it shouldn't exist will show up during the hunting festival." Leto still looked skeptical, raising a brow. "Okay, but is it really necessary to stress that the hunting festival's happening? Everyone at the academy knows that." Ian's hands trembled slightly as he clutched the invisible letter, his heart uneasy. "What the hell? Our conversation, it's not connecting. Don't tell me I can't share the letter's contents with anyone." Leto snapped Ian out of his thoughts. "Alright, let's pretend what you're saying is true. If that's the case, there's a high chance some sort of time interference is happening, and it's only affecting you, so you can prevent a disaster." Ian blinked, confused. "Disaster? What do you mean?" Leto sighed tiredly. "Are you seriously this dense? This is major. Time interference can only be done with the highest form of magic. But even that has limits. You know why?" Ian scratched his cheek, muttering to himself. "Emma said something similar before." Aloud, he answered hesitantly, "Because it's hard to use." Leto groaned, exasperated. "Dear God, why do I even bother? We're talking about magic that can mess with the order of the world. Obviously there are restrictions." Leto leaned in, growing more serious. "Let's use the wolf monsters from earlier as an example. In the future described by that letter, those monsters got taken down. But that only happened because you read the letter. But think about it, that letter couldn't have been sent unless the monsters were already defeated. Which means the past is the future, and the future is the past. That kind of loop messes up everything." His voice dropped low, firm and serious. In other words, knowing about the future means, Ian still looked lost. Leto spelled it out clearly. If you screw this up, you could be the one who destroys the entire world. Ian hesitated, his voice shaking slightly. Me? I could destroy the whole world? Leto set his glass down with a solid thunk, replying firmly. Exactly. That's why I'm telling you, be careful. I think whoever sent that letter is trying to stop something terrible from happening. But since this time distortion only affects you, and the information you have is limited, as long as you don't do anything reckless, things should be fine. A bead of sweat slid down Ian's cheek as his mind raced. Even so, the fate of the entire world might be resting on me. I'm just some small-time noble from the countryside. How the hell am I supposed to handle something like this? Shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight, Ian sighed inwardly. What should I even do from now on? Before he could compose himself, a sharp, blunt voice called out. Hey you! Ian slowly turned around. There stood Elsie, lips pursed in displeasure. You're the one who beat up my little brother, aren't you? Green magical energy flickered and swirled around her like an aura of barely contained fury. Arms crossed, she stood tall and confident. Then, the sound of countless footsteps echoed in from all directions. Ian's breath caught as he glanced around. He was completely surrounded. His expression darkened, mind racing. She's here for revenge, for her little brother? Gulping nervously, Ian tried to stay calm. If she's really his sister, then this must be Elsie Rhinellis. He muttered under his breath. You seriously thought the son of House Rhinellis would just sit quietly after what happened? Ian let out a long, defeated sigh, running a hand through his hair in frustration. The leader of one of the two main factions at the academy. Even the Saintess tried to smooth things over. But no, that little brat still came looking for me. And now he's brought his big sister too. The corners of Ian's mouth twitched as he resigned himself. Guess I'm taking a beating today, before this really spirals out of control. He kept mumbling to himself. Yeah, sis, this guy isn't some pushover, but running away. That's just pathetic. But before the Rhinellis siblings could even finish bickering, all of Elsie's followers were already sprawled across the floor. A golden-haired girl stood among them, casually dusting off her hands as if swatting away some dirt. With a faint, polite smile she spoke, cutting through the tense air like a blade. Oh dear, my apologies. They were blocking my path. Her graceful steps echoed softly as she approached, each movement elegant and composed. Delphine ran her hand through her hair, and offered a perfectly measured smile. Why don't you quit pretending to be all tough in front of the other students, Delphine? It's honestly getting old. Elsie's teeth clenched with irritation. You're just as rude as ever, Yurdina. A dangerous tension sparked between them as they stared each other down, both radiating hostility. That's my line, you know. Ian stood awkwardly, watching the exchange with an overwhelmed expression. Ugh, you're blocking the way. Can't you people just move? Seriously, scram already. But deep down, he chuckled to himself. This is the first time I've seen Senior Delphine up close. Up until now, I only caught glimpses of her in newspapers or from far away. Seizing the opportunity, Ian carefully slipped to the side, ready to bolt. Since she's Saria's older sister, maybe I should talk to her later. Plus, this might be my perfect escape. But just as he tried to leave, a dark-haired young man placed a firm hand on Ian's shoulder. Where do you think you're going? Don't tell me you're actually trying to run away. Ian quickly waved his hands defensively. And no, of course not. But even as he denied it, his hand had already drifted to the hilt of his sword. I really don't want to fight right now. Before he could fully decide his next move, a teasing voice called out behind him, making him freeze mid-step. Ahaha, that's more like it, isn't it? Elsie smirked mockingly, arms still crossed. You like him, don't you? Well, I don't mind waiting another night. Go have your fun with him. Elsie shot Ian a sharp glare but still spoke with a biting tone. What exactly do you plan to do, after what he's done to your little sister? Before her words could even settle in the air, a hot splash of blood suddenly burst out, staining the space around them. Both girls froze in shock. In Ian's hand now gleamed a sharp battle axe. And beneath his feet, the unfortunate student lay curled up, clutching his bleeding arm, writhing in pain. Ian's voice dropped low, dark and threatening like the growl of a cornered beast. "Senior Elsie, you can say whatever the hell you want about me, but I won't let you drag Saria into this." His face remained utterly calm, but his sharp golden eyes gleamed cold as ice. "So tell me, how exactly do you plan to pay for that mistake? Huh?" A suffocating aura of killing intent burst from Ian, making Elsie instinctively recoil in fear, her voice cracking with panic. He's going to attack me." But Ian didn't hesitate for a second. He dashed forward, leaping into the air, swinging the axe down with terrifying force toward the blonde-haired student nearby. With a sickening thud, the boy collapsed, blood spurting uncontrollably from the brutal strike. Another student charged at Ian, shouting furiously, "You bastard!" But Ian shifted his stance effortlessly, weaving through the flurry of sword strikes as if dancing. In the same motion, he brought his axe around in a brutal swing, knocking the student clean off his feet. Raising the axe high with one hand, Ian judged coldly, "Too slow." With the butt of the axe, he slammed it straight into the student's face. The poor boy collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his mouth agape, eyes rolled back pitifully. Ian stood tall amidst the pile of groaning, defeated students, utterly composed, as if nothing had happened. But suddenly a flash of crackling blue lightning tore through the air beside him. Ian reacted instantly, gritting his teeth as he launched himself out of harm's way, dodging the savage blast of magical lightning. Landing on steady feet, Ian looked Elsie dead in the eyes, a twisted grin curling his lips. "Good. That's more like it," he sneered, utterly satisfied. "Come on, let's fight properly now. I've already cleared out the pests for you." Elsie's face contorted in both fury and disbelief. "You've completely lost it. Do you really think you can beat me?" But Ian, growing more impatient, retorted, "How would I know if I don't try?" In a burst of mana, he launched himself at her like a bullet. In a flash, Ian raised his arm high, slicing the air. His boots landed squarely on the ground, but in the next instant, raw mana surged straight toward her. Elsie hastily summoned a defensive spell, shielding herself from the impact. She exhaled sharply, "A weakling like you seriously think you can break my barrier?" Ian's grin twisted wider, dark and vicious. "Guess I'll just keep trying. Let's see how long your shield holds up." The air between them turned eerily quiet. Elsie folded her arms confidently, a proud smile curling her lips. "Break my shield? Don't kid yourself. Though I'd admit, your attacks earlier were quite impressive. You actually managed to deal with my lackeys." With a dismissive glance, she pointed her staff at Ian, ready to mock him further, but before she could utter another word, Ian's mana surged violently into his weapon. A sharp clash echoed through the air. Elsie's face twisted in strain as she struggled to withstand the sudden pressure. "Ugh, you bastard." But it was already too late. Ian's hand slammed against her magical barrier, forcing her body down toward the ground. Swinging his axe down relentlessly, Ian sneered, "You sure like to run your mouth, don't you?" His strikes came faster, more brutal with each swing. "Let's see if you can keep talking after that precious shield of yours shatters." Inside, Elsie laughed to herself. Ridiculous. Does he really think swinging that axe over and over will break my barrier? I'm one of the top mages at this academy. While that idiot focuses on smashing away, I'll just quietly prepare my spell and crush him. But Ian's eyes had lost all composure. He struck again. And again. His wild assault refused to slow, his fury boiling over. Before Elsie could even cast a single spell crack, her proud shield shattered into fragments of mana, dissipating like smoke. Elsie's hands trembled as she gripped her staff, eyes wide in disbelief. The students spectating around them gasped in shock. He just kept swinging until it broke. Tears welled up in Elsie's blue eyes, her body trembling. Someone please help me." Ian scowled, voice sharp and full of disgust. "Really? Begging for your life now?" His expression darkened further, golden eyes blazing. "Didn't you already accept the consequences when you ran your mouth about me and Saria? You brought this on yourself." Elsie's voice cracked as tears streamed down her face. "Why, you're not actually going to kill me, are you? Please, I don't want to die." With a twisted smile, Ian hoisted his axe higher. "Then maybe you shouldn't have started this." Death's a natural part of a duel that determines a person's honor. The sound of stone cracking echoed beside Elsie's ear. She squeezed her eyes shut in terror. But the killing blow never came. Ian clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his face from restrained fury. This time I'll let it go. But next time you won't be so lucky. Slowly he stepped back, rising to his feet under the stunned stares of the surrounding students. Suddenly, a calm, almost playful voice broke the silence. "Hey." Delphine stood nearby, watching him with clear amusement. "Mind if I borrow you for a minute? There's something I've been meaning to discuss with you," in front of the academy courtyard. Not far off, Leto burst into laughter, pointing straight at Ian. "Phew, I had a feeling it was you. But wow, so you really are the axe-wielding madman everyone's talking about." Ian let out an exasperated sigh. "Oh, you want to try that madman's axe for yourself? You'd love it, I swear." Leto teased further, winking. "Besides, aren't you supposed to meet Senior Delphine now?" Ian scratched the back of his head, a little annoyed. Yeah, that's the plan. But I've got no clue what she wants from me." With a shrug, he added, "Guess I'll just go along for now." Then, his expression turned serious. "Anyway, did you find the one spreading rumors about Saria?" Leto smirked, pulling out a small note. "Sure did. That's why I came looking for you." Ian unfolded the note and scanned its contents, his eyes narrowing in thought. Leto raised an eyebrow. "Wow, that's weirdly calm of you. I expected more of a reaction." Ian crossed his arms, exhaling heavily. "I've got my reasons." Looking up at the sky, his thoughts drifted. "We don't have much to go on. But when I thought about who'd benefit most from tormenting Syria, the answer became pretty obvious." Leto's eyes widened slightly in realization. "So you already had a hunch, and my info just confirmed it?" Ian nodded, gaze unwavering. "Exactly. Now the only thing left is to hear what they have to say for themselves." Meanwhile, deep within a sunlit forest, Syria stood alone, worry clouding her gentle face. She glanced down at the report in her hand, her expression tinged with sadness. "He got into another fight because of me again." Her cheeks flushed faintly as the thought lingered. "Senior Elsie only approached him because he dealt with the people spreading rumors about me. I told him I could handle it. But in the end, he helped me anyway." Suddenly, Ian's voice rang out behind her. "Why do you look so down?" Syria jumped in surprise. Senor Ian." She quickly tried to hide the report behind her back. It's nothing." Her body trembled slightly as she spoke, her voice soft and filled with regret. I'm sorry about earlier. I treated Celine like she was the villain. It wasn't fair." Ian scratched his head awkwardly, his voice gentle. "Don't worry about it. I was a little annoyed back then too, but I'm not mad anymore. So stop worrying, okay?" Syria shyly looked up at him, her eyes shimmering. "But every time I just stand there, watching you help me." Her fingers fidgeted nervously. "This time was the same. You fought those bullies for me, and even Senior Elsie got dragged into it." Ian's expression softened, a warm, reassuring smile lighting up his face like starlight. "It's okay. You can lean on me. That's what we do, right? When one of us is in trouble, the other helps. Who knows, next time, you might be the one helping me." Syria pouted slightly, but her eyes sparkled as she looked at him dreamily. Can I hug you?" Ian blinked, caught completely off guard. "Huh?" Syria's small frame inched closer to him. Ian opened his mouth to say something. Hold on, but before he could finish, her body gently pressed against his. The warm sunlight filtered through the trees, and the faint sound of falling leaves filled the air. Ian's face flushed a deep red as his heart raced uncontrollably. What the hell is happening right now?" Syria clung to him happily, clearly enjoying the moment. But just as she was getting lost in the warmth, Ian's voice broke the silence. Syria quickly turned her face away, blushing furiously, her hands covering her cheeks. "This is because of my mom," she stammered, embarrassed. "Whenever I cried, my mom would hug me like this, so." Her head spun from nerves. "I didn't mean to upset you, I." She struggled to finish her sentence, her eyes darting away awkwardly, but then they landed on something nearby. Her expression shifted slightly. Wait, are those Sia flowers? Desperate to change the subject, she pointed at the cluster of blossoms nearby. These flowers usually only grow up north. I've never seen them this far south before. Ian's eyes widened as realization hit him. Sia flowers? Damn, with all the bullying drama I completely forgot about them. His mind raced, piecing the puzzle together. The reason I approached Saria in the first place was to figure out if she's sepia. This was the perfect chance to ask. Ian cleared his throat, trying to sound casual. Do you like flowers, Saria? Saria's expression brightened instantly, her radiant smile blooming like the flowers themselves. Yes. My mom loved flowers, so I do too. Ian's eyes widened, deep in thought. With that emotional connection, it makes sense she'd name herself after a flower. But another question gnawed at him. Why is she hiding her real name? There must be a reason. His gaze drifted toward the Sia flowers swaying gently in the breeze. This flower must mean a lot to her. And in that letter it mentioned we'd get closer after the hunting festival. Ian's heart skipped a beat as a shocking thought surfaced. Could Saria really be sepia? If that's true, then she's the one I'm destined to marry in the future. The realization left him speechless. Ian shook his head, muttering under his breath. No matter how convincing that letter was, she's just a junior. I shouldn't let this distract me. Focus, Ian. He smiled gently at Saria. Hey Saria, can I ask you something? It's a little personal. Saria tilted her head, curious. Huh? What is it, senior? Ian asked casually, though his eyes sharpened slightly. Has Delphine officially been confirmed as the heir to House Yardina yet? What about you? Is there any chance you might become the heir? Saria's expression turned distant, her voice quiet. Me? I don't have the recognition or the ability to become the heir. My sister holds all the real power, and the entire family supports her. Ian nodded slowly. I see. Has your sister ever tried to suppress you? Saria's face darkened. Suppress me? Ian stroked his chin thoughtfully. You're still a Yardina by blood. There must be some rivalry over succession. Saria clenched her fists, her eyes filled with quiet resentment. I've never gone against her. I've always done what I was told, stayed quiet, stayed useful. She always warned me, if I wasn't of any use to the family, I'd be nothing. So I stayed careful, at least until I made the decision to enter the hunting festival. Her cheeks flushed faintly with lingering frustration. But why are you even interested in this, senior? Ian smiled, brushing the topic off. Oh, no particular reason. He gently placed a hand on her small shoulder, his eyes kind and reassuring. Though I guess I'll be facing off against your sister soon, so I'd like to know what kind of person she is. Later that day, inside the luxurious noble dormitory, the Alice Hall, a butler bowed politely. Thank you for waiting, sir. I'll show you to the room. Ian followed, his mind racing. Just me and Senior Delphine, great. Another ridiculous rumor in the making. Despite the thought, his eyes were calm and determined. The butler announced, Lady Delphine, Master Ian has arrived. A clear, confident voice echoed from within. Come in. Ian steadied himself. This is my only chance to get to the truth. He pushed open the door cautiously. Excuse me, but the words caught in his throat. His face flushed red in an instant. Delphine sat casually, her legs crossed with confident allure. Welcome, Prince of the Axe. Ian froze for a moment, his mind spinning. What the hell is she wearing? Ian cleared his throat, stumbling over his words. Senior Delphine, maybe you should change first. Delphine tilted her head, amused. Why? Don't you like it? Ian blurted out without thinking. It's not that. You look great. Her smile was playful, eyes sharp. Good. Please have a seat. Ian cautiously sat down, keeping his posture respectful and composed. I think it'd be wise to dress more modestly when meeting with a man. Delphine poured herself a glass of wine, her voice silky smooth. Why should I? Beautiful things make people want to possess them, don't they? A woman's body is no different. Her eyes glinted with confidence. But most women hide themselves, afraid of men's desire. As for me, no one can possess me. So why would I need to hide? Ian wiped the sweat from his brow, his mind racing. She's right, no one in this academy can beat her. And this isn't really a big deal. It's probably just me being naive. I did grow up in the countryside after all. Delphine smiled knowingly. You'll get used to this soon enough. It's just part of daily life now. Ian gave an awkward chuckle, his heart pounding slightly. Why does it feel like she's flirting with me? Shaking the thought away, he focused. Anyway, let's get to the real reason I'm here. Delphine leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, her voice playful yet sharp. Become my ally, Prince of the Axe. Ian blinked, startled. Me? Delphine nodded, calm and composed. That's right. I've never met anyone as interesting, or as bold as you. Naturally, you'd also enjoy the best privileges across all departments of the academy. Ian lowered his gaze to the table, carefully weighing his options. Does she really want me as an ally, or is there another motive? No way it's that simple. He spoke, his voice steady. Before I answer, I have a question for you. Delphine smiled faintly, ready for the challenge. Go ahead. Ian's eyes sharpened. Are you aware that Syria has been slandered recently? Delphine didn't hesitate. I've heard. Those fools, daring to tarnish the name of a Yerdina. I've already discovered the student responsible for leaking Syria's private information. It turns out they've been in and out of this dormitory. Ian reached for the wine bottle, pouring himself another glass. His tone darkened. Let me give you the full picture. The one spreading rumors about Syria's mother had to be someone from House Yerdina. Someone with enough status to rally others to humiliate her. And most importantly, they had access to private information only a Yerdina would know. He looked up, gaze sharp as a blade. When you put it all together, there's only one person who fits. And that person is you, Delphine Yerdina. Delphine chuckled softly, unfazed. I thought you were just a harmless little mouse. Color me impressed. Ian pressed on, his voice filled with quiet rage. But why? Why slander your own beloved sister? You never had a reason before. But now you do, don't you? His eyes burned with contempt. Because Syria, the little sister who always obeyed you, suddenly decided to challenge you in the hunting festival. Delphine closed her eyes briefly, as if conceding a point. You make a convincing case. But unless you have evidence, Ian smirked. If that's what you want, I'll just track down that green-haired student. Delphine's smile darkened, her voice dropping to a chilling confession. That's enough. Yes, it was me. I was going to leave her alone, until she decided to challenge me at the hunting festival. Her eyes glinted with cruel certainty. So I had to remind her never to defy her master. Ian's fist clenched. Her master. Syria only wanted to prove herself. Delphine waved it off, still perfectly poised. Let's set that aside. Are you going to become my ally or not? Honestly, I didn't expect your abilities to be this impressive. But before her words could settle, Ian swung his axe. The glass shattered on the table with a sharp crack. His voice cut through the air, cold and unyielding. I'll have to decline. Working under someone like you doesn't sound like a particularly noble pursuit. The moonlight poured through the window, casting a silver glow across the room. With one clean motion, Ian swung his axe again, this time, sending shards of Delphine's wine glass scattering across the floor. His eyes burned with resolve. I refuse. Serving under someone like you isn't exactly what I'd call a good life choice. Hearing that, Delphine smiled slyly, amusement flickering in her eyes. Oh my, am I really that obvious? She set the shattered wine glass down on the table, but with lightning-fast reflexes, drew a dagger from her waist and pressed it firmly against Ian's neck. Her voice was laced with cold threat. Now, I can't exactly let things end like this, can I? Ian glanced down at the blade at his throat, startled. So, you had a hidden weapon on you this whole time. Delphine looked smug. Well, at the very least, I need something for self-defense, don't I? She withdrew the dagger, her tone brightening as she spoke with unsettling ease. But the more we talk, the more interested I get. You know, not many people can stay so calm when staring down a knife like that. She closed the distance between them, leaning in so close their bodies nearly touched, her eyes glinting with a predatory grin. And that just makes me want to tame you for myself even more. Ian scoffed, unfazed by her confidence. "If you try that, you'll regret it." Delphine let out a soft laugh, slipping effortlessly back into her usual composed demeanor. "Me? Regret? Please, if that day ever comes, it'll only mean I've been defeated." She turned her back to him, her voice cool and casual. "Well, let's end it here for now. It's about time you left." Ian muttered under his breath. "I'd love to." But before the words fully left his mouth, he hoisted his axe, lunging at her with a fierce shout. "But I'm not done with you yet." Delphine's eyes narrowed as she turned her head, reacting in an instant. She swung her dagger upward, parrying his strike. The edge of his axe sliced across her shoulder, a thin line of crimson blooming across her skin. Ian froze in shock. Delphine countered with a swift, practiced strike, her expression sharp with contempt. "You've got a long way to go, Prince of the Axe." With a flick of her wrist, Ian's axe was sent flying, the dagger slashing across his arm in the process. Delphine smiled, practically gleaming with excitement. "But hey, don't be too discouraged. If your opponent weren't me, you probably would have won." Dropping to one knee, Delphine aimed for a decisive blow. Ian's eyes widened in alarm, his teeth clenched. The wine glass shattered on the floor beside them. Delphine's sharp gaze locked onto him as her dagger halted just at his throat. But to her surprise, Ian only smirked, his sword pressed firmly against her as well. Neither of them yielded. Frustration simmered in Delphine's chest. "So the moment you dropped your axe, you drew your sword without hesitation." Replaying the moment in her head, doubt began to creep in. "Almost like from the very beginning he never intended to finish me off with just that first strike." Ian's voice remained calm and steady. "Seems like you misunderstood something. You keep calling me the Prince of the Axe, but the sword's actually my main weapon." Delphine scowled, her face flushing with irritation. "You really were planning to kill me, weren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have caught me off guard like that. But don't get cocky, you haven't won yet." Ian met her defiance with equal confidence. "What do you mean? You're the strongest person in this whole academy. If I can push you this far, doesn't that mean I've already won?" Delphine bit her lip in frustration, unwilling to admit defeat. "He's not wrong. Even though I let my guard down, this is the first time anyone's pushed me this hard. Maybe that's why I find him so tempting." She forced a playful smile, denying the truth even to herself. "Absolutely not." Ian sighed in exasperation. "You really are stubborn." As their banter continued, neither of them noticed the sash of Delphine's robe gradually slipping loose, hanging by a thread. Delphine declared dramatically, trying to maintain control of the situation. "Prince of the Axe, this duel isn't over until the result is perfectly clear." But before she could finish, her robe slipped off entirely. Ian's eyes went wide in shock, his face flushed bright red. He quickly turned away, stammering, "Wait, Senior Delphine. This is a little..." Delphine hastily pulled her robe up, her expression uncharacteristically flustered as she tried to cover her half-bare body. A sudden knock on the door interrupted the tension. "Lady Delphine." A maid's voice called from outside. "Is everything all right? I heard a lot of noise, so I came to check." "Hoi ChatGPT," Delphine quickly replied. "I'm fine." But as she spoke, Ian's hand, still gripping his weapon, brushed against the wound on her shoulder. A sharp cry of pain escaped her lips. The maid outside froze for a second, then panic took over. She shoved the door open and burst inside. The sight that greeted her was, beyond awkward. Her face flushed bright red. I'm so sorry. Please forgive my rudeness." Without waiting for a response, the maid bolted out of the room. Delphine stood there, cheeks burning with embarrassment, stammering, "Wait, it's not what it looks like." An awkward, suffocating silence settled over the room. Ian cleared his throat, playing dumb as he bent down to pick up his beloved axe. "Oh wow, what do we have here? Who just leaves an axe lying around in a place like this?" Wasting no time, Ian headed straight for the door. He gave Delphine a polite, overly formal bow. "Well, let's just say I lost this round. Have a good night." And with that he shut the door behind him, leaving Delphine standing there, still flustered and speechless. Back at the academy, rumors were already flying. "Did you hear about Senior Delphine?" one student whispered. Another with green hair chimed in. You mean how that guy Ian went to her dorm and caused a scene? The third student jumped in eagerly. Yeah. Apparently he used alcohol to pressure her while she had her guard down. Honestly, that guy looks like the type to drink whenever he's in a bad mood. As they continued gossiping, familiar footsteps approached. Ian himself walked by, completely aware of the rumors swirling around him. A brown-haired student shook his head, not bothering to lower his voice. I've known that guy for 3 years, never thought he'd be such a scumbag. People who can hide their true nature, way scarier than people hiding their strength, don't you think? Ian was standing right behind him. The other student noticed and frantically whispered, Dude, shut up. Clueless. The brown-haired student frowned. What? I didn't say anything wrong. He turned and nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Ian towering behind him. Without another word, the group bolted, yelling as they scrambled away. It's the Prince of the Axe. Run for it. Ian sighed, tilting his head back to stare at the sky in frustration. How do these ridiculous rumors spread so fast? At this point it has to be deliberate. As he walked past the bulletin board, he noticed a crowd gathered. Curiosity got the better of him, and he approached to take a look. It was an announcement for the hunting festival, the Grand Hunting Festival, hosted by His Majesty, Emperor Aedalos. Participants who capture the strongest magical beast in the forest will be declared the winner. A special prize will also be awarded to the team that captures the most magical beasts. Eligibility: all students, all years, all departments. Team requirement: 4 members. Ian stared at the notice, deep in thought. If I've already decided to join, I should probably register soon. But then reality hit him. Wait, it's just me and Syria right now. How am I supposed to find 2 more people? He muttered to himself, I definitely need a mage on the team. We've already got enough close-range fighters. After a moment of pondering, an idea sparked. Maybe I should ask Leto. Leto didn't even give him a chance to finish. He pointed a finger right at Ian's face, sneering. Get lost. You'd have to be dreaming if you think I'm joining your team. Ian's eyes shimmered with exaggerated hope. Ah, come on, don't be like that, Leto. Leto recoiled, grimacing. What the hell is that face? Ian pouted dramatically. I just really want you on my team, Leto groaned, exasperated. You're getting creepier by the second. Ian's tone dropped into something more serious, though still playful. But having a mage is a smart move. Fine, if you won't join, at least introduce me to a good one. Leto paused, tapping his chin in thought. A good mage? Huh, I've got a few names in mind. His eyes drifted to the newspaper lying on the table, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Nah, I've got a better idea. Leto picked up the paper and waved it at Ian. The headline read Elsie Ranellis, codename. Is this the end for her? Leto chuckled. Follow my plan. And trust me, you'll definitely find yourself a mage. A heavy, ominous atmosphere loomed over the training grounds. Elsie had one of her classmates by the collar, shouting in his face. You got a death wish or something. Just because I lost once doesn't mean you get to mouth off to me. She raised her fist threateningly, her voice sharp and fierce. Don't you dare underestimate me. The student trembled, frantically pleading. Hey, I'm sorry. Please. Let go. Elsie's eyes burned with killing intent. She gathered magical energy in her hand, her tone cold and dangerous. Alright, let's make a deal. If you can last the next 10 seconds without crying out, I'll let this slide. She pressed the magic directly onto his body. The poor student screamed in panic. Ah, calm down please. Just then, Ian noticed the crowd forming around them. He stepped forward, his tone calm but firm. Senior Elsie, what exactly are you doing? Elsie turned, glaring at him, her furious eyes glowing faintly with blue light. Stay out of this, but the moment she realized it was Ian, her words froze in her throat. She stood there, completely stiff. Ian casually reached for the axe at his waist, raising it in front of him with a friendly, but undeniably threatening smile. Mind if I borrow a moment of your time? Elsie froze, her entire body trembling as fear overtook her. She couldn't get a word out. Seeing his chance, the student she'd been holding onto bolted, practically sprinting for his life. The crowd dispersed, leaving just Ian and Elsie behind. Ian, Honestly, a little thrown off himself, thought to himself, she's surprisingly obedient. He remembered what Leto had told him earlier. If she gives you trouble, just show her the axe. That'll solve everything. Ian sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Doesn't that kinda make me look like a complete jerk though? Pushing the thought aside, he spoke in a softer, more relaxed tone. Relax, I just want to talk. You don't have to be scared. But it seemed his plan was backfiring. Elsie looked even more panicked. She backed away, visibly trembling. I don't have anything to say to you. Ian took a small step forward, and Elsie practically fell apart, her voice cracking as she cried out. Stop. I'll do whatever you say. Okay. Just put the axe away. Ian gently placed a hand on her hat, patting her head reassuringly. His expression softened, his voice warm and patient. You must be exhausted. The simple gesture calmed her a bit. Elsie wiped at her tears, glaring at him with watery eyes. Jerk. Ian raised an eyebrow. Why am I the jerk here? Elsie's face crumpled as she burst into tears again. It's your fault. Everyone's laughing at me now. She pointed at him accusingly through her tears. They're saying I'm pathetic, crying because I lost to some random student. Ian didn't sugarcoat it. He shrugged bluntly. Well, you did cry. Elsie protested immediately. No, I didn't. Ian chuckled. All right, let's just forget that part. Elsie wiped at her eyes again, still glaring. Whatever, this is all your fault. Ian shrugged casually. Is that so? You know, I was actually gonna let you beat me up and be done with it. His expression darkened slightly, his tone heavy with meaning. But then, that certain someone showed up. At the mention, Delphine's image flashed through Elsie's mind. Her expression stiffened. Delphine Yardina, Ian nodded firmly. Exactly. So tell me, Senior, why don't you go get revenge on Delphine instead? Elsie tilted her head, curious but suspicious. And how exactly am I supposed to do that? Ian answered calmly, his tone steady and deliberate. Delphine made it pretty clear. She's planning to win the hunting festival to protect the Yardina family's honor. So if she loses, it'll be a huge disgrace for their entire house. Elsie's eyes lit up with interest. She deserves that. Ian pressed on. In that case, how about joining my team for the hunting festival? Elsie frowned, confused. Why would I team up with you? Ian's face darkened again, his expression dropping into something far more intimidating. Instinctively, Elsie flinched, waving her hands. Forget I said anything. I didn't mean it like that. Ian sighed, exasperated. Look, I know you don't exactly think highly of me, but can you really stand by and watch Delphine win? Just picture her smug little face. Honestly, it pisses me off just thinking about it. His eyes met hers, unwavering. That's why I'm asking you to join me. Ian spoke calmly, his voice steady with quiet confidence. If we work together, I'm sure we can win. Elsie crossed her arms, thinking it over for a moment before giving a reluctant nod. All right, fine. I still feel like you've got some scheme going on, but whatever, deal's a deal. Relief washed over Ian, though he kept his cool on the surface. Great. That means our basic lineup is set. Inwardly, Ian started breaking it down. Senior Elsie will provide magical support, and wait for the right moment to strike. I'll stay up front, blocking enemy attacks and creating openings for counterattacks. That should give Syria the perfect opportunity to unleash her finishing moves. But that strategy came with a catch. Still, if I do that, I'll be the one taking all the heat, drawing the enemy's attention. Ian tilted his head back, gazing at the sky, deep in thought. There's only me acting as the shield right now. We'll need at least one more person. An idea sparked in his mind. Someone skilled, maybe even better than me. Someone I can coordinate with. The Celine family's always had ties to hunters. That means she's definitely good at tracking monsters. The memory of his duel with Celine resurfaced. She almost completely overwhelmed me. I barely had time to draw my sword. Ian glanced absent-mindedly toward the foot of the mountain. Having those two together might be a headache, but this isn't the time to be picky. I've got to convince her, no matter what. By the time sunset rolled in, Ian had managed to meet up with Syria, but before he could say a word, she grabbed him by the collar. Syria, what are you doing? Ian asked, bewildered. Syria's eyes were shaky, her voice trembling. You met with my sister, didn't you? Ian blinked, confused. Senior Delphine and I. Syria's voice wavered as she pressed him further. Senior Ian, You're thinking about another woman right now, aren't you? Her grip tightened around his collar. Ian winced. No, you're the one who asked before he could finish. Syria released him. Ian let out a sigh of relief, but Syria wasn't done. She clenched her fists, seething with frustration. That damn sister of mine, she's trying to steal you away from me. She bit her thumbnail nervously, her voice panicked. Even after you promised you'd stay by my side. Ian's mind reeled. Great, another ridiculous rumor's about to start. Fantastic. Shaking it off, he spoke evenly. Look, our team lineup's basically set. But I figured we still need a mage, so I invited Senior Elsie. Syria's eyes lit up with excitement. With her on board, we won't have to worry about damage output anymore. Ian nodded. Right, as for the final member, I was thinking of Celine. Syria's expression immediately soured. If it's her, our team's just going to be one pointless argument after another. Ian shrugged. Yeah, but no one else is as good as her. Syria lowered her head, pouting in frustration. I just don't like people who are always so reckless. Ian sighed inwardly. Yeah, I figured this wasn't going to be easy. Those two are like oil and water. But his eyes hardened with determination. Still, I can't back down now. We have to register, and we have to win this festival. He placed a reassuring hand on Syria's shoulder, offering a gentle smile. I know this won't be easy, but can you trust me this time? Syria's heart softened at his sincerity. She wiped the last traces of frustration from her expression and gave a small nod. Okay, I'll trust you, Senior Ian. Ian smiled, his mind already racing ahead. Good. That settles things with Syria. But there's still one problem. Celine. His eyes narrowed slightly with quiet resolve. If she agrees, my dream team will finally be complete. But will she say yes? Hoi ChatGPT at the Academy courtyard. Celine sat quietly on one of the stone benches, keeping to herself. Ian approached, offering a polite greeting. How've you been? Celine looked up, surprised. Ian. She quickly stood, her expression flustered. I'm sorry about what happened back then. Ian shook his head lightly. Don't worry about it. It's in the past now. Relieved, Celine brightened up. So, does that mean we've made up? In that case, want to grab a meal together? It's been a while. Ian hesitated for a moment, scratching the back of his head. Sure, but I wanted to ask you something first. Celine tilted her head, curious. Ask me what? Ian cleared his throat awkwardly. Would you be interested in joining me for the hunting festival? Celine blinked, confused. The hunting festival? Ian nodded, still a little embarrassed. Yeah, I'm planning to participate with Syria, but we're short on people, so I know you two don't exactly get along. But Celine paused for a second, clearly weighing her options. Then, with a confident smile, she nodded. All right, I'll go. Ian's eyes widened slightly. Really? Are you sure? Celine smiled brightly, a hint of pride in her voice. Of course. No one fights alongside you as well as I do. It's only natural I'd be there. Ian couldn't help but grin, pleasantly surprised. She agreed way faster than I expected. With Senior Elsie, Syria, and now Celine, all top talents from the Academy, damage output definitely won't be an issue. Celine chimed in playfully, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. But, I'm still wondering, how did you even know its weak spot was the horns? Ian's expression stiffened slightly as he thought to himself. That letter, thanks to that, I figured out the monster's weakness. With that kind of information, our chances of winning are pretty solid. But his thoughts quickly turned more serious. The real problem's gonna be teamwork. You love fighting, but your people skills are, well, non-existent. And with Syria and Celine? They can't stand each other. It's gonna be a mess. Ian exhaled quietly, running through possibilities in his head before making up his mind. First things first, they've gotta learn how to work together. Guess I'll have to run them through some safe training drills. A small, uncertain smile crept onto his face. Hopefully they won't actually try to kill each other in a real battle. Hoi ChatGPT. Sunlight streamed through the leaves. The sky was clear and blue, but the atmosphere between Syria and Celine was anything but. It was as cold as winter snowfall. Neither of them spoke a word. Across from them stood Ian and Elsie, both just as silent. Ian let out an awkward chuckle under his breath. Yikes, Elsie was the first to break the tense silence, though the scowl on her face made it clear she wasn't happy about it. Arms crossed, she snapped. This is supposed to be a team. You call this a team? While she was ranting, a finger tapped her shoulder. Suddenly, a hand holding an axe came up right in front of her face. Her expression turned pale in an instant. I'm sorry. I won't say anything else," she blurted out in a panic. Ian placed a hand on her shoulder, leaning in close, his voice dead serious. "You promise?" Startled, Elsie nodded frantically. "I promise." Ian straightened up, his face relaxing into its usual calm. He gently patted the top of her hat. "Things are tense enough as it is. Don't go adding fuel to the fire." Elsie mumbled under her breath. "Still, how are we supposed to train like this? I mean, it's not impossible." But, meanwhile, Celine was watching the two of them with narrowed eyes. "What exactly is she doing?" she asked coldly. Surya refused to answer, staying silent. But Celine simply shrugged, her tone sharp. "If you two are just gonna stand there gossiping, why not reschedule training for another day?" Hearing that, Ian snapped back to attention, his mood brightening. "Oh right, we've actually got a special guest joining us today." Elsie looked at him skeptically. "A low-ranking noble like you. Who do you know that's special?" Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed across the clearing. Smoke and dust filled the air, cutting off all conversation. Syria and Celine's hands instinctively flew to the hilts of their swords, ready for anything. The whole group stared into the swirling dust cloud in front of them, no one saying a word. Elsie broke the silence, shouting, "What the hell?" A voice answered her from within the smoke. "That must be you lot, huh?" As the dust settled, a tall, imposing man stepped into view. It was none other than the legendary beast hunter Dirk. With a sharp gaze he looked the group over, his tone calm but commanding. "You're the ones aiming to become beast hunters, right?" Ian, Surya and Celine all bowed respectfully. Ian greeted him politely. "Yes sir. We're counting on your guidance, Professor Dirk." "But Elsie?" She pointed straight at the professor, puffing up with attitude. "Huh." The legendary hunter raised a hand toward her, his voice completely disinterested. "I'm not in the mood for." Before he could finish, Ian silently raised his axe, aiming it toward Elsie like a warning. Realizing what was happening, Elsie immediately switched tones, smiling stiffly. "But of course. I'll be participating." Professor Dirk jabbed a thumb at himself, grinning broadly. "Good. First up, I need to check everyone's level. For now, treat me like I'm a monster. Your job is simple: find me, and land a decisive blow." Elsie immediately jumped in with arrogant confidence. "Easy. Just you wait, you old gorilla." The words had barely left her mouth when Professor Dirk vanished without a sound. Ian's eyes widened. "Huh? Where'd he go?" The group quickly turned their attention to the nearby forest. Leaves drifted down from the treetops, rustling in the breeze. All four of them stood at the forest's edge, scanning their surroundings. Ian spoke first. "Well, this is just a test. At the very least, I thought he'd go easy on us." Yet Dirk had disappeared completely, playing the role of a monster, leaving no trace behind. Syria, keeping a close eye on the right side, responded with admiration. "No wonder he's the professor, I couldn't sense him at all." Celine chimed in. "But if we search carefully, we should find some clues." Ian turned to her, raising a hand with a grin. Spoken like a true member of a hunter family. Celine beamed at Ian's compliment, puffing up with pride as she added, "Of course. Spoiled high-ranking nobles like you wouldn't get it anyway." Hands on her hips, Elsie shot back with an annoyed glare. "Excuse me? Even I understand that much." Syria turned her gaze toward Celine, as if she wanted to say something, but the words never came. It felt like someone was watching her. Celine spun around, raising an eyebrow at Syria. "Oh. You look uncomfortable, what's the matter?" Syria answered calmly, though her eyes betrayed frustration. "I just think it's unfair. Everyone assumes I don't understand anything, just because I'm a pampered high-ranking noble." Before anyone could respond, Ian raised his hand, cutting them off. "Alright, that's enough. Everyone, hold up. Be careful." He pointed toward the ground ahead. "I found tracks. Let's move over there." In front of them, pressed into the grassy earth, was the clear imprint of a shoe. Celine's cheeks flushed as she looked at Ian with admiration. "Impressive, Ian. I bet it's because you've been hunting with me, right?" Ian glanced down at her with a serious expression. "Celine, it's time to focus." But Celine wasn't listening, rambling on with a cheerful smile. "Remember the first time you asked to tag along with me?" Syria cut in, eyes fixed straight ahead. We're not here to mess around. Stay focused. Celine shot her a sidelong glance, her lips curling into a teasing smirk. What's wrong? Jealous you can't butt into our conversation? Syria frowned, her voice sharp. Are you sure I'm the jealous one? So what if I'm with Ian? Celine shrugged, replying coolly, he only let you join because we needed numbers. But you're the one picking a fight. Syria's eyes narrowed, her tone icy. Just for the numbers. If that's how you see me, you'd better change that attitude. Celine's irritation flared. Her voice rose as she snapped back. What's with the arrogant act from someone who never says a word? Run out of things to say already? Suddenly, a shoe appeared on a tree branch above their heads. A voice called out from overhead, "Hey, you brats." Ian looked up, spotting Professor Dirk standing there casually, hands stuffed in his pockets, completely at ease. Monsters don't just run away, you know. Ian quickly processed those words. His eyes widened in alarm as he shouted, "Everyone scatter. Move." Professor Dirk casually stepped off the branch. Boom. The ground shook violently where they had just been standing. It was him. Dirk had jumped down from the tree, landing with surprising force. Straightening up, he spoke, his tone sharp and cold. Not only can you not conceal your movements, but you're also busy bickering among yourselves. He took a step forward, voice stern. With that kind of teamwork, I have nothing left to teach you. But right in front of him, a soft green glow shimmered around Celine and Ian. Both of them were down on one knee, weapons ready, completely focused. Professor Dirk shifted his gaze to the side, noticing Elsie standing a short distance away. Magical energy pulsed from the staff in her hands. It was her support spell protecting the others. Dirk chuckled, impressed. Elsie casting support magic that fast. Not bad for a little mage like you. Elsie grinned proudly, pulling her staff back toward herself. The magical energy radiating from her flared up even stronger as she responded with full confidence, "Of course. I'm the best fourth-year mage around, you old geezer." But in a flash, Dirk was right in front of her, grabbing the wrist holding her staff before she could react. "So what?" he challenged. "The rest of your team isn't on your level." The moment those words left his mouth, he attacked. Elsie dove to the side to dodge, leaving behind the most important member, the fragile, squishy mage herself. Watching everything unfold, Ian cursed under his breath. Damn it, if we'd just kept our formation, we could have used our numbers to. Before he could finish the thought, his eyes landed on Syria, sword in hand, charging straight toward Dirk. Ian shouted in alarm, "Stop, Syria, don't go." Dirk calmly watched Syria rush at him, an amused smirk spreading across his face. "So reckless," he remarked coolly. With a single effortless step back, he dodged Syria's sword swing completely. She missed. Dirk's voice stayed calm, even instructional. "In situations like this, maybe you should talk to your teammates first. Work together." But by the time Syria realized something was wrong, it was too late. Dirk's palm came down hard on the back of her neck. She collapsed beside Elsie. Dirk turned his sharp gaze toward Ian. "Now, what's the plan for you two?" Ian didn't answer. Elsie's support spell was still active on him. He quickly assessed the situation. Syria was clenching her teeth, trying to fight off the dizziness. She wasn't completely knocked out, but she was definitely dazed. Elsie was in no condition to fight. Ian made a decision and turned to the person next to him. "Celine, go help Syria. She's the strongest one here." If we want to beat. But Celine wasn't even looking at him. Her eyes were locked forward, both hands gripping the hilt of her sword, her stance firm. "No," she interrupted, voice filled with stubborn determination. "We can win without her." Ian stared at her in shock. "You're serious? Even with things looking like this?" Celine shut her eyes tight, yelling back, "I can't stand it. I hate how you care about her so much." Ian barely had time to register those words when he felt a presence beside him. His eyes widened. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. A low, calm voice echoed beside him, laced with quiet menace. "Let me remind you, monsters won't wait for you." Dirk appeared right in front of Ian, his eyes cold and deadly serious. "Monsters won't wait." The sky was still clear. The wind still blew gently. Leaves drifted down around them like nothing had happened. Dirk surveyed the four of them, all collapsed around him. His arms were crossed, his coat draped casually over his shoulders, completely untouched after their so-called training session. He sighed in disappointment. Pathetic. No teamwork at all. His gaze shifted down to Celine, his expression sharpening as he called her full name. Celine Haster. Celine struggled to push herself up with trembling hands, unable to speak, her head hanging as Dirk continued. Why? Are you even part of this team? Ian gritted his teeth, leaning on his sword for support, glaring at Celine in frustration. Combat training is dangerous, I thought. At the very least they'd work together. But instead, they're busy picking stupid fights. Ian furrowed his brow, determination flashing in his eyes. I have to fix this, somehow. Hoi ChatGPT. The starry sky stretched over the academy grounds. Somewhere nearby, the sound of rushing water echoed as someone turned on a faucet. Celine, now completely calm, lowered her gaze toward the stream of water and softly muttered, Ian. Her mind drifted to memories of their childhood, how gentle and protective Ian used to be. She could still recall him patting her head with that warm smile, saying, It's okay, Celine. It's not your fault. Pushing open the bathroom door, she stepped outside, only to notice a folded piece of paper lying at her feet. Huh? She muttered, crouching down to pick it up. Unfolding the note, she recognized Ian's handwriting immediately. Meet me at the clearing in the eastern forest. I need to talk to you about something. Celine squatted there for a moment, her face filled with curiosity and uncertainty. What's this about? Is he going to scold me for what happened during training? Or, maybe this is where he confesses to me. She made her way to the meeting spot, her eyes drawn to the dazzling night sky above, stars sparkling like jewels. Her mood lifted, her cheeks flushed pink at the thought maybe this was some kind of date. When she arrived, she spotted someone standing ahead of her. Ian, what's going on? She called out. Ian stood there, still wearing his uniform, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. His cold gaze met hers, and he greeted her with a single word, hey. The look on his face caught her completely off guard. She hesitated, confused. What's with you? You said you had something to talk about, didn't you? Ian's eyes stayed locked on hers, unwavering. Tell me, how long are you planning to keep fighting with Saria? Celine threw her arms out to her sides in frustration. What? I never started anything. That rude girl is the one making everything worse. But Ian cut in, his voice steady. Everyone saw it, Celine. You were the one who provoked her first. Celine froze for a moment, silent. But frustration quickly bubbled to the surface. Her brows furrowed as she glared at him. Fine. Yeah, I did it on purpose. She gets on my nerves. Ian's expression darkened, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he took a firm stance. That's enough of an excuse. Fight me. He continued, voice filled with finality. There's only one way to settle this, once and for all. Celine stared at Ian, confused. A duel? What are you even talking about? Without a word, Ian coldly tossed a black sword toward her. It landed at her feet with a dull thud. Pick it up, he ordered. Celine's eyes widened as she hesitated. Wait a minute, that's a real sword, isn't it? Her expression still full of disbelief, Ian's voice remained calm and unwavering. Exactly. You won't have any excuses this time if it's a real fight. Tension settled over her as she looked at him, wariness clear in her eyes. No, I mean, why do we have to fight each other at all? Ian stayed cool, completely unmoved by her confusion. Talking isn't gonna solve anything. Let's let the winner decide. For a moment Celine looked like she'd completely lost her mind. But then, to Ian's surprise, she smiled sweetly, almost too sweetly for the eerie silence of the forest. Maybe the wilderness was finally getting to her. Ian slowly drew the sword from his hip, his sharp features set in that ever-composed, CEO-like expression of his, ready to fight. We've always settled things this way, haven't we? Celine's mind drifted back to their childhood, the good old days when they were just innocent kids. She remembered Ian, grinning mischievously, teasing her relentlessly. If I win this race we make up, okay? He'd shouted, sprinting ahead as little Celine chased after him, huffing with frustration, fully aware there was no way she could beat him. Snapping back to the present, Celine narrowed her eyes. You really haven't changed much, have you? She stopped, hesitating. Bending down, she grabbed the black sword from the ground, determination now etched across her face. Fine. This is probably better than being annoyed all the time. With one swift, practiced motion, she brought the sword to her hip, falling naturally into a perfect combat stance. There was no hesitation in her eyes now. She looked every bit the fearsome warrior, every movement screamed that Ian was about to get wrecked. Ian eyed her, raising his own sword, blade pointed directly at her. How are we deciding the winner? When one of us surrenders, Ian replied, already in position, confident. Well then, before he could finish his sentence, Celine lunged forward with lightning speed, launching the first strike. Let's go. Ian's cool, composed expression evaporated in an instant, replaced by shock as he barely managed to react. What the hell? A spark of triumph flashed in Celine's eyes, completely overshadowing Ian's earlier confidence. His thoughts raced, fragmented by panic. What the hell? I know she's better with magic than me, but this is on a whole different level. Celine's attacks came fast and relentless, giving Ian barely any time to dodge. The roles had reversed. He was the one flustered now, scrambling backward to avoid her strikes. Did you drink some magic elixir or something? He exclaimed, utterly thrown off. But just as quickly as her fierce aura had taken over, Celine's expression softened into that deceptively innocent look of hers. She looked down at Ian, now practically laid out on the ground, stunned, as she spoke firmly. That ghost spirit inside you, it taught me something. Ian blinked, still trying to process what just happened as Celine continued. It taught me that sometimes, it's better to put everything you've got into a single strike. Slowly, Ian pushed himself off the ground, still shaken by the speed and power of her attack. At first I thought all that ghost spirit talk was nonsense, he admitted to himself, his thoughts bitter. But damn it, it works. That stupid spirit again. Celine, looking flawless and composed, tightened her grip on the sword. Guess that thing's been teaching you some pretty useless lessons, she added, her voice teasing but sharp. And with that, she launched a final, devastating strike toward Ian. The determined look in her eyes and the sheer speed of her attack made it clear she had taken that spirit's lesson to heart and poured everything she had into this one, crushing blow. Seeing the attack coming, Ian swiftly dodged to the side, but his mind was still racing with thoughts about what had just happened. Her strikes are getting stronger. If I take even one clean hit, I'm done for. But her movements are slowing down. The ground shook under the force of her last blow, chunks of dirt and rock scattering everywhere. Ian's eyes sharpened as he finally saw the opening he'd been waiting for. After every strike, she leaves herself exposed. Without hesitation, Ian launched his first counterattack, moving with speed that nearly matched Celine's. But she was still one step ahead. In a flash, she appeared right behind him, her face twisted with determination, ready to land a decisive blow that left Ian no room to dodge. Startled, Ian turned, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief as Celine's sword closed in on him. He couldn't block this with his bare hands, but somehow, without anyone noticing, Ian suddenly produced an axe from who knows where. With a powerful swing, he slashed toward Celine, the unexpected move cutting her and drawing a thin line of blood. Landing back on the ground, Ian stared at her, still stunned. Damn it, how did you dodge that? Celine covered her wound with her hand, glaring at him. Everyone knows you always carry an axe, she snapped. Now, Ian stood with the sword in one hand and the axe he'd seemingly pulled from thin air in the other. His face turned blank, thoughts racing. Looks like it's time to switch tactics. In a blink, Ian tossed the axe high into the air, seemingly toward Celine. She shouted, rushing toward the spinning weapon. What, you think grabbing that's gonna change anything? But as she got closer, she realized something was off. Wait, that's not the axe. The object spinning in the air like a pinwheel was Ian's sword. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. When did you? Before she could finish, the axe was already back in Ian's hand. His eyes gleamed with sharp focus, the same electrifying energy Celine had displayed when she'd launched her first assault now reflected in him. The axe came down hard, smashing against Celine's sword, knocking it from her grip with a blinding flash of light. The force of the clash sent her tumbling backward, pain flashing across her face. Ian didn't miss a beat. With Celine distracted, he charged forward. Staggering, Celine reached for her fallen sword, still dazed by the sudden turn of events. But Ian's sword was already drawn, aimed directly at her. Too slow, he muttered under his breath. I'll aim for her arm, Ian thought to himself, his eyes narrowing. Minimal damage, but enough to stop her from attacking. Celine's face shifted, panic flashing in her eyes as she spun to face Ian, sword in hand. But Ian's blade was already dipping lower, too low to strike her arm. Wait, if I keep going like this, his eyes flicked up, only to see Celine's face pure, innocent, almost disarmingly sweet. And in that instant, it wasn't her sword that would pierce him, it was her expression. a weapon in its own right. That struck right at his heart. Before Ian could pull back, blood bloomed across the blade. But the blood wasn't hers. It was his. Celine's sword quivered, its tip buried in Ian's arm. Somehow, at the last second, Ian had stopped himself, lowering his own blade, allowing hers to strike him instead. His face twisted in pain, but there was also a deep, stubborn resolve beneath it. He clenched his teeth, bearing the injury, unwilling to let this battle end the wrong way. Celine sat on the ground, her free hand dangling weakly by her side, her face blank with shock as she stared at Ian's blood dripping from the tip of her sword. He stopped my blade with his bare hand. A thin layer of tears welled up in her eyes as the realization sank in. If he had done that, I could've. Her gaze slowly lifted toward Ian, the tough, stubborn look on her face melting away, replaced by the expression of an innocent, vulnerable girl. Ian's hand trembled slightly as he gently placed it on her head, calling her name softly. Celine, a warm, forgiving smile curved his lips, so different from the cold, sharp expression he usually wore. His hand stayed on her head, steady and comforting. I won, didn't I? Celine's eyes widened, glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him, her heart stirring at the gentle warmth in his voice. Their swords lay side by side on the ground, forgotten for now. Ian looked at her with calm determination, his voice steady. I want you to, but before he could finish, Celine blurted out in a panic, more importantly, you need medical attention first. Ian's gentle smile remained as he met her eyes, his expression nothing like the stern, aloof one from earlier. I want you to apologize to Surya, and give your all at the festival. Tears streamed down Celine's cheeks as Ian continued to pat her head. She sobbed softly, protesting, that's what you want. Out of all the things you could have asked for, before she could finish, Ian's body suddenly slumped to the ground, unconscious. Ian? Ian? She cried out in panic, shaking him. When Ian woke up, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Warm sunlight poured in through the open window beside him. A familiar voice called out, so, you're finally awake, huh? Ian groaned slightly from the soreness, sitting up with some effort, still a bit dazed. Huh? I've been here all night. Celine stood by his bedside, stretching like she'd just woken up from a good nap. That's right. Luckily, your injuries weren't too bad. Ian nodded, rubbing his arm. Yeah, it doesn't hurt that much. But before they could exchange another word, both of them noticed a familiar silhouette standing behind Celine. Their eyes widened in surprise as they both called out, Surya? Ian furrowed his brows. Why are you here? Surya walked into the room, approaching Ian's bedside. The professor told me you were seriously injured, she replied calmly. The moment Celine saw Surya, her cheerful expression soured, her lips pressing into a thin line. But then, in an almost comedic switch, she sprang to her feet, suddenly full of nervous energy. Standing in front of Surya, she lowered her gaze, biting her lip. I'm sorry, Celine blurted out, bowing her head. For always starting fights with you. I won't do it anymore. Behind them, Ian silently observed, nodding to himself. Nicely done, Celine. But don't complain if she doesn't forgive you. That part's up to her. Surya's expression remained neutral as she answered in a matter-of-fact tone, catching Celine completely off guard. I don't really care anymore. Celine's body tensed, her eyes darting away awkwardly. Really? Surya's face softened ever so slightly, her cheeks flushing faintly as she looked away, speaking in a quieter, more vulnerable voice. Yeah, that's just how things are here. For the first time, Surya's guarded expression cracked as she looked at Celine, her blush deepening. And I have my own faults too. So, I accept your apology. Hearing that, Celine's face instantly brightened. Surya continued, from now on, let's get along, okay? A wide, cheerful smile spread across Celine's face as she excitedly grabbed Surya's hand. Deal. Let's make peace. Surya was caught off guard by the sudden handshake but still nodded in agreement. Yeah. Watching the two girls shaking hands in front of him, Ian finally let out a sigh of relief. Things turned out better than I expected. If it stays like this, nothing will stand in our way at the hunting festival. His eyes softened as a confident smile crept onto his face. Our team's full of talented members, but we've had our fair share of tension. Now, those problems are behind us. Ian's expression grew steady with quiet determination. The only thing left is perfecting how we work together. The Saintess suddenly entered the room, catching everyone off guard. With a gentle, cheerful tone, she asked, "You look much better now, don't you?" But in the blink of an eye, her voice dropped a few notes, and a calm yet terrifying smile appeared on her face. "Could you two leave the room? I need to heal Ian." The moment Ian heard that voice, a shiver ran down his spine. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Celine stayed quiet for a moment, looking at the Saintess, then lowered her head respectfully. "He's very important to me. Please take good care of him." The Saintess gave her a knowing smile. "Of course I understand." But right after that, her voice sharpened ever so slightly. "However, if he's that important to you, you should have made sure he didn't get hurt in the first place." Celine froze for a second, speechless. "I understand." As soon as Celine walked out the door, the Saintess turned to Saria, motioning for her to leave as well. "You should step outside too." Saria hesitated, awkwardly lingering in place. "Is there a problem?" the Saintess asked, smiling sweetly but with words that carried no warmth. Saria fumbled for a response. Can't I stay here?" The Saintess's smile didn't waver, but her words cut sharper than any blade. "Why? Are you his fiancé or something?" Saria's face instantly turned bright red as she stammered. What? Of course not. I'm not his fiancé." The Saintess pressed on relentlessly, her sweet smile unchanged. "Then, are you his girlfriend?" Cornered, Saria stumbled over her words, her whole face flushed. "And no, it's not like that." The Saintess's eyes lit up in satisfaction as she gently guided Saria out the door. "In that case, please leave the room." Before Saria could even process what was happening, the door clicked shut behind her. Back inside, the Saintess turned serious. "Ian, hold out your hand." Ian obeyed but still protested weakly. "You really didn't have to kick them all out, you know." The Saintess gently took his injured arm, pouring healing energy into it. Ian flinched slightly at the warmth surging through him. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. "You didn't injure yourself on purpose just to impress those girls, did you?" Before Ian could reply, she lifted his arm higher, tightening her grip, her voice dangerously low. "You are not allowed to get hurt again." Ian's eyes widened at her unexpected aggressiveness. If you keep doing that, you'll be the one hurting me." The Saintess ignored his protests, her expression darkening with concern. "You've been pushing your body too far. If you keep this up, the next injury will leave permanent damage." Ian stiffened at her words, a chill running down his back. What? Seriously. I'll be more careful." The room fell silent for a moment before the Saintess finally broke the tension with a calm, sincere voice. "This is my advice to you as a Saintess." She met Ian's eyes with a steady gaze. "If you're planning to participate in the hunting festival, I think you should reconsider." Her eyes softened, but her words were firm. "Your body is already at its limit, Ian." Ian hesitated, conflicted. Even if she says that, I can't just back down now. Sensing his silence, the Saintess stood up, her expression unwavering. "Promise me, okay?" Ian looked up at her, staying quiet for a moment before finally nodding. "All right." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached, and a familiar voice cut through the room. "Hua, what's going on?" Things look tense in here. Urin, a third-year student and the Saintess's personal escort, strolled in with his usual easygoing grin. "What happened while I was gone?" Ian's expression relaxed as he greeted his friend. "Urin, didn't you say you went to the Holy Nation?" Urin approached the bed, hands casually in his pockets. "Yup. Took care of some business over there." The Saintess turned to him with a warm smile. "Welcome back. Did you retrieve both of the items safely?" Urin reached into his pocket and replied, "Of course. Sorry it took so long." That old man was stubborn as hell, so he trailed off as he pulled out a small box containing a crimson crystal. "This is the blood crystal." Ian, still sitting on the bed, couldn't hide his curiosity. "A blood crystal?" Urin lifted the crystal for everyone to see. "That's right. This is one of the sacred relics granted to the Saintess. You can only find this in the Holy Nation." He explained its power to Ian. With this, the Saintess's healing abilities are massively enhanced. As long as someone isn't dead yet, they can be saved. Urin brought the crystal closer to Ian, letting him get a good look. Ian stared, unable to believe it. Even if they're on the brink of death, they can still be saved. Urin nodded without hesitation. "Exactly. With this, even little Ma could be saved." The Saintess gently closed the box, her expression turning serious. But remember, this is an extremely valuable artifact. She held the box with both hands, treating it with deep reverence. That's why, unless there's a major emergency, and the Holy Nation gives permission to use it, it stays here. The Saintess followed up on Yuren's words, her voice calm but firm. I want to save Ma too, but you need to understand, I can't decide that on my own. Ian's eyes lingered on the box as he nodded. Understood. The Saintess placed a hand over her chest and politely excused herself. We'll be taking our leave now. But just before she stepped out, she reminded him one last time, Ian, don't forget your promise. Watching the two of them disappear out the door, Ian let out a heavy sigh, mumbling to himself. If I had a choice, I wouldn't be going anywhere near this. He touched his injured arm, lost in thought. There are way too many red flags showing up all at once. Ian recalled Syria's determined expression. I promise Syria, we're going to win this. His mind flashed to little Ma, lying weak and pale in the infirmary. Besides, if we can take down a high-level magical beast, its materials could help heal Ma. If I ignore that warning, we're all in serious trouble. Ian lowered his head, guilt weighing on him. I'm sorry, Saintess. He clenched the bandage on his arm tightly. I'll do everything I can not to get hurt. Days passed in a blur of intense training. Ian worked relentlessly to strengthen his injured arm. The entire group trained like maniacs, the atmosphere growing more focused and determined with each passing day. Finally, the day arrived. Everyone gathered at the academy's open field. The area buzzed with excitement and nerves. People rushed around making final preparations. Ian stood silently, hands in his pockets, observing the scene. He turned to his teammates and spoke calmly, let's go. As they moved forward, they spotted a group laughing and chatting together. Elsie couldn't hold her tongue, scoffing loudly. Oh wow, look at this pathetic bunch finally acting like a team. She crossed her arms, her irritation plain as day. At the very least, try not to drag us down with you. Ian turned to encourage everyone, his voice steady and full of conviction. We've all been giving it everything we've got, like our lives depend on it, right? Elsie nodded in agreement, though her tone still carried her usual snark. Yeah, but the basics will always be the basics. The real battle, that's a whole different story. As they walked, Ian chuckled lightly, replying, you're right. But now, at least we've learned how to function as a team. So before he could finish, a dagger came flying through the air, cutting straight toward them. Ian reacted in an instant, drawing his axe and deflecting the blade with ease. Behind the flying dagger, a familiar group approached, their presence impossible to ignore. Leading them was Delphine, wearing her usual sly, amused smile. Long time no see, she greeted with a voice that dripped with mockery. Her eyes gleamed with mischief as she called out, Prince of the Axe. Ian clenched his jaw, glaring at her. Seriously? That could have been dangerous. But Delphine only shrugged playfully, utterly unfazed. Oh come now, aren't you overreacting? She tilted her head with faux innocence. You dodged it just fine, didn't you? Step by step she closed the distance between them, casually reaching out a hand as if offering peace. Relax, I only came to say hello. But then her expression shifted. Her voice dropped, laced with malice as her gaze settled on her sister. Syria. I need a word with you. Syria flinched at the sound of her name, caught off guard. Hecha? Delphine's sinister smile deepened. Her words pressed down like an invisible hand tightening around Syria's throat. Just give up and step aside. Her every word landed like a crushing weight on Syria's shoulders. Just like you always do. In that moment, an old memory surfaced in Syria's mind, a letter, the very first one she ever received. The words burned in her thoughts from the bottom of my heart. I am grateful to the head instructor. Since that day, our relationship has only grown stronger. More than that, it was the first time I won the hunting festival. I remember wondering what would happen when I faced that beast, but thanks to him I survived. Even now, I still question how he knew the creature's weakness was its horn. Ian was visibly taken aback by her words. Telling her to give up, that's insane. His eyes flicked toward Syria, who stood frozen in place, clearly shaken by what she'd just heard. His expression darkened with irritation. Even if she is next in line to inherit the family name, this is ridiculous. Just as Syria trembled, unsure what to do, someone stepped in front of her. Elsie, her teeth clenched in anger, shouted, Are you crazy? We're winning the hunting festival this year, so butt out. Her small frame was practically brimming with rage. Who the hell do you think you are? But Delphine remained perfectly calm, unbothered by the outburst. Him? I'm just talking to my little sister. Hearing that, Elsie nearly lost it. She raised a fist, her voice booming across the clearing. Use your damn brain, would you? Telling her to quit is basically telling all of us to quit. Ian, standing nearby, winced and quickly stepped in, grabbing Elsie by the shoulders. Whew, take it easy, Elsie. Just look away for a second. All right? I was about to say something, but thanks to you losing your cool, I've already calmed down. But Elsie wasn't listening, still glaring at Delphine. You outsiders, can you not stick your nose in our business? Delphine's expression remained unchanged, her tone as casual as ever. I'm just having a conversation with Syria. Suddenly old memories flooded Syria's mind. The voice of Delphine, cold and sharp, echoed inside her head. Remember, you'll never defeat me. Her voice darkened, laced with malice. And if you can't prove yourself useful, expect the same fate as our dear mother. The haunting image of their mother's face flashed in Syria's mind, accompanied by the ever-present threat of her sister. Don't even think about standing against me. But then Syria. The sound of Ian's voice snapped her back to reality. She looked up, startled, to find Ian standing beside her, offering a warm, reassuring smile. You're not that timid little girl who could only stand there and watch anymore. Seeing her still shaken face, Ian softened his tone. Don't be scared. This is exactly why you signed up for this competition, remember? His words seemed to anchor her. The trembling in her hands ceased, her fingers slowly curling into fists. A determined light burned in her eyes as she locked her gaze on her sister. I'm sorry, sister. Her voice was steady now, her eyes unwavering. But this time I'm not backing down. Delphine didn't even flinch. She smirked, clearly entertained. Oh, well, I'm glad to hear that. A wild, unsettling grin stretched across her face, her eyes glittering with madness. It's been far too long since I had a proper rival within the family. Her tone was dripping with amusement, but her eyes betrayed her hunger for conflict. It'll be boring if this ends too quickly, so by all means keep struggling. With that, she turned to leave, her cold demeanor returning. But then Senior Delphine's expression instantly softened into a bright, cheery smile as she turned back around. Ian casually tossed a dagger in her direction. You forgot this. Before Delphine could even react, Olmar appeared out of nowhere, blocking the dagger with his axe. The weapon ricocheted back toward Ian, who easily caught it mid-air. His face cold, Ian asked, You're not gonna take it back? Delphine simply smiled, completely unfazed. Consider it a reward for blocking my little sneak attack. Ian looked down at the dagger, deep in thought. What exactly am I supposed to do with this thing? After a moment of hesitation, he slipped the dagger into his coat pocket. All right, I'll hold on to it for now. Olmar approached, grinning as he spoke. Pretty good with that axe of yours. Looks like the Prince of the Axe nickname suits you. Ian hesitated for a moment before asking the man in front of him, You are? But before the guy could answer, Elsie cut in confidently. That's Olmar the Axeblade, a pretty well-known mercenary among the fourth-year students. She crossed her arms, eyeing Ian teasingly. Looks like since you both use axes you've caught his attention. Olmar casually raised his twin axes and spun them around with ease. Show me what you've got with that axe of yours. Without waiting for Ian's response, Olmar demonstrated a few flashy, basic moves, clearly showing off. Ian stared at him like he was watching a street performer, deep in thought. What's this guy's deal? Should I just knock that axe out of his hands? Just as Olmar continued his little performance, Ian casually pulled an axe from his coat, swung his arm, and sent Olmar's weapon flying. Olmar froze, completely caught off guard. What the? Staggering back a few steps, he barely kept his footing, forcing out a chuckle. You've got some guts, suddenly swinging like that. Ian calmly lifted his axe and replied, Just wanted to show off a little too. At that moment Syria arrived, pointing at Ian, her voice sharp with frustration. Hey, why did you suddenly take a detour like that? Olmar furrowed his brows but tried to explain, Syria, I just wanted to show him a little of my skills. Delphine approached, her voice calm and almost amused. It's time. Olmar shrugged in defeat. All right. But before leaving, he grinned at Ian. If you're ever interested in joining the circus, come find us. Ian froze, completely thrown off. Huh? The circus? With that, Omar walked off with his group. Delphine, turning as she left, called back playfully, "See you soon in the forest, Prince of the Axe." Celine walked up beside Ian, glancing at the departing group with suspicion. What were they doing here? Trying to provoke us or what? Ian frowned, watching the group disappear into the distance. As if I know, who knows what's going on in her head? The scene shifted to the central training ground. The organizer's voice echoed from the loudspeakers. "Before the competition begins, we'll go over the rules one more time." Ian perked up, listening closely. Like everyone knew, the rules for the hunting festival were simple. The speaker continued in a steady tone, "Each team will have a set time to capture magical beasts. Rankings will be based on the strength and rarity of the captured creatures." Ian and his teammates focused their attention on the forest ahead, each lost in their own thoughts. When the signal to start echoed out, Ian clenched his fists. "If I can catch that horned beast, I'll finally be free of those annoying letters." His eyes narrowed, his expression turning ice cold. "Just you wait, I'll take you down." With burning determination in his eyes, Ian and his group entered the forest. Everyone remained alert, eyes scanning every direction. Elsie, clearly irritated, crossed her arms. "We need to catch something fast. Or we can kiss that championship goodbye." Her face twisted with frustration. "We've been wandering around here and haven't found anything." Celine reflected on their situation. "You're right, all we've found are a few weak magical beasts." She turned to Ian. "So, what's the plan? We need to catch something big before we get eliminated." Ian sighed, clearly just as frustrated. "I know," he cursed silently. "Damn it, why didn't that letter say anything about where that monster is?" As they were about to move on, Sirius suddenly stopped them. "Everyone wait." The group turned back toward her, confused expressions all around. Sirius' voice dropped, steady and serious. "Something's not right." Her eyes narrowed, sharp as ice. "I can't sense any presence around here." Following Sirius' words, Celine glanced around, now more alert. "Now that you mention it, this forest is way too quiet." Ian's expression tensed immediately. "This feels exactly like the last time we ran into a high-level magical beast, all the animals vanished." Elsie, still cheerful and oblivious to the mood, skipped a few steps ahead. "Finally. All our hard work is paying off." But suddenly, her expression shifted as she pointed in a specific direction. "I can sense a dense magical aura over there." Her playful face darkened. "No doubt about it, whatever's over there has to be at least a high-ranking magical beast." Ian's eyes turned cold as he followed the direction she pointed. "If even Elsie's saying that, there's no mistake." His voice dropped an octave, steady and dangerous. "It's the horned beast." The whole group instantly tightened formation, backs toward each other, their expressions tense and focused. "Everyone stay sharp," Ian commanded. Cautiously, the four of them advanced deeper into the woods. Suddenly their steps halted all at once. Scattered before them lay piles of dead animals, blood splattered everywhere. The scene was brutal, like a massacre. Ian carefully scanned the area. "Is that?" But before he could finish, Siria's voice cut in. "It's not just regular animals," she pointed out in disbelief. "There are magical beasts in that pile too." Her voice wavered. What the hell happened here? The group spread out, cautiously circling to investigate. Ian's mind raced. Was this the work of a high-level beast? Or did Omar's group do this? Suddenly they all froze and instinctively looked upward. Their eyes locked onto something. Ian's brows furrowed, lost in thought. That creature, as the realization hit him, his stomach turned. "I thought it tortured its prey to show off its strength." They ducked behind the thick brush, peering through the gaps. Ahead of them, two magical beasts were locked in a ferocious battle. Ian's mind spun. I didn't expect even its parents to be this brutal. But before they could analyze the situation any further, the horned wolf-like creature seemed to catch the scent of humans nearby. Its sharp fangs bared in a menacing snarl as it charged toward them like a black blur of death. Ian's heart skipped a beat. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, get ready." The horned wolf leapt into the air, stepping on the head of the bear it had been fighting, then shot toward the group like a mad beast. Ian quickly tried to calm the team, raising his sword in front of him, ready to engage. "Everyone, stick to what we practiced. Elsie, support us with magic." "Got it, on it now." Elsie responded, raising her wand and casting a protective spell. "First, stay sharp and observe its movements." Celine calmly analyzed the situation. No fallen trees, No signs of crashing. Its movement is extremely agile. Ian gritted his teeth, determined. Then we'll fight it somewhere open. Magical barriers shimmered around them as Elsie's support spells surged forward. The whole team charged ahead. Boost the shields. Elsie shouted, and the shields instantly surrounded them in glowing energy. Ian glanced over. Senior, its weak spot is the horn. Elsie hesitated. How do you know that? Just trust me, Ian affirmed. Syria, without wasting a second, targeted the sharp horn protruding from the creature's head, and swung her sword fiercely. The beast sensed the attack and instantly reared up on its hind legs, towering over them like a mountain. Are you kidding me? How is this thing so massive? Ian exclaimed in shock. The beast roared in fury, its claws swiping down toward Syria. She instinctively ducked to dodge, her mind racing. Okay, just stay calm and keep going like this. Before she could plan her next move, its giant paw came crashing down again, faster than expected. Don't hesitate, move. Celine's voice rang out. Syria snapped out of it, quickly rolling aside and charging toward the beast, sweat dripping down her tense face. What the hell is this thing? Her attack sliced through the air, but the beast easily dodged. No way. They exclaimed in disbelief. As Syria's sword pierced the beast's side, its neck suddenly stretched over a meter long, lunging toward Celine at the rear. Ian's face twisted with realization. Damn it, that's how it moves so freely through the forest. He swung his sword and shouted, Celine, dodge now. But Celine was already prepared. She thrust her sword toward the beast's open mouth. The blade was knocked away, but Syria caught it mid-air. Just then, the beast's front leg suddenly expanded, lashing out toward them. Celine and Syria retreated, keeping a safe distance. What the hell is this thing? Fatigue began to set in. I can't track its attacks. Celine admitted, breathing hard. It's nearly impossible to keep its attention. Syria looked worried. What do we do now? Sticking to our training won't cut it. Ian cursed under his breath. Yeah, I can't think of anything better either. We'll have to bet everything on Elsie's magic. His eyes suddenly blazed with determination. We won't attack directly. Instead, we'll draw its attention as much as possible. The beast charged, unleashing magical blasts toward them. Ian reacted instantly, shoving Celine aside to protect her. The blast shook the entire forest, splintering trees into pieces. Ian was sent flying, crashing hard into a tree. Are you okay? The group called out in concern. Ian gritted his teeth, struggling to push himself up with his sword. It's reckless attack, just like its offspring. Watch out, it's coming again. Celine quickly moved back into position. I'll cast the shield again. Elsie called out. Ian's eyes lit up with fierce resolve. Good, let's hit it with everything we've got. The beast came at them at terrifying speed. Celine charged toward its head while Syria slipped toward its underside, slicing at its belly. The beast reacted just in time, swatting Celine away. She slammed into a tree with a painful cry. Syria shouted, Celine. Elsie quickly signaled, the spell's ready. Hold it down. Ian and Syria immediately sensed the beast shifting its focus toward Elsie, ready to strike. Syria dashed forward without hesitation, calling out, Ian, cover me. Her sword swung through the air, clashing hard against the creature's claws. Ian seized the opening, lunging straight for its mouth. A deafening crash echoed as the strike connected, shaking the ground beneath them. Ian quickly shouted, aim for the horn. Elsie responded without hesitation. On it. A massive magic circle materialized beneath her, energy surging outward and distorting the very air around them. The force of the magic blurred their vision, and sent ripples through space itself. Ian couldn't help but marvel. I heard that 5th-tier magic circles like this don't even appear in the academy. She's seriously insane. With this kind of attack, nothing should be able to withstand it. His eyes darted back to the beast, his grip tightening on his sword only to find the creature standing there, completely unfazed, even after taking the full brunt of Elsie's spell. Ian's face paled in disbelief. What the hell? Damn it. Elsie's voice shook as she explained, it has lightning resistance. Ian's heart sank. He could only watch as the monster bared its fangs and roared in defiance. No way. The letter didn't say anything about this. Lightning resistance. But Elsie isn't proficient with any other elemental magic. Even as his mind raced, Ian was forced to dodge another ferocious strike from the creature. I need to stall for time. Figure something else out. His eyes locked onto the gap between the creature's body and its horn. His mind clicked. He shouted toward Elsie, cast the spell again. Elsie hesitated, panic rising. Didn't you hear me? It's resistant to lightning. Her voice wavered as she glanced beyond Ian, toward the beast looming behind him. No matter how many times we hit it, it's useless. Ian cut her off, voice sharp and urgent. We don't have time. His eyes widened as he realized the beast was charging up its own attack. A sickening feeling washed over him. If it resists lightning, then of course it can wield lightning magic too. A massive sphere of concentrated magical energy began to form within the creature's jaws, crackling with electricity. The glow was so blinding, it looked as if it could tear through space itself. Ian froze, his body paralyzed as the monstrous light grew brighter. The memory ended as the worn ivory-colored letter closed gently, its elegant border framing the final words written in neat, precise script. Every time I asked, you would only smile and say you had your own way. To this day, that remains a mystery. Even after we somehow defeated that creature, even after we were ambushed, somehow, we ended up with the spoils from its corpse. And now I find myself oddly grateful for that attack. Ian turned to Elsie and shouted, Senior Elsie, hurry up. The beast's lightning attack came crashing down, a dark, eerie glow streaking through the air. Elsie shot backward, narrowly dodging. Surya, Yerdina and Elsie tumbled to the ground. Celine Hastur sprang forward, shielding Syria and Elaine, eyes wide in horror. What the hell is this thing? She leapt high into the air, bringing her sword down on the charging beast. Ian yelled, Hey, tough guy, aim for me, not them. The beast, its razor-sharp fangs dripping with blood, turned its furious gaze to Ian. It unleashed its magical energy, raising a claw to strike. Ian swiftly dodged, thinking to himself, until Senior finishes casting her spell, I've got to keep this thing distracted at all costs. The beast continued its relentless assault. Ian dashed forward, spinning around. Your turn now. His axe swung with deadly precision, slashing into the creature's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. We're not done yet. The beast's fury exploded. Its entire body radiated a dark, ominous aura. Realizing something was wrong, Ian quickly dodged, but the beast slammed into him, knocking him to the ground. Damn it, my ankle, Ian cursed in pain. The beast lunged, jaws wide open, ready to devour him whole. Ian's heart raced in panic. Shit, is this the end? But Surya Yerdina charged in, unleashing the Yerdina family's signature technique, the Royal Lion Blade. 3 rapid, fierce strikes rained down on the beast, but it barely flinched, still barreling toward them. Ian's eyes widened. You've got to be kidding me. That thing actually dodged a high-speed, high-pressure technique like that. Surya's voice trembled with fear. Senior, what do we do now? Ian scanned the area quickly. Where's Celine? Surya replied, It looks like she still can't move. Ian sighed, trying to stay calm. Well, it's her first real combat situation. I can't blame her. We'll handle this ourselves. Elaine's voice rang out, Hey, I'm ready. Just stop it from moving one more time. Ian stared at the raging beast charging toward them. He asked Surya, Can you block its next attack? Surya nodded, determined. Yes, I can. But doubt crept into her eyes. But what exactly are you planning? Ian responded confidently, I've got a plan. Just trust me. Surya gripped her sword, bracing herself. Understood. She charged the beast head on. It let out a furious roar, and though Surya held firm, the creature's brute strength overwhelmed her. Sweat poured down her face as she struggled to hold her ground. The beast snarled, clearly agitated. Suddenly, Ian lunged forward, raising his axe to block. The creature bit into his arm, and Ian gritted his teeth through the pain. This is exactly what I was waiting for, you damn monster. Using the opening, Ian swung his axe upward, slashing across the beast's snout in a flash. Without hesitation, he leapt again, sword in hand, thinking, with this opening, I can drive my blade straight into it. He drove the sword down into the creature's head, blood splattering everywhere. The beast reared back, eyes blazing with hatred, mouth wide open as magical energy crackled within. Ian scoffed, glaring down at it. You're way too slow for that. The beast threw its head back, spewing brilliant blue energy into the air in a final, crazed explosion. Syria and Ian dodged out of the way as the beast glared furiously at Ian. Ian smirked, taunting it. How's that feel? Getting cooked from your skull all the way down to your toes. The beast collapsed to the ground. Ian thought to himself, even though it resists lightning, there's no way its insides could handle that. Its brain, its guts, they've all been roasted. You're finished, monster. Elaine cautiously approached. It's not gonna get back up, right? Is it actually dead? Ian stepped onto the beast's body and yanked the sword embedded deep in its flesh. Blood splattered everywhere as he declared, it's definitely dead now. This one's our prize. Elaine looked surprised. You guys picked the right prey to hunt. Seems like this thing has a name. Syria asked, wide-eyed. Wait. It's a named monster. Ian thought to himself. So it really is a named monster. That means Emma, too. He smiled and said, looks like victory is pretty much guaranteed for us now. Syria cheered excitedly. Victory. Ian glanced over at her, secretly thinking, she's so cute when she's happy. From a distance, Celine came running over. That monster, it was named. Ian looked her over, relieved. Looks like Celine's fine. Guess I'm the only one who's seriously hurt here. But if that's the worst of it, we got off easy. Turning back to the beast, Ian praised, good work everyone. We just need to bring this thing back. Elaine interrupted, no need to rush. Let's rest for a bit first. Syria nodded, smiling. You're amazing, Senior Elsie. Ian, however, shook his head. No, it's not over yet. There might be more people lurking nearby. A thought crossed his mind. Wait, wasn't there something in that letter? A man, probably someone's subordinate. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the trees, striking Celine square in the gut. Blood spurted from her mouth as she collapsed. Ian barely had time to react. Celine, he shouted, rushing forward and slashing at the attacker. But his strike was cut off. Another figure with long black hair lunged at Ian, slamming him to the ground. Ian's eyes filled with rage. And then, Delphine Yardina strolled over, a smug grin on her face. Tesk, what a shame, you guys almost pulled it off. Elaine stood frozen in place, unable to move. Syria groaned in frustration. Oh come on, I can't move again. The long-haired man pinned Ian down, giving him no chance to fight back. Delphine sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. If you brought that thing back, you'd win for sure. Syria shook with anger as Delphine casually continued, naturally, I can't let that happen. In the darkness of the desolate forest, Delphine's voice echoed with a hint of mockery. So close now, aren't you? The moment Syria saw Delphine appear, a wave of unease swept over her. The group was still shaken from the sudden ambush. This was clearly nothing short of a blatant robbery. Delphine glanced down at Ian, who was struggling on the ground. If you'd managed to bring that thing back, you'd be the winners. But of course I'd never let that happen. Her smug eyes drifted to Syria, her tone dripping with provocation. Wanna fight, Syria? Syria stood frozen, clearly conflicted, but the image of everyone's efforts flashed through her mind. Her grip on her sword tightened, her eyes hardening with determination. Yeah, I can't back down now. A spark of excitement lit up Delphine's face. Interesting, without warning, a barrage of fierce attacks came at Syria, each strike sharp and merciless. Delphine fought with effortless confidence, her every move calculated and precise. Forced on the defensive, Syria struggled to block the relentless onslaught. Delphine's voice carried a taunting edge. You know as well as I do, with those skills you can't possibly defeat me. Her words ended with a powerful strike that sent Syria flying backward. Despite the heavy blow, Syria rose to her feet, gripping her sword with fierce determination. Did you really think you could scare me into running? If anything, this just fuels my strength. Her voice rang firm, unwavering. Yeah, I know, but I can't just stand here and watch anymore. I'm not that helpless little girl who used to cry over everything. With that, she poured all her strength into her blade, and charged at Delphine. A sharp gust of wind followed her attack, carrying her determination straight toward her opponent. Delphine's grin widened. "Looks like you've grown a bit, Syria." The two figures clashed at lightning speed. A sharp slash echoed through the forest like thunder. Syria froze, her head lowered. Across from her, Delphine stood untouched, voice dripping with false sympathy. "As long as I'm still the head of this family, I'll let you go. So why push it this far?" Ian writhed on the ground, biting through the pain as he yelled. "Aren't you even ashamed, hurting your own sister like this?" Furman, helping restrain Ian, glanced over with concern. "Stay down. You'll tear your wounds open again." Delphine caught Furman's worried look but shrugged, her voice cold and unconcerned. "Furman, aren't you being too soft on the enemy? If they make too much noise, just shut them up." Her words only fueled Ian's rage. "You coward. You damn coward." Delphine chuckled darkly, utterly unfazed. "Coward? So what? You were careless." "That's not my fault." She turned, her eyes drifting to the beast's lifeless body lying nearby, the prize she didn't even lift a finger to earn. Glancing back at Ian, still screaming in frustration, she offered a final, smug warning. "Never let your guard down." Ian's thoughts raced. How did her team know exactly what we were doing? How did they find us so easily? Delphine's answer was cool, matter of fact. "The dagger." Ian's eyes widened in shock, the realization dawning. "So it was all planned from the start. I never saw it." Delphine continued, savoring the moment. "I cast a tracking spell on the dagger I gave you. Just in case. Who knew it'd actually come in handy?" Ian's chest tightened as guilt washed over him. This is my fault. Because of me, Senior Elsie, Celine, Saria, everyone got hurt." Delphine's voice rang in his ears like cruel laughter. "And you took it like a fool." Everything around Ian began to blur and fade. "Damn it, I'm losing consciousness." Delphine looked at him and raised her voice with mock pity. "Oh my, the little axe prince looks like he's about to pass out." The words from the letter resurfaced in Ian's mind like a haunting echo. With the situation spiraling out of control, he couldn't protect what the letter had warned him about. His thoughts raced in panic. What's going to happen now? Emma will die. After losing the final match, Saria won't be able to bear the cold rejection from the family, and will leave home. But an even darker thought crept in. And when that man shows up, the world will fall into ruin. My family, my friends, everyone I care about. The fear consumed him as his mind painted a picture of everything he loved slipping through his fingers, lost in despair. Yet somehow, that very fear ignited something within him, a desperate, raw determination. If only Emma's potion was ready. No, even better, if only Saria had the chance to grow stronger, to win the finals. Ian clenched his fists. His will hardened. "Open your eyes, if you don't want to lose the people you love, you can't stay down." A tear welled up in the corner of his eye. He didn't want to see the tragedies of the past repeat. He didn't want the future written in that cursed letter to come true. Delphine, watching him struggle, muttered to herself with an almost sympathetic tone, "It's a bit harsh, isn't it?" But deep down, her reasoning remained cold and absolute. That's just how this world works. Only the strong survive. Even if a part of her felt reluctant, if Saria wasn't strong enough, she would be the one to suffer. Her thoughts were abruptly shattered. A sharp axe blade whistled through the air and embedded itself into the corpse of the monster nearby. Blood sprayed as Furman howled in pain. Delphine spun around in shock, only to see Furman writhing on the ground, clutching his face in agony. Ian had broken free at some point and now stood tall, his gaze sharp and unwavering. His voice rang out, steady and cold, "Let's settle this with a fight, Miss Delphine." In front of Delphine, Furman groaned in disbelief, his nose split open, blood pouring down his face. "What?" Delphine's eyes narrowed in surprise. "How? I didn't even notice him move." Ian's fierce, defiant stare met hers as he thought. "I shouldn't be standing right now. My head feels like it's splitting apart, but for some reason my whole body is burning with strength." It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. Olmar, who had been standing nearby, watched the scene unfold in shock, his voice trembling as he spoke. "You, Axe Prince. Hurting Furman, do you know the price for that? I, Olmar the Twin Axe, will make you pay." But before he could even finish his threat, Ian lunged forward and slashed at him. Olmar didn't even have time to react. The blow landed squarely, sending him crashing to the ground, completely off balance. Delphine's eyes flickered with surprise from afar. Ian calmly walked up to Olmar, planting his sword firmly into the ground. His voice was low, calm, and dangerous. "Didn't you say I'd have to pay a price?" Without hesitation, Ian drove his sword down into Olmar's chest. A scream ripped through the air, not only from Olmar but also from Syria, who had been watching helplessly. Syria's voice rang out with urgency. "You step up now." She summoned her wand, determination flooding her eyes. "All right, I'm ready." As soon as she finished speaking, Syria swung her wand through the air, sending streams of bright green light bursting forward. "I'll turn you into a pincushion too," she shouted. But Ian moved with sharp, fluid precision, dodging effortlessly. His sword cut through the glowing trails of magic one by one. "It's useless," he declared. Syria's eyes widened in shock as she watched her spells shatter before her. That technique, no way. Not only was Ian dodging her attacks with ease, but every counter left her reeling. Pain shot through her leg, forcing her to collapse to one knee. She clutched her side, her voice trembling. "What did you do? Stop it." The burning ache spreading through her limbs made her dizzy. Her mind raced. What the hell is happening? How is he recovering so fast? He's even stronger than before. As Ian calmly approached, Syria's fear surged. "Stay away from me." But before she could react, Ian struck, knocking her off balance. She hit the ground hard, the world around her spinning as she slipped into unconsciousness. Ian stood over her, completely unfazed, his voice cold and dismissive. "Enough with the noise, it's annoying." Delphine, watching Ian's display of raw strength, stepped forward, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. "Axe Prince, that technique just now, how did you do it?" There's no way a normal person could learn or use something like that. It had to be some secret skill. "Explain what's happening." Ian casually picked up his sword, his gaze sharp and full of defiance. "Secret technique?" I couldn't care less. His eyes locked onto hers with steady challenge. "Why don't you come find out for yourself?" In the back of Ian's mind, the memory of the first letter drifted to the surface, the words etched there, as clear as ever. "That was the first time I ever won. Even if it was thanks to you, and everyone else." That memory became a turning point in my life. From that moment I couldn't stop caring about you. Maybe you never realized how important you were to me back then? Did you? The echo of that moment filled his chest with fire. The doubt, the weakness, it was gone. All that remained was the will to fight. Right at that moment, Ian locked eyes with Delphine, fully determined to defeat her. He had to win, beat her down, and make her pay for everything she had done today. His voice was steady, carrying the weight of his resolve. "Let's fight," he declared. Faced with his challenge, Delphine almost sounded like she wanted to reason with him. "You better stop right there, Axe Prince. The martial art you used to take down Olmar. There's no way that isn't a holy nation technique. And that strange axe throw you pulled off towards Syria. Could it be the Sword Guild taught you that too?" Her words triggered memories in Ian's mind. Stillness and motion as one. Simply put, it was the concept that all stillness and all movement were part of the same flow. It was a fundamental principle taught at the Sword Guild. He could still recall Syria telling him with disbelief, "That kind of thing, is that really possible?" On that quiet night, she had looked back at him, saying, "Of course. Everything starts from stillness before movement. Even a single touch, look closely around you. Everything you think is standing still. Everything you think is in motion. When you feel them merge together, that's when you take your first step into mastering stillness and motion as one." Ian frowned slightly at the memory. "So, how exactly am I supposed to do that?" But even as the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't explain why it was even there. Why do I even remember this? Back to the present, Ian didn't bother explaining any further to Delphine. His voice was cold, dismissive. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's all just a big misunderstanding, isn't it, Delphine? She tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze sharp with suspicion. The Sword Guild's techniques are strictly controlled. There's no way you could have learned them legally. As she spoke, she drew her sword, a thin layer of magic coating the blade. Yet you keep insisting it's all some misunderstanding. You just don't want to admit where you really learned those skills, isn't that right? Her blade raised into a ready stance. In that case, I'll make you tell me the hard way. Without warning, she lunged at him, unleashing a flurry of rapid, vicious strikes. Ian shifted into a defensive stance, but could only wield his sword with one hand. Damn it, fighting properly with one hand is impossible. He dodged the relentless attacks, narrowly avoiding each strike. Seeing him retreat, Delphine called out mockingly, "Keep running, Axe Prince. You'll never beat me like that." Her blade slashed forward with terrifying precision. Ian clenched his jaw. I can't keep dodging forever. Shifting tactics, he grabbed his axe and swung it with force. But Delphine read his movement easily. "Axe Prince, your intentions are plain as day," she taunted. Her sword twisted through the air as she unleashed a ferocious technique, Golden Lion / Claw, like strikes slashing at him from every direction, fast and brutal. Delphine smirked proudly. "What now? You really think you can beat me, Axe Prince?" The devastating blows rained down, but to her surprise, Ian's expression didn't waver. His gaze stayed steady, unwavering. He even seemed excited. "That's all you've got?" Ian's voice cut through her arrogance. "This is nothing. I will defeat you." Delphine faltered for a brief moment. What the hell is he saying? Golden Lion Slash was a brutal combination of feints and real strikes. Just reacting to it was considered impressive. With his skill level, the Axe Prince shouldn't even be able to tell real from fake. But Ian didn't slow down for a second. Her heart raced not with fear, but excitement. That cold, unreadable face of his, even now. It only makes me want to toy with him more. The moment her words left her mouth, Delphine tightened her grip on her sword and slashed relentlessly toward Ian. He moved swiftly, dodging each strike with precise footwork. Watching Ian continue to evade her attacks, Delphine's irritation started to grow. Even if he can't defeat me, does he really think he can just keep dodging forever? But her sharp eyes narrowed. His control over the space around him, it's disturbingly good. Not wanting to let Ian keep slipping away, Delphine threw out a taunt, her voice dripping with confidence. "Well, I have to say, I'm a little disappointed. Is stalling for time the best you can do?" Her smirk deepened. "Though, I doubt you'll be able to keep dodging much longer." That line made something click for Ian. "Can't keep dodging." Wait, his eyes darted around the area. Am I already trapped? A realization flashed through Ian's mind. You can dodge one attack, sure, but you can't keep dodging forever. It's like the space itself is being distorted. His mind raced as a memory resurfaced, Leto Ainstern's voice echoing in his head. "Ian, what if you applied topology to swordsmanship?" His eyes lit up as the pieces connected. Topology, space, and then stillness and motion as one. Without hesitation, Ian hurled his axe toward Delphine, a bold move that caught everyone off guard. All right, all or nothing now, he thought, determination surging through him. Seeing the axe flying toward her, Delphine quickly raised her sword to block, a cold, condescending smile curling at her lips. "Throwing away your weapon? You must really be desperate." But Ian's thoughts were entirely different. Desperate? Of course not. I can't bend my body like a magical beast. His eyes sharpened as he dashed toward her. So I'll just bend something else instead. In a flash, Ian closed the distance between them. He was right in front of Delphine now, so close their breaths mingled. His voice was calm, steady, yet carried the sharp edge of victory. "Looks like I win this round." Delphine froze, caught completely off guard by his bold approach. Before she could process what was happening, the tip of Ian's sword was already pressed against the skin of her neck. With a reluctant sigh, Delphine finally admitted defeat. "I'll give you that. You win, Axe Prince." She lightly pushed the blade away, her lips curling into a smirk, though her pride clearly stung. "I never thought my first loss would be to some nobody. But, well, facts are facts." She sheathed her sword, still trying to maintain her arrogant composure. "For the honor of House Yerdina, I'll quietly withdraw. Congratulations on your victory, Axe Prince." But before she could take another breath, a sharp pain bloomed in her chest. Blood splattered onto the ground. Somewhere along the way, Ian had already plunged a dagger into her chest. A cruel grin twisted across Ian's face. "Don't ruin the fun by walking away just yet." His hand clamped down on the dagger, his long-suppressed resentment surging forth. "We agreed. This fight follows the law of the wild. Remember." Blood trickled down Delphine's shoulder, dripping onto her hand and splattering to the forest floor. She instinctively tried to raise her sword, but her body refused to cooperate. "Damn it, with this injury I can't even lift my blade, not even one hand." Her shirt soaked in blood. Delphine grit her teeth. "What the hell are you trying to prove, huh? Striking down someone who already surrendered, that's pathetic." Ian didn't respond. He simply pressed down harder on the blade, deepening the bloody wound. His voice was cold, merciless. "Sometimes you just have to finish what you started." Delphine still didn't understand. "Settle what exactly?" she asked, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. Ian stood firmly across from her, his gaze dark and steady. "You harassed Saria and got her hurt. Apologize." Delphine blinked in disbelief. "Apologize? Why should I say sorry for what I did to win?" Ian gripped his axe tighter, his voice sharp and cold. "Because if you don't, you'll die." His eyes radiated clear, unmistakable killing intent. "A simple apology, and all of this ends. I'd say that's me being pretty generous, wouldn't you agree?" For a brief moment Delphine realized this wasn't an empty threat. His tone, the look in his eyes, he meant every word. "We're in the middle of the forest. Cleaning up after dealing with you would be easy," Ian added calmly. Delphine quickly ran through the situation in her head. "If I fight him now, with both arms injured, I'll definitely lose." She exhaled sharply, annoyance flashing across her face. "So I'm stuck in the humiliating position of begging for my life now, huh?" Ian wasn't interested in dragging this out. "If you want to walk away from this alive, yeah." Grinding her teeth, Delphine finally muttered, her voice heavy with frustration, "Fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for hurting Saria, for trying to steal her magical beast. I'm sorry for everything I did." But after a short pause, her expression stiffened as she added, "And as for Saria, all those rumors I spread about her mother, the harassment, that was my fault too. I'm sorry. I won't pull that crap again." When she finished, she looked at Ian with her usual arrogance creeping back into her voice. "Well? That should be sincere enough, don't you think?" Ian said nothing for a moment, causing her to grow irritated. "What? Don't tell me you're about to say it wasn't sincere enough or something like that." Ian's eyes narrowed. "From the start, I never expected sincerity from you. I just wanted to make things crystal clear." Stepping in close, Ian leaned toward her ear, his voice low and dangerous. "If I so much as suspect the Yerdina family tries to retaliate against us for this, I won't hesitate to leave you out here for the magical beast to feast on. You understand me?" The threat landed and Delphine's confidence faltered for a brief second. Her voice dropped cautiously. "Crystal clear." As the sun set behind the trees, the conflict finally came to an end. The first letter, yes, it was still there, but now covered in dirt and forgotten. Meanwhile, Suria's thoughts drifted elsewhere. "It's almost time," she thought to herself. "I don't know if I'll ever get to chase those beautiful memories with you again, but I guess it's not all bad." A soft breeze carried the faintest hint of a changing season. Winter has passed, and though it doesn't quite smell like spring yet, I can feel it coming. It had been a long time since the last snowfall. Yet the hope of a faint ray of sunlight still lingered within her. Tonight, I'll wait once again for the day I can see you, Ian, my dear brother. Wherever you are, I pray you stay safe. On the stage, the judge announced loudly, "Greetings to all the senior students of the Academy. The time has finally come to reveal the winners of this year's hunting festival." Below, the students were gathered in a noisy, excited crowd. A gray-haired, golden-eyed boy laughed, "Hey, we almost showed up late because of you." A blue-haired, blue-eyed boy responded quickly, "No way. I literally saw Delphine Urdina being carried away just now." The golden-eyed boy froze in shock. "Wait, then who's gonna win this thing?" Up on stage, the professor continued, "Over 500 students participated in this year's festival. You've all exceeded my expectations, but one team stood out as the undeniable victors." The professor's tone then turned serious. "However, a dangerous incident took place during the festival. Based on what we know, there could have been severe casualties." The crowd below buzzed in confusion. What the hell happened? The professor raised his voice again. But thanks to a group of brave students who risked their lives to intervene, the danger was eliminated. To them I offer my deepest gratitude. He cleared his throat and continued, "Now, I'll announce their names in order." The crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes on the stage. The first, student number 54 from the Magic Department, Elsie Ranellis. Applause broke out. Next, student number 52 from the Night Department, Celine Haster. More cheers followed. The third, second-year student from the Swordsmanship Department, Syria Yurdina. And finally, the team representative, student number 53 from the Swordsmanship Department, Ian Purkis. Each of them would be awarded a vial of dragon's blood as a prize. The crowd continued to murmur below. A vial of dragon's blood each. That's a royal treasure. "I'm so jealous," someone exclaimed. Another voice chimed in, "Forget that, what's with those clothes they're wearing?" The professor raised his voice again. "One more thing. The rights to handle the creature's corpse will also go to their group." He turned toward Ian with a smile. "It's probably worth about 10,000 gold coins." Ian's mind raced. 10,000 gold. Honestly, I was planning to use it to help Emma. But the whole group earned this together. I can't just claim it for myself, can I explain that to them? Before Ian could say more, Elsie Ranellis stepped up. "You made the biggest contribution. Do whatever you want with it. The Ranellis family won't care about this sort of thing." Syria Yurdina chimed in with a smile. "I'm with Elsie on this. You can use it however you want." Celine Haster approached as well, offering her reassurance. "I've got my dragon's blood. That's more than enough for me. Honestly, winning the hunting festival is already the biggest prize." Ian still hesitated. "Is that okay with you, Saintess?" He looked at her, concern clear in his eyes. "With this, will Emma be able to fully recover?" Fireworks exploded in the sky, a dazzling, colorful display. The Saintess smiled softly, pressing her hands together over her chest. "I hope you receive blessings for your kindness soon." Ian's face lit up with joy. Emma was still unconscious in her room. But outside the window, the fireworks continued to brighten the night sky. The hunting festival had come to an end. The brilliant bursts still painted the air above. The Saintess gently spoke, "The treatment for Emma will begin tomorrow. Try not to worry too much, all right? Thank you for everything you've done." She paused, then added with sincere admiration, "Also, you really did great this time. Your arm, I've healed it as much as I could, but there'll be some lingering damage." Ian glanced down at his bandaged arms and replied calmly, "It's all right. My reflexes might be a little duller, but I already prepared myself for that. I won't be able to wield a wheel sword like before, but if it means saving Emma, it's worth the sacrifice." In his mind, Ian thought quietly, "If anyone had died during that incident, I'd spend the rest of my life drowning in regret." The Saintess looked at him with a teasing glint in her eyes. "A sacrifice for the sake of others, huh? You're making me jealous." Ian blinked, confused. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? The Saintess smiled softly. You're still, you aren't you? She grabbed Ian's hand and handed him a small, round, red pill. A dazzling light radiated from the pill, making Ian blink in surprise. Once the light faded, she smiled and said, "All done." She placed the pill into Ian's hand. Ian stared at it, wide-eyed. This thing's incredibly valuable, Saintess. You're being way too casual about this. The Saintess smiled warmly. Exactly. That's why you need to keep this a secret. Without missing a beat, Ian nodded. I didn't see a thing. The Saintess chuckled. Good boy. Now go back to your team, they're probably waiting for you. Ian turned to leave, waving over his shoulder. Thank you so much, Saintess. I'm off. As she watched his figure disappear into the crowd, she quietly whispered, May the gods watch over you. The area where his team had gathered was buzzing with excitement. Elsie Ranellis raised a mug of beer high in the air, shouting, Everyone, let's drink to our victory. Laughter and chatter filled the space. Ian walked over, thinking to himself, no matter how much time passes, they really are a weird group. He found Leto Ainstern sitting off to the side. Hey, what are you doing over here? Ian asked. Leto looked up with a grin. Come on, you're not saying I can't sit here just because I didn't join the festival, are you? A celebration's for everyone. He leaned back with a carefree smile. Besides, we've got final exams and internship paperwork waiting for us after this. Moments like these are rare. Ian chuckled. You've got a point. But maybe take it easy on the drinks for your own good. Suddenly Surya Yardina called out loudly, Ian. I need to talk to you, just the two of us. Ian tilted his head. What's wrong? He gestured with his hand. Let's go somewhere quieter. As the two walked off, Celine Haster stood nearby, her expression visibly sour as she watched them leave. Under the moonlight, Ian asked, You won the competition. Feeling any better now? Surya hesitated. I'm not sure. I won. But you're the one who actually defeated my sister. Ian offered her a reassuring smile. Still, you proved yourself. That counts for a lot. Surya's voice softened. So, that means I won't have nightmares anymore, right? Ian paused, then answered gently, I can't promise that. But I do know one thing. He looked into her eyes. I won't let you carry those worries alone anymore. Surya's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she hesitated. Ian, there's something I want to tell you. Ian's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes, he thought. But instead, Surya bowed deeply. Thank you so much, truly. Ian stood there momentarily thrown off. It's just a thank you. He blinked in disbelief, watching her flustered expression. She's this embarrassed, just over that? That's so like Surya, she continued. I've learned so much being with you. We were just classmates before, but now, I feel like I really understand you. Ian reached into his pocket, pulling out a necklace. At that moment Surya was still bowing, unaware of what he was doing. She mumbled, I wanted to get you a gift, but I didn't know what to buy. Ian held out the necklace in front of her. I stumbled upon this and thought you might like it. So I picked it up. It's a sia flower. Your mother liked those, didn't she? Real flowers wither, but this one, on this pendant, never will. Ian scratched his cheek awkwardly. It's nothing fancy, but I hope you like it. Surya's face turned a deeper shade of red. I love it. From the bottom of my heart, I love it. Her thoughts whispered to herself. You really are, something special. On the back of the necklace, engraved in delicate script, were the words Surya, my first love. Not far away, Celine stood watching them, her expression darkening. Her clenched fists trembled at her sides, her jealousy impossible to hide. Meanwhile, Leto approached Ian grinning. Hey, what were you two talking about? You've been single long enough, man. Time to change that. Ian replied, We didn't talk about anything serious or specific. Leto teased. Come to think of it, the Saintess seems awfully nice to you. Could it be, she's fallen for you too? Ian immediately shot back. What are you even saying? That's ridiculous. You idiot. Are you drunk? Leto's cheeks flushed red. No, I'm not drunk. I'm serious. He whistled in awe. If you keep acting like this, the whole academy's gonna fall for you. Ian groaned. Stop talking nonsense. He waved him off. Go back to your room and sleep. Later that evening, Ian returned to his room, taking off his cloak as he sank into thought. More importantly, no matter how I look at it, the only person who really suits me is Celine. But can I really be her boyfriend? How should I act around her? As the sunset cast an orange glow across the sky, Ian slipped his cloak back on and walked alone through the quiet academy grounds. He encountered a mysterious figure, a woman. She greeted him with a knowing smile. It's been a while, hasn't it? Good to see you again. Ian cut to the chase. What's the situation on the Eastern Front? The woman's face turned serious. We're critically understaffed. Meanwhile, the enemy's numbers just keep growing. We're close to the breaking point. She continued with frustration in her voice. If only supply lines were stable, it'd be a different story. But they're not. Things are getting worse. We're doing everything we can in the capital, but Ian stared at her, his gaze sharp. But you also know, the Western and Southern fronts aren't doing much better. A disturbing image flashed behind his eyes, trees drenched in blood, the ground stained crimson. The woman's voice pulled him back. The phalanx unit has reached our lines. Ian froze, his heart pounding. What? What did you say? Her voice grew grim. We couldn't hold them back. In that instant, Ian bolted awake, his body drenched in cold sweat. Another nightmare. He rubbed his face with both hands, muttering to himself. Why do I keep having this same nightmare? I'm practically getting used to it. Then he frowned. It's worse than before. Is it because I drank too much earlier? Feeling parched, Ian reached for a bottle of water beside his bed but froze when he noticed the red sealed envelope lying next to it. His eyes widened in surprise. What's this? Carefully he broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The letter, written by sepia, appeared clearly before Ian's eyes. Every line felt like a slap to the face. To my dearest Ian Purkis, have you ever thought about love? I don't know if it's because I've started a new relationship or because I broke up with the love of my life, but lately, I've been thinking about it a lot. Holding the letter, Ian's expression froze, sweat beading down his face in panic. Another one of these. What the hell is going on now? The letter continued. The fact that you specifically chose an orphanage for your field mission that year, and the way you fought so fiercely that day. Ian's eyes darkened in shock. Wait, after the hunting festival, there's a field mission at an orphanage. The letter left no room for doubt. Don't get careless just because you're far from me. The gods are always watching. If you cheat on me, divine punishment awaits. It was signed, from Lucia, with love from afar. Ian's face contorted. Wait, Lucia? Not Sepia? Just how much of a scumbag is my future self? Damn it, what the hell, man? Get it together. He kept reading, piecing everything together. Let's sum this up. First, if the calendar flipped on its own, that means there's a real chance I've lost my memory again. Second, it looks like my future self drank the prize for winning the hunting festival Dragon's Blood. Ian's thoughts raced. Dragon's Blood, one of the most potent elixirs in this world. My mana's doubled. It's flowing through my body like a raging waterfall. Suddenly, a realization hit him. Wait a minute, if all that time has passed, the scene shifted. Ian stood in front of a large grand mansion. His expression was serious. Maybe, Emma's awake by now. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, calling out, Sanctess, it's Ian. As he waited, Ian recalled the whispers from passers-by on the way over. No one's staring at me. Guess nothing weird's happened yet. The door creaked open. Ian's heart eased for a moment. Good, if that's the case, I can breathe easy. But before he could finish the thought, a flash of light tore through the air. Ian's instincts kicked in. He clenched his teeth and clashed swords with urine. Blood splattered. Ian stood frozen, stunned. What the hell? Why did Urin suddenly charge at me like that? Urin scoffed coldly, not hiding his contempt. You came back weaker than before. Ian wiped the blood from his cheek, still confused. Yeah, something definitely happened. Inside the mansion, Ian sat across from the Saintess, Urin standing behind her, radiating hostility. The Saintess glared at Ian with a mixture of judgment and suspicion. Ian fidgeted in his seat, wiping the sweat from his palms. There are signs of a fight everywhere, cracks all over the walls, and this mess hasn't been cleaned up yet, meaning, it happened recently. He frowned. Wait, did I cause this? The Saintess finally spoke, her voice cold and sharp. So, you don't remember anything that happened this past week? Ian scratched his head awkwardly. That's correct. The Saintess suddenly slammed her hand on the table and burst into harsh laughter. You expect me to believe that? Ian grimaced. But, it's the truth. Desperately he spoke. I swear to you, Saintess, I'm not lying. I genuinely don't remember a thing. The Saintess narrowed her eyes. So, you're playing dumb, is that it? She snapped her fingers, her voice heavy with sarcasm. I get it now, Ian. The information's classified, right? So I'm supposed to just let it go, forget about what happened yesterday, and conveniently hand over intel to you like nothing happened. Seriously. How important is this organization to you anyway? A letter was delivered. Ian sat in silence, looking confused. Classified information. An organization. What the hell is going on? Can she really do that with holy power? The Saintess placed a letter down on the table, her voice calm yet sharp. This is a list of orphanages still struggling, despite receiving aid from the Holy Nation. Ian clenched his fists nervously, thoughts racing. Why did I even request this? Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind, the words from the letter he had read earlier. Wait, the orphanage. Ian quickly reached for the letter. I'll make good use of this, Saintess. She crossed her arms, glaring at him. And what exactly do you plan to do with it? Ian looked away, stumbling over his words. I don't really know yet. The Saintess slammed her hands on the table, rising to her feet, her frustration boiling over. So basically, you're saying I don't need to know. A purple glow of holy power flared around her as she declared coldly, all the kindness I've shown you, wasted. I'm done here. She stormed off, leaving Ian sitting there, dazed. What the hell just happened to make the Saintess act like that? Before he could think further, a sharp voice cut through the silence. Ian. Urin approached, his expression serious. It's like someone possessed you or something. Ian raised an eyebrow. Possessed. Urin nodded firmly. Yeah, if you lost your memories, that could explain it. Your eyes changed color, and you were stronger than usual. Ian let out an awkward laugh. Stronger, huh? So he saw me fight, Ian pressed. Urin, I'm the one who trashed this place, aren't I? Urin looked at him, mildly surprised, pointing to his own shoulder. You seriously don't remember slashing my shoulder? Ian broke into a cold sweat. Yeah, mind filling me in on what exactly happened? Urin agreed without hesitation. Sure, I'll tell you everything, word for word. I don't know why you and the Saintess were even here together, but when I arrived, the whole atmosphere was already off. Ian frowned. Why was Urin here in the first place? A cheerful memory of Urin flashed in his mind. Hey Ian. Sorry about earlier, Ian. But suddenly Urin's eyes turned sharp as blades. Ian's expression hardened. All right, let me get straight to the point. Can you give me the information on the orphanages in the East, the ones still struggling financially, even after receiving aid from the Empire? The Saintess hesitated, concern flickering in her eyes. I'm sorry, Ian, but no matter how close we are, I can't just hand over confidential information from the Holy Nation. Ian pressed further, sipping his tea. How's the Archbishop doing? The Saintess's expression darkened immediately. Why are you suddenly bringing him up? Ian's tone grew quiet, his eyes sharp. I've heard certain factions are trying to bring him down. He continued, and if that's true, Wouldn't it be fair to assume it's the progressive faction behind it? The Saintess frowned deeply, clearly unsettled. Ian leaned in, his voice calm yet dangerous. But I might be willing to turn a blind eye, if you give me the information on those orphanages. Behind her, Urin's expression stiffened with worry. The Saintess's mind raced. The collapse of the Archbishop, that was supposed to be our trump card. No one was supposed to know about that. So how the hell does Ian know? Ian took another slow sip of tea, completely unfazed. Urin's mind whirred. How does he know? No, that doesn't matter right now. If we're not careful, our entire plan is going to fall apart. The Saintess's eyes flicked to Urin, a silent message exchanged between them. Urin's gaze sharpened with resolve. It's not just Ian. We need to find everyone leaking information and silence them, even if it means using force. Ian extended the teacup away from himself, letting out a cold, faint chuckle. His sharp features tightened, his voice tense and filled with warning. Go ahead, try me. The moment the words left his mouth, Urin shot forward in anger, sword raised to strike. Ian stayed calm, casually hurling the teacup with surprising force as a counter. Urin swung his sword, deflecting the cup far off to the side. Ian's eyes widened slightly, surprised by Urin's reaction speed. There's no way he can dodge my next attack. Without hesitation, Ian stood up, swinging his weapon down with force. But Urin quickly ducked to the side, narrowly evading the strike. Yet the relentless assault shook Urin's balance. For a brief second, uncertainty flickered across his face. Seizing the opening, Ian slashed with his axe, the blade cutting across Urin. Urin cursed under his breath. Damn it, I left myself wide open. Facing Ian's swift, aggressive strikes, Urin analyzed quickly. His axe is shorter. That means faster. I can't beat him in speed. The Saintess, watching the escalating fight, suddenly called out Urin. Urin let out a faint smirk, glancing back. Behind him, the Saintess had her hands clasped together, radiating a warm, golden glow of divine magic. Confidence surged through Urin as he lunged forward, sword raised. The Saintess's support never lets me down. His brows furrowed, eyes sharp as blades. He shouted with certainty, you can't dodge this one. But Ian didn't respond. He simply countered with a subtle, almost effortless swing of his weapon. Urin's eyes widened in disbelief. Glancing back in confusion, he muttered, "What the?" Clenching his teeth, Urin turned, raising his sword to block Ian's axe. "It's fine, I can stop it," but Ian's strike landed hard on Urin's shoulder, blood splattering into the air. Pain shot through Urin's body as he gritted his teeth, barely holding himself together. His vision locked onto Ian's cold, merciless expression. Urin gasped in disbelief. No way, that technique, the Sword Guild? A second letter arrived for Ian Purkis. The words were delicate yet heavy with emotion. To my hidden love, Ian Purkis. Have you ever thought about love? I don't know if it's because I've found myself in a new relationship, or because I've parted ways with my old one, but lately, love has been on my mind. I've come to realize that love is like a tree. You don't even notice it at first. But when it finally sprouts, it wraps itself around your heart and never lets go. Ian swiftly drove another sword into Urin's opposite shoulder, forcing a pained scream from him. Urin clenched his teeth, face darkening with frustration. Damn it, with both my arms injured, I can't even fight properly. The Saintess stepped forward, her expression grim, throwing a punch packed with holy power. But Ian instinctively retreated. A brilliant flash of light burst from her strike. But Ian's sharp, ice-cold gaze remained fixed on Urin, who was panting heavily. Ian thought to himself, the Saintess is using Holy Nation martial arts? She even knows that. The Saintess lunged at him again, shouting with determination. But Ian's expression remained unsettlingly calm. He locked eyes with her, smoothly lifting his leg to block her advance, denying her any chance to turn the tables. His hand swiftly grasped her wrist, suppressing her strength. The sight snapped Urin out of his daze. His eyes widened in shock as he watched Ian raise his hand, a crimson force surging from it, slamming the saintess hard to the ground. Urin's mind raced. Isn't that the holy nation's secret technique, lunar shift? Urin stumbled back, shouting, Saintess, are you all right? His voice cracked with anger as he glared at Ian. You really dared to lay a hand on the saintess. Ian tilted his head, eyes chillingly indifferent. If you don't want to die, I suggest you shut your mouth. The saintess, confused and flustered, struggled to speak. What are you? Why are you doing this? A flicker of confusion crossed Ian's eyes as he casually replied. The saintess, still on the ground, cautiously followed his every move. Ian walked toward her slowly. The saintess remained frozen, staring, unable to look away. Ian sat down on a nearby chair, his voice carrying quiet authority. I am Ian Purkis. The saintess slammed her hand to the ground in frustration. That's not what I'm asking. I asked what the hell you really are. Urin's voice joined in, low and serious. The secret technique you just used, it's from the holy nation. And that / earlier, that was from the Sword Guild, wasn't it? He continued. Both are advanced, restricted techniques. An ordinary person couldn't possibly learn them, let alone master both. The saintess clutched her injured arm, biting her lip, wincing as she slowly pushed herself up. He's right. Tell me the truth, Ian. I have the authority to prosecute nearly every noble in this country. Ian's face betrayed no emotion. His hand began to glow faintly with crimson energy as he prepared to strike again. Alarm flooded the saintess's face. What the hell are you doing now? Her eyes darted to the glowing energy. Dragon blood calligraphy. What's your connection to the royal family? Ian remained silent, seated, his expression cold and unreadable. Urin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Dragon blood calligraphy. The royal family's secret art. It said anyone can use it instantly without prior training. But it's only passed down to high-ranking royals or royal guards. Urin's mind spiraled. If Ian can use that, he's definitely tied to the royal family. No wonder he knows these techniques. No wonder he knows about the archbishop. Shock overtook Urin's face. So that's the power of the royal family. Ian's voice cut through the tense silence, addressing the saintess. This could have been so simple if you'd handed over the information from the start. But instead you refused, and now we're here. The saintess snapped back. A petitioner who stabs my knight, injures me, and breaks my arm. Do you really think you'd be so bold if I had more knights here? Ian calmly rested his hands on his knee, voice low and grave. Oh really? Is that what you think? The saintess flinched slightly, narrowing her eyes. Ian leaned forward, voice dropping to a terrifying calm. Do you realize, if I wanted to, I could reduce this entire place to ashes with a snap of my fingers? His eyes glinted with dangerous clarity. The outcome's already decided. So stop wasting my time. The saintess clenched her teeth in frustration, her head lowered as she hesitated. Fine, since I've cooperated, please, turn a blind eye to anything regarding the archbishop. Ian's expression remained cold. Of course. Without warning, Ian stepped forward, startling Urin. With a swift motion, Ian pulled the axe free, blood splattering as the blade slid out of Urin's body. Urin winced in pain, collapsing to one knee. Ian glanced down at the saintess' defeated posture, a smirk curling on his lips. Humiliating, isn't it? He turned without hesitation, leaving the saintess and Urin stunned in silence. That's the price for being stubborn. The scene shifted back to the present. Ian wore a strained smile, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, as uneasy thoughts clouded his mind. A guy who knows the secret arts of both the Sword Guild and the Holy Nation, and even has ties to the royal family, possessing me. Why? I'm just an ordinary person. Urin approached, placing a hand on Ian's shoulder with a teasing smirk. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. The Ian standing here now is weak and clueless. But you're kinda entertaining. He casually waved. See you around. And hey, try not to get possessed again. Ian stammered, yeah, see you. But before he could say anything else, Urin had already slammed the door shut and disappeared. Ian's thoughts wandered. Ah, right, Emma's gone now. He clutched the slip of paper in his hand, lost in thought. No other choice, I'll have to deal with this myself. I've been assigned to the orphanage mission. Guess that'll take the place of the final exam. The scene transitioned as Ian made his way to a grand, magnificent castle. First, I'll check the mission board. He approached the board where students were tearing mission slips off the wall, carefully selecting their tasks. Ian observed, thinking makes sense. The points you earn depend on the mission's difficulty. But if you pick something too hard, you're likely to fail. That's why most people go for the safe missions with decent rewards. His eyes scanned the crowd. I'm not too concerned about points, so those missions don't matter to me. The mission slips pinned to the board fluttered slightly in the breeze. One in particular caught Ian's eye: a mission to an orphanage in the Eastern District, currently receiving aid from the Holy Nation but struggling with financial issues. The slip read: Client, due for orphanage objective, track and eliminate monsters, reward, 25 gold coins, difficulty, low to medium. Note: monsters have been appearing in the forest beside the orphanage. Ian thought to himself, low difficulty, which means low pay. No wonder nobody's touched this one. He plucked the paper from the board and read more carefully. If you hadn't threatened me, I might not have been able to repel the raid and destroy their lair in time. Ian's eyes narrowed. On the surface it looks like a simple monster hunting job, but from the letter there's more to it. Raids, a monster lair, I think I get the picture. Folding the paper neatly, he tucked it into his chest pocket. Alright, got the mission. Now I just need teammates. He mentally ran through his options. It'd be easy if the group from the hunting festival could join, but second years and below aren't allowed to take missions here, so Syria and Celine are out. He thought harder. I'm a student from class 53. Is there anyone else I can ask? Pondering, Ian sighed. It'd be great if Urin could come along, but he's busy guarding the sign test. His eyes darted around the square. I wanted to bring another swordsman too, but my circle of friends is way too small. Scratching his head, Ian walked away from the crowd, racking his brain. I need someone, but who? Suddenly, someone grabbed Ian's wrist. Before he could react, he was yanked away. Ian looked at the person's back in confusion. Who is this? The figure shoved Ian up against the wall. Leto frowned, cupping Ian's chin with one hand, studying him for a long moment before breaking into a bright grin. You really are the Ian I know. Ian broke into a nervous sweat and replied dryly, who else around here looks like me? But Leto's expression quickly shifted, his tone lowering into something far more serious. Exactly. There's no one else like you. He pointed a finger right in Ian's face. You lost your memory again, didn't you? Which means you've been possessed again. Ian didn't respond, managing only an awkward smile. Urin had said almost the exact same thing. Ian frowned slightly, asking, You're being awfully direct, did something happen? Leto's expression grew solemn. Yeah, I talked to him. Or more precisely, I had a conversation with the future version of you, the one possessing your body. He continued, the second letter, I was talking about you. Leto's eyes glinted mischievously. Even now I still get flustered when I think about how boldly you flirted with me back then. He leaned in, voice dropping to a teasing yet sharp tone. Tell me the truth. You approached me with a purpose, didn't you? Leto stepped back slightly, his smile fading as his expression turned calculating. Your actions around the orphanage, they're suspicious, to say the least. Sure, hunting monsters near it sounds reasonable, but there are plenty of spots like that, including villages in the Purkis territory. Leto's voice tightened as he demanded, Hey, who the hell are you? Ian replied coldly, Who am I? Obviously I'm Ian Purkis. Why'd you suddenly drag me into this alley and start asking like that? But Leto immediately waved him off. Cut the crap. My Ian isn't this calm, and honestly looks a lot dumber than you. Ian didn't even flinch. You're right. I'm not the Ian you know. His eyes sharpened as his voice grew more serious. I've come from a very distant place. But no matter how you slice it, I am Ian. Leto hesitated for a long moment before narrowing his eyes. So you're saying you're Ian? He leaned in, grilling him with suspicion. All right then. How old was Celine when she wet the bed? Ian's expression didn't change. His answer came quick and cool. 12. But she'll tell you a different number. Leto kept pushing. Why did Ariel and I break up? Ian shot back without pause. Because you got caught cheating with her sister. Ariel was so humiliated, no rumors ever spread. Leto's expression twitched, his composure slipping. His mind raced. These were humiliating details only Ian would know. He gritted his teeth. How much did I lose betting when I was a new recruit? Ian's gaze remained cold, his voice steady. You told me it took you 2 years to claw that money back. So, around 200 gold. Leto's eyes widened slightly. His confidence wavered. His questions had been so specific, yet this guy had answered them all. Back when Ian was acting weird, Leto muttered to himself, he claimed he got letters from the future. A heavy silence settled as the realization hit him. There's no way Ian's creative enough to make that up. Leto's eyes darkened. You really came from the future. Clenching his fists, Leto launched forward, fury written all over his face. What the hell are you doing with my friend's body? Ian from the future is possessing Ian from the present. That's why his whole personality's gone. That's why he lost his memories. You're telling me my friend is being taken over by his future self? Leto roared, his voice trembling with anger. Of course I'm pissed. Don't you dare act like this is personal, you bastard. But Ian caught his arm mid-swing, his grip tight. Shut up, and get out of here. Leto shouted, struggling. Let him go. Ian's expression darkened, his voice low and unwavering. Don't worry. I won't be here long. I'm only doing what has to be done. Leto turned away in frustration. And how many times has your necessary crap nearly gotten Ian killed? How much longer do we have to clean up your mess? Ian clenched his jaw, his frustration finally slipping through. If I don't do this, everyone dies. Leto froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. Ian slowly released his arm and turned to leave, his voice quiet but firm. It was good seeing you, Leto. But Leto couldn't let him go that easily. His suspicion burned. I can't just let him walk away. I need to know why he's doing this. Why he's taking over Ian. Leto called after him, his voice raw with emotion. Why are you going this far? He hesitated, struggling to find the words. Of all people, why did it have to be you? There's gotta be another way besides possession. Ian's steps faltered. He stopped, his back still turned, then slowly glanced over his shoulder. His eyes were sharp, heavy with bitterness. Because I failed. The scene shifted abruptly. Ian looked shocked, his brows furrowed. Wait, you're saying future me isn't like me now? Leto stood firm, arms crossed, his face serious. You always manage to attract the weirdest crap. You really don't know what you failed at. Leto raised a hand. A small flame flickering at his fingertips. Fine. I'll explain with a little visual aid. Pay attention. The flame grew larger as Leto painted the scenario. Picture this, future Ian's starting point. A massive fire breaks out. People die. Lots of them. His eyes narrowed. If future Ian takes over your body and stops that fire, you get to keep living in a future where that disaster never happened. Got it? Ian listened silently, every word sinking in. Leto continued, his voice sharp. Here's the real question, where does future Ian, the one possessing you, go back to? Ian furrowed his brows, confused. Doesn't he go back to his original future? Exactly, Leto replied, nodding. He'll return to his future, the one where the disaster already happened. But here's the thing, when that happens, you and him, you'll become two completely separate people. Two different futures, only the same past. Ian forced an awkward smile. There's still something I don't get. He looked down, thinking. The letter I got, the future described in it was peaceful, happy. It didn't sound anything like the everyone gets wiped out future he's talking about. A bright grin spread across Leto's face as he explained. There's a simple explanation for that. That letter probably came from a different version of the future. The future in that letter and the future of the one possessing you, not the same. Leto shrugged. Time's already been changed once. Who says it can't change again? Ian lowered his gaze, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Hold on, if that's the case, where did the future I saw in my dreams come from? If every letter is from a different version of the future, that means all these futures, they're all different. A deep sense of unease crept over him. Oh God, how many different futures are trying to reach me right now? Leto cut in, his tone shifting. There's something I haven't told you yet. The future you he left. Went to the forest. Ian's eyes widened. The forest. What's he doing there? Leto shook his head. I don't know exactly. I'm sure he did something, but there haven't been any rumors yet. Ian's mind raced, the questions piling up. There's still something I'm supposed to do, something I don't know about yet. His voice wavered. Wait, you said the forest. Leto nodded. Yeah. The southern forest, the one where they hold the hunting festival. Ian's expression twisted with panic. The southern forest? Wait, Emma. What happened to Emma? Leto blinked. Emma. Oh right, you don't remember what happened. A knock echoed at the door. A voice called from behind it, yeah, just a sec. Emma opened the door, her voice calm. Who is it? Ian scratched his head, forcing a smile. You got kicked out too. Emma shrugged casually. Of course I got kicked out. What you're waiting for? Come in already. Ian awkwardly stepped inside. Right, yeah, he hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. So how have you been? I came to talk. Sorry I'm late. Emma tilted her head, confused. Talk? What are you saying? We've already met. She pointed to her eyes. Back then, your eyes looked just like they do now. She smiled faintly. Don't thank me in the present. Thank me when I visit you next time. Don't you remember? Ian laughed nervously. Right, sure. Emma stepped closer, gently taking Ian's hand. Her voice softened, sincere. Thank you, Ian. I've heard everything you did for me. That monster you gave up catching to save me. It was worth over 10,000 gold. How am I supposed to repay you for that? Ian quickly looked away, rubbing the back of his head again. Don't worry about it. You don't owe me anything. But Emma shook her head, raising her voice. Of course I have to worry. Her expression darkened, her voice trembling. What do I do? Should I become an alchemist for the Purkis family? How can I ever repay you? Ian noticed her clenched hands shaking. Damn it, I only did that to ease my own guilt, but now it's weighing on her instead. His voice softened. Just live a normal life. Tears welled up in Emma's eyes as she listened. Ian's voice remained steady. Your dream was always to make medicine, to help gatherers not get hurt. Make some money. Graduate from the academy, live happily with your dad. That's the best way to repay me. Emma chuckled softly, then burst out laughing. Ian frowned, confused. What? Why are you laughing now? Emma wiped her eyes, still smiling. Not just because of that, but you're unbelievable. That's why I'm laughing. She leaned in, smirking. You're such a ridiculously good guy. If you keep acting like this, a girl like me's gonna totally take advantage of you, you know. Her tone softened again as she asked, so what can I help you with now? Ian hesitated for a second before asking, is sending a letter from the future even possible? Emma's eyes lit up with curiosity. It is. I read a book about it once. It said not only letters, even souls can travel to the past. She tilted her head, deep in thought, then her eyes widened. Actually, maybe not. She closed her eyes, taking a breath, her expression growing serious. If it were possible, there are only two outcomes I can think of. Her next words made Ian's jaw drop. His eyes widened, sweat dripping down his face as she declared either the extinction of humanity or the erasure of Delphine. Ian had been sitting there this whole time looking like some alien who didn't understand a word of Vietnamese, his face frozen in that dumb expression, asking one ridiculous question after another about the downfall of humanity. He honestly looked like some idiot who had just crawled down from Mars, but Olmar still stayed calm as she patiently explained everything to him. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out her hand and said, if the world is destroyed, the god Ares will lose his power. And if Delphine disappears, other people will be able to use that power too. Even after hearing Olmar's explanation, Ian still looked about 30% confused and 70% suspicious. He furrowed one eyebrow, lost in thought. So my future self really came from a world that was already destroyed. The tension on his face was clear as day, as if he were wound tighter than a bowstring. Noticing his expression, Olmar tried to lighten the mood. I thought we were just talking about some book or something, but you look way too serious about this. And before Ian could fully process anything, Omar had already switched topics like flipping a switch. She turned around, took a few steps away, then looked back over her shoulder at him with a teasing smile. Anyway, enough of that boring stuff. You've got training coming up soon, right? I've got something for you. Hearing that she had something to give him, Ian quickly shoved the previous topic to the back of his mind. His curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "What is it?" Omar walked over to a large cabinet, stretching her arms up and pulling down one item after another. Her hands moved quickly as she kept mumbling to herself. Of course this, and this too. Ian stood behind her, watching her bustle around like she was about to pack up and give him an entire house. Feeling overwhelmed, he finally spoke up, "Omar, isn't this a bit much?" Omar shot him a sharp look over her shoulder. "I know. But you should bring everything you might need, just to be safe." The way she kept speaking in half-sentences and cryptic hints left Ian completely lost, his face blank again like some clueless kid. He finally asked, "Safe from what?" At that moment, memories flooded Omar's mind of that day not long ago, when she had found Delphine lying motionless in the grass, her face pale as death, barely clinging to life. Her expression darkened slightly as she explained to Ian. "A little while ago, your precious Delphine was found in pretty bad shape in the southern forest. If I hadn't found her in time, she probably would have died. That day we split up, and she went into the forest alone. Something definitely happened. But there hasn't been a single word about it." Hearing that, an image of Leto suddenly flashed through Ian's mind, making him suspicious. Could that bastard from the future have met Delphine in the forest? A thought popped into his head, and he instinctively reached out toward Omar, asking, "Is it possible something else happened too?" Now it was Omar's turn to look completely clueless, her face frozen like a deer in headlights. Her lips moved, but it took a second before she managed to stammer, "Something else?" In her mind, she pictured herself standing in front of Delphine's room, only to be blocked by the guards outside, who refused to let her in. Her voice wavered slightly as she added, "I went to visit her. But they wouldn't let me in. I heard even her best friend Ides wasn't allowed to see her." At this point Ian's face basically screamed, "We're screwed." His expression darkened like someone who had just shit their pants in public. Cold sweat trickled down his temples as he mumbled to Omar, "Got it." But inside, his anxiety only grew. Did that bastard beat her again? How the hell am I supposed to clean up this mess? Moments later Ian was already outside the door, hauling that ridiculously huge bag Omar had given him. His face though was bright as ever, a fake grin plastered across his lips as he waved at her. "All right, I'm off. Thanks for the medicine." Omar stepped outside to see him off, her hands casually resting behind her back. She gave him a bright, friendly smile like some pageant queen and replied, "It's nothing. If you need more, just drop by." She didn't forget to remind him either. "Be careful in the forest, okay?" Typical of a good friend. Just before closing the door, Omar grinned from ear to ear, her face flushing red like a ripe tomato, eyes squinting with excitement as she called out one last line, "Hope I get to see you again soon." The next day Ian's footsteps echoed loudly as he walked through the palace hallways. He stopped in front of Delphine, who was sitting on the bed dressed in all white, her entire body covered in bandages, looking absolutely pitiful. Delphine sat there, gazing out the window, while Ian stood behind her, thinking to himself but too afraid to say it out loud, "I wasn't even allowed to visit at first, but one letter changed everything." His eyes nervously shifted toward the letter lying on the bed, signed by none other than Ian Purkis, with a blunt message, "If you don't want to keep suffering, accept the visit." Ian wasn't shocked or confused, just quietly unsettled. "Just as I thought, it's thanks to my future self," he concluded. Suddenly, Delphine clenched her jaw so tight her whole body started to tremble. Ian, standing behind her, was so worried his mouth practically dropped open. He'd been in the room this whole time, yet only now did he awkwardly open his mouth to ask how she was doing. "How are you feeling?" But instead of answering his question, Delphine clenched her teeth even harder, glaring at him with furrowed brows, looking like an irritable old lady. Her lips quivered as if she was holding back tears, her expression full of bitterness and hardock. Either Ian didn't notice her obvious hostility, or he was pretending not to, but either way, shamelessly, he responded, "I just came to check on you. We're close enough for that, aren't we?" That sentence was the final straw. Delphine squeezed her eyes shut, her face twisting in anger as she snapped, "How dare you say that? You're the one who did this to me." No sooner had she finished yelling than Delphine turned away, completely done with Ian, refusing to even look at him anymore. She kept her gaze fixed on the window, muttering bitterly, "Did you come here to mock me? To see how pathetic I've become?" Ian just stood there behind her, frozen, awkwardly fidgeting like he didn't know what to do, while Delphine went on with her one-woman monologue. "Look at me, go ahead, take a good look. My pride, my confidence, you destroyed them completely. Look at what you've done to me. I have no self-respect left." At this point, it was pretty clear their sibling relationship was beyond saving. Ian, having been chewed out the entire time, didn't even try to argue. He just mumbled under his breath, "Does it hurt?" But as he asked, his heart ached for her, and he couldn't help but think to himself, "This is worse than I expected. Even if I wasn't the one who did it, I still feel guilty. What the hell is this, man? I didn't even do it and I still feel guilty. Am I Buddha or something?" Hearing such an obvious question, Delphine was beyond pissed. She shot him a furious glare and snapped, "Of course it does." But the second she finished yelling, all her energy seemed to drain from her body. It was like she went from full rage mode to completely deflated in an instant. Her face flushed with embarrassment, sweat dripping down her temples as she muttered quietly, "It hurts. Yeah, I know it hurts. It's awful." She quickly turned away again, wiping away her tears with the back of her hand, trying to hide it from Ian. "I may be wounded, but I still have my pride," her stubborn posture seemed to say. Watching her quietly sob like that, Ian couldn't help but feel bad. How pitiful. But why is she acting like some tragic heroine? But rather than dwell on her misery, Ian's expression suddenly shifted, flipping faster than a pancake. His face hardened, and his voice turned cold with accusation. "Lying in bed all sick like this. Do you know Celine only cries when she talks about her mother? And yet her own sister took advantage of that, and led the bullying. Don't you feel anything about what you did to her?" Despite being bedridden, Delphine snapped to attention at his words. She clutched the blanket tightly, her eyes darting toward Ian as her expression stiffened. Raising one eyebrow, she stammered, I, but before Delphine could even finish her sentence, Ian lowered his head, his face twisting with frustration, teeth clenched tight, as he unleashed a rapid-fire rant straight at her face like a machine gun. "You didn't even bother looking at Celine when she cried. So don't act like some victim just because you got roughed up a little. You disgust me. Damn, saying something like that to a girl who's sick in bed. That's definitely a dick move, bro. And not just any girl, his own sister, no less." But apparently Ian wasn't done yet. Just to twist the knife a little deeper, he threw in one last parting shot. "Looks like you seriously need to adjust your attitude, big sis." Delphine's eyes went wide with shock, her face twitching uncontrollably like someone had tied strings to her eyebrows and yanked them upward. Sitting there on the bed, her spirit completely crumbled. Her eyes glistened with tears, one more insult away from full-on sobbing. Her brows drooped, and she stared at Ian, voice trembling. "You, what?" Out of nowhere, for some reason, Ian started walking toward her bed. Delphine instantly panicked, her voice shaking in fear. "Stay away. You said you wouldn't attack me again." But Ian kept walking, slipping his hand into the inside pocket of his jacket, pulling something out with this mysterious, almost sketchy vibe that made every hair on your body stand on end. Delphine, practically losing her mind now, huddled up like a terrified squirrel, covering her head with both hands, her whole body shaking like a leaf as she whimpered, "Ah, please don't hit me again." Then she screamed bloody murder, like some pig being dragged to slaughter before Ian had even done anything, before he even touched her. But instead of pulling out a weapon or doing something threatening, Ian simply pulled out a sheet of paper. He placed it gently under the blanket, right in front of her. Delphine froze, stiff as a statue, staring at him like she'd been paralyzed with fear. Her face scrunched in confusion as she tried to figure out what the hell was happening, completely lost on what the paper was for. Meanwhile, her hands still clung tightly to her head like she'd completely lost it. Ian's cold voice cut through the awkward silence like ice cracking. "There's a field mission coming up. You're free, aren't you?" Delphine looked at him, her expression 3 parts confused, 7 parts terrified, biting her lips so hard it looked like she might start bleeding. Her body trembling, she hesitantly answered, "Huh? What? Yeah, I guess." Seeing her frozen like a deer in headlights, Ian dropped the real bomb. His next words practically oozed smugness. "Try fixing your rotten attitude with some volunteer work. Telling a woman that, Damn, Ian really doesn't care about social etiquette, does he? Without waiting for a reply, Ian turned on his heel, walking away like he couldn't be bothered. But before stepping out completely, he glanced back at her, the corners of his mouth curling into a calm, almost infuriating smirk as he added, "We leave next week. Get ready." Delphine barely had time to process what just happened before that jerk was already out the door. On pure reflex, she called out, "Wait." But Ian, cold as ice like some fantasy world Jeff the Killer, kept walking right out, the door clicking shut behind him. One hand still in his pocket, Ian walked away, deep in thought. I'll never know exactly what happens to me in the future. But this feels like a win. He smirked to himself. Among swordsmen, barely anyone surpasses Delphine. I should ask her about that next time. Yeah, smart move, genius, tell her off, then admire her strength after the fact. Totally logical. Suddenly images from Ian's life flashed through his head like a film reel. He pictured Elsie, face red with anger, glaring at him while yelling, "Delphine? Seriously? Why not me?" Then another memory, the time he casually raised a sharp, gleaming axe, sending Elsie into full-on panic mode, jumping back in fear and practically peeing herself. With those ridiculous images still in his head, Ian continued his mental monologue. And after convincing her, I managed to recruit big sis Elsie too. We'll be taking the 2 top seniors on a mission to the orphanage. Cut to a week later, Ian stood holding his bag, time having flown by faster than he realized. The day of departure had finally arrived. Standing in front of the teleportation gate, dozens of people gathered around a massive swirling hole in the air, like a giant black hole floating in space. Up ahead, a guide was explaining. Once you pass through this gate, you can instantly travel to major hubs all across the continent. Ian's destination, the RF Force Orphanage, way off the beaten path, far from any big cities. He walked forward, handing the guide a small slip of paper with one hand, his other hand still gripping his bag tightly. As he moved, his mind wandered aimlessly. So we'll still have to rent horses and ride for another half day after that. A mental image popped into his head, Elsie, grinning ear to ear as she strutted ahead, followed by 3 guys trailing behind her like her personal escorts. She looked as smug as a toad in a crown. Ian sighed to himself. 2 fourth-year students, both bringing their own entourages. Clearly, there are some things they need to wrap up first. So it looks like they'll arrive a day or 2 after me. His imagination didn't stop there. Scene after scene after scene played out in his head, a sign he probably had too much time to think. Now it was Elsie, short as ever, standing face to face with Delphine. The two of them clearly didn't get along, with invisible lightning practically crackling between them. Delphine stood with one hand on her hip, a smug, mocking smile plastered across her face. Ian kept thinking, if that's the price I have to pay to get their strength on my side, being alone for a few days isn't a big deal. But just as he was about to step through the teleportation gate, a strange sound from behind made him pause. He turned to check what was happening, only to immediately lock eyes with the disgusted, half-lidded glare of the scientess. Of course she didn't stop there. Hand covering her mouth like some snobby aristocrat, she muttered under her breath, "What's this trash doing here?" Urine, standing behind her, gave Ian a bright friendly wave, like they were childhood buddies or something. But Ian didn't care about him. His eyes stayed locked on the saintess, irritation bubbling inside. Maybe I should just end this with an axe, he thought bitterly. Frowning, Ian casually asked her, "You really hate me that much?" The two of them, standing inside this giant, sunlit hall, glaring at each other like alley cats ready to pounce. The saintess replied coolly, "Oops, guess I accidentally let my disgust show." "Actually, no, that's exactly how I feel." Ian stood there, 3 parts frustrated, 7 parts exasperated. She's not even trying to hide it. The saintess walked past him, throwing one last condescending glance over her shoulder, looking at him like he was roadkill. Her voice dripped with mockery. "Seems like you don't have any companions. Maybe you should be more concerned about your situation. Reap what you sow." All 3 of them stepped through the teleportation gate. Ian shot the saintess a look that could curdle milk, his face scrunched up like a baboon's behind as he explained, "My companions had other business to take care of. They'll be arriving later." The saintess tilted her head skeptical, but shrugged, "Is that so? Fine, I'll believe you for now." Yeah right, Ian thought. Meanwhile, poor Urine followed behind them, beads of sweat running down his face as he listened to their endless bickering, unable to squeeze in a word to ease the tension. Now it was Ian's turn to fire back. He raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes at the scientist with a mocking grin. "Only 2 people from your team showing up for this mission. You sure no one wanted to join you cause of your charming personality?" But the saintess clearly had a thick skin. She glanced down at the floor for dramatic effect, then placed a proud hand on her chest, smiling smugly. "As the saintess, I'll wander wherever I please. I'll be doing some volunteer work in place of a formal mission." The 2 of them kept their smiles plastered on, but the air between them practically crackled with tension. Ian turned to face her head on, flashing a casual smile. "Man, I wish people could see how fake you really are." "See ya, two-faced saintess." She wasn't about to back down. Still wearing that condescending smile, she returned the insult without missing a beat. "And I'll send those words right back at you, you piece of trash." Behind them, Urin watched the exchange, sweating nervously like someone caught in the middle of a storm. After getting his verbal jabs in, Ian turned on his heel and walked off, not forgetting to casually call out, "I'm heading out." Urin stood there for a moment, watching Ian's retreating figure leave with the saintess. Suddenly he jogged up beside him, striking up a conversation like nothing happened. "Hey Ian, where are you headed?" Hearing Urin suddenly start a friendly chat, Ian gave a small snort and answered without missing a beat, "Orphanage tourism." Hearing that, Urin smiled brightly and said to Ian, "Looks like we'll be traveling together for a while." The saintess, who was standing behind them, immediately froze in shock, her eyes widening as she gasped dramatically, "Oh heavens, why must I endure this trial?" Seeing how hostile she'd been toward him this whole time, Ian's patience was already wearing thin. His face twisted in annoyance as he glared at her, mentally cursing, "Seriously, this woman." But completely oblivious to Ian's death glare, the saintess closed her eyes and started mumbling to herself, "But I am the saintess. And if this is the will of the gods, I shall obey without question." Her words "obey without question" echoed faintly in Ian's mind, making him freeze for a moment, confused, as he muttered under his breath, "What does that even mean?" Suddenly the saintess' expression turned serious. She furrowed her brows, and with the patience of someone lecturing a 5-year-old, she explained, though of course, she couldn't help but sneak in a jab at Ian while she was at it. "It's truly shocking that a thug like you is curious about the teachings of the gods. To obey without question means offering yourself, even unto death, if that is what the gods command." Then, without giving Ian a chance to respond, the saintess and Urin started walking ahead, leaving Ian standing there like an idiot. As she strutted toward the teleportation gate, the saintess threw one last condescending line over her shoulder, "Someone like you could never understand the true meaning of obedience." Ian followed behind, not paying attention to her nonsense, lost in his own thoughts. Funny, I think the me from the future said something like that too. As he reached the teleportation gate, his mind was still racing. There's no way that guy would spout nonsense. There has to be a reason he said those words. Caught up in his overthinking, Ian sighed under his breath, quietly complaining to no one in particular, "Sigh, how the hell did I end up in this mess?" His mind flashed back to when he first received that letter, sweating bullets as he stared at it in confusion, muttering, "What the hell?" At first Ian thought it was just some stupid prank. But then he remembered Almar, her body drenched in blood, collapsed on the ground, pale as a sheet and barely conscious. The realization hit him like a truck. From Almar's ambush, to the hunting festival, everything happened exactly like the letter described. He recalled that terrifying wolf, the one with blood dripping from its jaws that nearly scared him to death. His eyes had practically popped out of his head, mouth hanging open in shock. Holy shit. Those letters, those damn letters had saved his life on more than one occasion. But still, Ian grumbled to himself, unbelievable. Now, standing firmly at the edge of the teleportation gate, Ian clenched his fists, making his decision crystal clear. Long story short, this time will be no different. I'll follow the signs and protect the future.